the answer.
No,
But
he showed you. He showed you the figures. He went back in the slide and then showed you the table of figures.
no, yeah,
And all
no,
those
he
figures
didn't.
had a plus and minus bar on them. And then he worked out his standard deviation, which
No.
was the tolerance bar from the highest to the lowest value.
Okay, do you agree that within the standard deviation, parallel lies within that window?
No, because his standard deviation was
No, the
0.018.
predetermined. Yeah, you're right on the
Yeah,
readings
yeah.
because all of the readings are based on the
So,
distance, man.
so
Like,
yeah,
well, come on.
I think your equivocation on that, if I remember rightly, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the standard refraction that he used was the one point you tried to sort of pick on. I think
Well, it's just the refraction in general. Like you're pretending that you're able to come up with a good value for the actual location.
yeah.
And the way you determine what good is literally by comparing it to what's in contention. So it's not like it gets conflated. The point that the reason geodetic surveying is without value is because people use it and invoke it as if it does in fact measure the radius itself. It doesn't. It's trying to see how close you can get to it based on the window, and you're looking at distance, and it
Yeah,
changes
yeah.
based on distance, bro. It
You're
changes based
fish
on distance.
galloping again. Short points. Let's keep this nice and short. Little
It changes
conversation.
based on distance, man. So like, here's my main premise.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No,
if
no,
there's a
wait.
ball,
I just want to make a
okay, go
point
ahead.
on that because that is why when he went through his explanation, he said, "This is why we're doing it at this altitude. Why I want to be over this altitude is to get out of the dense layers where it's harder to take good account of refraction." So he actually discussed why he raised himself up to that level. If you
Okay,
follow.
but this is the thing. When you lift yourself up, you are getting out of the denser layer of the atmosphere. And you can see further when you get higher too, right? Just we all
Yeah.
know that. But then you're still looking down through the thickest
No,
part of
because
the
he was doing through a level. So the other point that he
was
was
high also.
addressing was high also. Yeah.
Okay. And so,
So
but okay, you're okay.
I've
But you
actually
do
watched the
agree.
video now because I didn't want to
I'm
go
just so
manual.
used to Glover's not understanding basic concepts. So you do agree that as you increase the distance, although say it's clearer up there because it's not as dense, the more the distance is, then the more atmosphere you have, of course, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair
So
enough. But
refraction is still going to increase
so
proportionate to distance, right?
so what we have to work out is what's the deviation from 7/6R? Is that deviation something significant or is it the square root of fuck all? And that's the question you need to have answers for.
No. The question is, how do people understand this is insufficient? I'm so confused by it because you're literally just taking the approximation of the apparent location. Now, if you're saying you're trying to account for refraction the best you can by increasing altitude and then increasing distance, well, of course, refraction is still
He's
proportionate
not
to distance.
increasing
So
distance by necessarily increasing altitude. All he's doing
no,
is he's
but you're
doing
doing both. Like you're doing both.
no,
Though.
no, you're not. Why are you doing both? If you're looking
Well,
straight across, if 1,000 yards at 1,000 yard height is the same as 1,000
but I'm
yards
saying the
at sea
reason you're
level.
doing both in this, because you have to increase the distance to see the difference in angle because it's just a slight change in angle because it's relative to the whole Earth. It's relative
Yeah,
to the
and
center
he
of
did his,
mass.
it was about 1,500 feet, wasn't it? His sight line.
1,500 feet, yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I don't remember his
1,570
exact
feet.
elevation. I don't
And his
remember his
elevation
exact
was
elevation.
1,260 meters or feet. I can't remember which it was, to be honest. I suspect it's in feet because he's American. So we'll
Okay,
go.
so at 1,000 or 1,500 feet, the change isn't even going to be that great,
Are
right?
you
Because
sure?
the Earth is so big. So if the Earth is exactly what they told us, and we're crazy for not
Well,
believing
again,
our
let's
authoritative
quantify that.
Nazi-loving Jesuits.
What would be the expected? Just stop bringing in that shit because it's a pointless, stupid saying Jesuits.
But it's just it's interesting
Because
part of it. It's factual.
they didn't have effects on
But it's
all over the
factual though.
world.
So
You're being very Eurocentric. We've got a lot of the world that we cover, and your Eurocentrism is not a good look because it's a
man,
big
I'm not with like the labels. I don't care much about those.
yeah, I know.
So can we just
So
move
put
on
them in
then?
them in, and then we'll stop
You
objecting.
take a fluctuation of the apparent location, you then reverse engineer it into the
What do you mean by
predetermined dimensions
fluctuation?
of the radius value to get your correction.
So
There
what
is
do you
actually
mean?
no use case for what you're claiming to do for
So
sure,
what
but
what do you mean by fluctuation? Are you just talking about slight differences in the refractive index over day one versus day two, or hour one versus hour
well,
two?
that's part of it, and of course, just the readings themselves are fluctuating. There's a fluctuation of readings themselves
And
inherently, right? Of course.
Well, no, I mean we're going to have an accuracy level to the instrumentation, yeah, which is our baseline error bar, but that will be within the standard deviation of the measurements we take by necessity.
Okay, does the total station account for any curvature? It doesn't, right?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. Not from what I've read. It's not an
Mm,
assumption. The only assumption they put in is the refractive index.
okay, so how are they interpreting the refractive index if they don't know the angle it's supposed to be at? The computer itself has to
No, we're just
factor
talking about
in the
spatial.
curve.
You know, if you've got a total station or if you're just using a theodolite, whatever. You know, we're just talking about taking some angles. Let's not talk about what the computer does because this has been done manually before the computers were invented. That's something from the last 10 or 15 years.
Well, yeah, but the readings are a little different then, but whatever. Yeah, if you want to go all the way back to like the late 1800s or
No,
earlier, I
no,
mean, it's
I'm happy with saying how about 1979?
1979. They used a theodolite, is what you're saying?
Of course they did.
Okay, and theodolites are less accurate, right?
Yeah,
So
but
we're at a catch 22. I'm not
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
get you
no.
or something like.
Now, why don't we go and find out what that difference is? So what the difference in accuracy? Because you're right. You know, if it's like 10 times more accurate,
No, it's nothing
you
like
know,
that.
and okay, so if we're talking it's 3% more accurate, okay, who gives a fuck?
Well, that's a
If if
huge deal when you're
if
talking
if
about like supposedly
if
finding the small little
if
change in angle of plumb.
if that 3% is within our error bar. So if it means that that's not going to make a difference to the parallel, versus non-parallel plumb lines, that's what you need to understand, or what we need to understand, because I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm pretty sure that like modern computers they factor in the curvature over vast distances to get the readings, but maybe not. I'm pretty positive they do because
I doubt it. I
well,
doubt that very
there are
much.
some computers that do, but I
Well,
don't know that
yeah, I
they
mean, you're
all do.
talking. No, we're talking difference between a total station and someone doing computer modeling from data.
But they're like total stations where they have like computers. I don't
Yeah,
know if
so
they're
but
okay.
they're
So
not they're not going to be the type of thing that's going to say, "Hey, we've got all these things we're going to assume about the world, and this is how we're going to affect our attributes."
well,
No,
geodetic
what it's going
surveying
to
is
do, it's
assuming the
going to
Earth's
be
a
a way.
sphere, dude.
It's going to be a way of logging that data, the same way as you log data on pretty much any electronic instrument,
No, you have to
and then I can
understand.
probably export it out as an XML or a CSV, and then I
It
can import it into my database, and I can start working on those results.
it
That's
imposes.
normally where we're going to do any assumptions that we're going to have.
If there's a
The
computer, it
process.
imposes curve, man.
No, that's a lie.
Okay, well, that's what the geodetic surveyor dude said.
Doesn't I don't think it necessitates that if there's a computer, it it means it's taking into account curvature. He could say that this particular model does, but I doubt that's true for all of them. So
Well,
why
he
don't
didn't say a
so
model though, but okay.
so
But
I'm
he
not
did say he
I'm just
compares it to the
doubting that that's
NSDA
okay.
or NDSA. What?
So why don't we find out? We could go and look at specifications, see if we can find out in there. We could get
Okay,
empirical
okay.
evidence rather than guessing. Because
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
moment,
because
we're just
I
relying on
agree.
someone else's anecdotal information. So why don't we be skeptical rather than assumptive? Because
Well,
you're just
that's my
making lots of
point. Like, I'm
assumptions.
being skeptical of all of it. Like, I
You're
want to narrow
not.
down and get the best postulation. Like, because what Glober wants to do is invoke all of it, but you can't invoke all of it. We've
Yeah,
narrowed it down numerous times throughout the discussion of what's inefficient. And Globers want to skip over inefficiencies and then tout them as if it makes them smart because they know how I understood the procedure or whatever. And it's annoying. So we have to make sure we get rid of these presuppositions that are the very thing that people are claiming this is invoked to prove. So almost all geodetic surveying is off the table from the rip because it's literally an act of comparing the known dimensions. Now, if you're looking at, you can say that the
well,
plumb
again,
and then
I
the
think you're making
differential
an
of things and
assumption
small
there, and
things prove it, then we can talk
I
specifically.
think you're making an assumption there. I don't think that's something you know as a fact.
No, no, no. It is though, because if you increase distance and you have a point to point, right? That's totally different if the Earth's a ball, man. Like there's an arc length there, dude. As you increase distance over 12 kilometers, you're gonna have to account for the fact that in fact that line from point to point is in fact curved. You're
It,
gonna have
it,
to know the arc length.
I don't think geodetic surveying arbitrarily assumes the Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't. It
That's
doesn't arbitrarily. It
what I'm
assumes the R value accurate, man.
that's
We've
what
been
I'm
to
saying.
space, bro. What are you talking about?
It's 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 the fact that it's based on prior evidence.
Okay, but it is definitely based on the R value, and it's also based on gravity. Based on that, that's what geodetic
And
surveying
anything with law.
acknowledges. The whole point is geodetic surveying acknowledges that although we got plumbed up, it isn't actually just vertical in general. It's just vertical relative to the center of mass. That's what geodetic surveying is. It's acknowledging that distinction.
I like that silence.
Yeah, I've taken way too much of my time, and I think I've kind of made the points that I want to make. But I felt really in that conversation. I was being more of the skeptic.
I'm just skeptical of the entire postulation being invoked that this somehow measures. This is the big thing, man. This is a calculation. This isn't a measurement. And if we could just all come together and be honest and answer and acknowledge that we didn't measure the radius. You're not doing it by doing this. This is a calculation based on a convexity rate, and it's using the ellipsoid.
It's measured. Sorry.
Well, okay. You're just wrong.
I mean, he's to broom something. Yeah. Gotta get him to do stuff.
Hot miking.
I mean, he should sweep the floor.
Hey, bro, you're hot miking El Baruca.
Oh, bad.
I want to sweep the floor.
What's it? You need to add a few anti-Semitic tropes. I'm trying to get bingo here.
Okay. Isn't it convenient that we supposedly are all divided based on blue and red and politics, but they disagree on everything, but they all seem to agree on one thing, and it's undying allegiance to the state of Israel. 1/3 of our foreign aid budget, in fact, goes to Israel, even though they make up 0.0001% of the population.
Yes.
They actually have over 70 dual citizens in our Congress. But how could you be in our Congress representing America's interests if you, in fact, have dual interests? I don't know, but it just seems to be the one country that's allowed to do that. In addition to that, we then get all kinds of geopolitical intel from this state that seems to end up not being true. We follow up on it, and what we follow up on benefits them, but the intel was always fake. That's about it, man. I mean, there you go.
Making claims there you can't back up, but
wait, which part of the claim? This is all openly known, my man.
That their intel is always fake.
Oh, and no, I didn't say always. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Maybe I'm embellishing. Yeah, maybe I'm embellished. Also, there was the USS Liberty, I guess, 1967. And Israel actually attacked an American ship, and we had an American flag flying on the ship. We were getting to where we could actually surveil their activity, which they were committing war crimes. They then attacked the ship. It was just an accident, they say, but it was a sustained attack over hours. So
they shot the safe boat. They also shot the safe boat.
Kuwait, Americans killed more British soldiers than Iraqis. And we had our flag on top.
I'm not advocating America's behavior. I'm just saying we're subservient to Israel.
Well, people fuck up. That's what I was saying on that point.
Well, our military, although the strongest in the world, this was an older stat, but 60% of the world's military spending, and we're number one. If you combine 2 through 14, they don't equal.
Oh no, you waste way
what
too
we
much
spend.
money on military.
Right. So, but it's just crazy because, in fact, with all that power, I mean, if we are subservient to another state, well, that state has that power. I mean, it doesn't matter how it's sold. So, and yeah, man, I mean, I don't like them. I mean, they were seen during the biggest domestic attack in U.S. history, right? They were their intel agents were seen on the scene. They were found on the scene. So, and then we just sent them back. They didn't even have to go to court. They had plane tickets to different locations, and they were all disguised like a moving van. And they always tell us brown people bad, go get them, they're terrorists, and then it's all for that state every time.
No, you didn't say it fast enough, Witsit, so you're totally wrong.
How come every country we ever invade speaks Arabic?
We don't.
I don't speak Arabic, mate. I speak English. So I don't know what you're banging.
It's just a line from a song, man. It's a B.O.B. song.
All right. One of your delusional, fraudulent slips, eh?
Well, I'm saying I said it from the song on purpose because I'm saying what a coincidence. They always want to demonize these people. When you look into it, they're actually the victims. They've been the victims for a long time. So
Reflecting, you want to be a victim, you're going to be a victim. Tough shit.
I think it's time. I think they know we're kind of waking up. Like we're tired of fighting these wars for these like banksters and for Israel. So
Well, it's been a holy war for the last fucking 2,000 years. Now it's going to change there.
I think this is the big issue. Like, if they can just pull off, and this might make some people in the room spiral, but whatever. If they could just pull off a false flag, and it gets us all again. I mean, if that's all they have to do is, as soon as we start waking up, like they just hit us with like a traumatizing event.
You need to knock that fucking golden dome down on that hill and put it back.
But I'm saying, if we just don't fall for it, actually, people aren't falling for it anymore anyway. So I think that we're actually in a good place.
They put the dome on the rock in the wrong place. It's supposed to be in the city of David, not on top of a fucking hill. No wonder nobody fucking worships that, and they all turn their back to it because it's not even the right fucking place. You know what I mean?
Actually, the Arabs are trying to get there, but they're blocked by the Jewish people. So
yeah, the Jewish people.
Right there.
There's nothing to do with the Jewish people, really.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wait, can we genetically prove who that is?
They don't want to allow it.
Sorry, bro.
I'm just saying they don't want to allow it. They could easily allow it. I mean, shit. I mean, Jewish people used to have Iranian babysitters, etc. You know what I mean? It's all changed. It's all changed.
Yeah, it's wild, man. And like, dude, I'm vehemently opposed to ethnic supremacy of any sort. I don't care if there's some like ideological justification for it or anything like that. In fact, that makes it weird, or like it having some religious motivation, because it's like, dude, you're not letting this one go. Like ethnic supremacy, bro. Like you thinking that you're inherently superior to someone like ethnically because of genetics is super lame. So that's what I think.
Change people.
Yeah, I think they want to take it down. That's why they've got to destabilize the Middle East, because if the Dome of the Rock falls, then that's war. So
yeah, I've heard they're trying to like take it down from like underneath.
Yeah, exactly. Like dig underneath it to make it look like it just fell down.
Right. No one's gonna be surprised when it happens. No.
Yeah. It's just I can't understand it. I mean, I really thought there would have been war crimes, when the US stepped away from the UN meeting so that Israel could be questioned, and when Barack was asked why he did that, he said, "We need to create some light between us and Israel." The next day in the Haaretz newspaper, it said, "Isn't it about some time someone assassinated Barack?" So it's just I don't like it. I think I got a real problem with this idea of superiority, and I think that's ingrained in the people. So it is. There's a lot of deflection and cover, but you can't also blanket every person across the world who is from
of course
has those genetics as the part of the problem. I
know super cool people that are Jewish.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care to say the word. It's not anything about that. It's just about like the state. It's like the geopolitical power that state has. I mean, as Americans, I can say like we're supposed to, at least in ideal, like just on principle, not be cool with that. It doesn't matter who it is. Like I don't. And then that's why when they do say like anti-Semitic show, I'm like that's why that word was made up. All the stuff that we're talking about, like even though it's nothing, it's just objective things. It's just like you're not allowed to talk about it because some reason you're anti-Mediterranean language. Yeah. It's just a stupid term they made up.
And you also had those posters in the subway, and I can't remember who the lady was, but she set them up in places like New York, and it said, "In the war against the civilized man and the savage, always choose the civilized man." So just blanketing like the entire Middle East as savage,
Right.
and no one bats an eye, none of this Black Lives Matter stuff, none of these type of groups, no one says shit,
Yeah, like literally, however they're
Dude, quite a bit
depicted
of the
on the
Middle East
media
is
is what's
savage.
going to
What are
be
you talking
believed.
about?
Yeah. Okay.
Where they were depicted as that, right? Like, do you remember? I'm sure everyone remembers. Like, they showed a video of them cheering in the streets,
There's
and they're like,
honor
"It is
killing. People
nothing
honor kill
related to the attack."
Yeah.
People
They
honor
tried
kill
to.
their sisters, people and brothers. People honor kill their fathers, honor kill their daughters. Not fucking civilized. They cut people's arms off for stealing. What's it? You'd have lost an arm already. What's it if you were living there?
Good one.
Is Jake yelling
I'm not
at his
kidding.
microphone?
Yeah.
Dude, here's what I'm saying, man. There's a misrepresentation of the culture as a whole. So that's just kind of objective, and that was done to justify some of our just ridiculous actions that are unjustifiable. And like, for example, they literally showed a video of people cheering after like an attack, and they acted like they were cheering because the U.S. got attacked, and it was something completely not related to that, and they looped that all over the media.
Yeah, exactly. And when they asked the people on the, who were arrested and sent back to Israel on the TV show, they asked, "What were you there for?" They said, "We were there to record it." Very hard to find that video now, though.
Oh, are you talking about the Israelis, the so-called Israeli spies? There's like 200 of them or something like that.
No, there wasn't 200 of them.
Well, the article I read said that there was around 200 that was being investigated, and the ones that they arrested were, I guess, supposedly were supposed to be art students, and they had like the police stations, their phones tapped, all kinds of stuff. It was a thing on Fox News about it.
Yeah,
This is
and they got back. They got allowed back to go home.
Yeah, they were held for like 100-something days, and then the Pentagon.
You show me an American that would have been let go that easily without standing trial.
Dude, exactly. Dude.
Yeah, I saw that show where they went back. I saw them being interviewed in Israel, but I don't remember everything they. Actually, I really don't even remember what they said.
Well, this is the psyop currently facing America, right? Like, Trump got bailed out by Rothschilds Inc. for like $4.7 or $4.8 billion in like '87. A sweetheart deal. He was bankrupt with his casino, and then he's got the Tree of Life Award, and then moved the embassy. They printed his face on a coin, all this stuff. And there's this thing called QAnon, which I'm sure you've heard. Which believe what you want. I think it's like a psyop. And,
yeah, they're crazy. They push the limit of fringe to the point of like not believable.
Well, they say I mean, well, either way, like a lot of Trump supporters, they think a lot of that's real, right? And so he said apparently what they all think is we're saving Israel for last. So I don't know about all that, but I will tell you, we as Americans are facing like that psyop right now, the psyop of like Trump draining the swamp, because it's about to get like where it looks so real, and that's what I think. So. It's a psychological operation. Like, these things don't just happen by chance.
Do you think he's going to win, or do you think Biden's going to win?
I think he's going to win big. And I think it's still going to be proven that they tried to rig the election, but he won anyway. That's what I think.
Who's going to win?
Trump.
Trump's going to win? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I called earlier he's going to, like, moonwalk in and win big. And I still think that's pretty much what's going to happen. But I think that they're going to inflate the numbers a bit with different methods, but I don't know anything. I don't even have much faith in the whole election system. So,
yeah, we just had a referendum in our country, 2 of them actually. One for euthanasia, assisted dying, and one for legalization of cannabis. And 65% of New Zealand chose to, kill off their loved ones if there's money. We'll take over your mental health decisions, and it's best that grandma dies now and we get all their money. 65% of the country, and then with the cannabis bill, it was 53 to 46 loss.
Wow!
With 480,000 votes to count. But the weird thing is that they waited 2 weeks to count the votes, right? or 2 weeks to tally the votes, but the votes to choose the new prime minister and the party was done in the same night of the election, like within hours. And here's the kicker: the referendum votes are in the same envelope. So like, why didn't they just do it all? You know, like how many more people would it take to count the other votes? You know,
That's wild.
No, you know why?
because they can fudge the numbers any way they like. Oh, it was really close. It was really close.
Sheeple,
Yeah.
just hear this. This will be coming up on a 4chan soon. The reason they rigged it, right, so that the people that need the assisted dying can't have cannabis to ease their pain.
The reason they rigged it is because governments are super corrupt, and Big Pharma doesn't want you to have organic remedies. Because the truth is, synthetic medicine's bad for you.
Got in. The uncorrupt politician is still in, and that's where you're falling.
Yeah,
down.
but it's just, right.
Yeah. Do you know what's real weird though? Our prime minister was in the yes camp for cannabis, but she kept her party vote, or she kept that vote quiet until after the election, so she didn't influence decisions. You know, so very, very funny. But there's 480,000 votes to count. If 67% of those votes are a yes, then it will get over the line.
Yeah,
but you know, they can easily just be like, "Whoa, it was 49.9, so close." You know what I mean? Like, it's so
you
fucking
agree? You
obvious.
agree that they do the same thing in Tennessee for a long time, bro. You agree that they don't want it? They don't want that, bro, because of Big Pharma.
Oh, of course. I mean,
country.
It's really sad because the only thing we have related to like cannabis medicine is a pill that costs, for you guys, it's equivalent of $700.
What?
A month for a standard prescription. You know, and my dad falls into one of these camps, so lives with chronic pain all the time. You know, and so he could have accessed all the range of medicines that exist out there. You know, CBD medicines and all the rest of it. You know, they would be no longer illegal to bring into the country. So it's just really quite fun. It's like we don't want people to live a life, you know, but we'll be happy to kill them off from 18 plus. You know, it's just so fucked.
You know, when my mom went to Israel a few years ago. I went back in '98, but she went a few years ago. My uncle runs a seminary school, so he takes people there every year. But anyway, she said what she found interesting was the rudest and I guess just the rudest people weren't the what do you call them? Not the.
It's just me, or he cut out.
I am.
My bad. Hold on. Am I okay now?
You said one of the rudest, and then we lost you.
Yeah, the rudest people to her weren't the Muslims, but the Israelis. Yeah, my mom's a Christian. She went over there to experience, I guess, you know, some of the biblical places, and she just couldn't believe it when she came back. She was kind of in shock that they treated her so mean, but yet these Muslims were so kind to her.
Hang on. Did you just call Israelis Muslim?
You know, they are God's chosen people. Of course, they can be rude. They are the one.
Yeah, but he just we heard what his point was, man. She said she was surprised because in the American modern interpretation of Christianity, Israel is like the chosen state of God, and those that bless Israel will be blessed. Those that curse Israel will be cursed. And due to the Schofield Bible from 1909, people think that's the literal state that was founded in like 47. So we have to turn our head to any of their decisions. And so he's saying she was surprised, which makes sense with that context, to see that it seemed to be somewhat the other way around, where they demonize like Muslims and all this stuff, and talk about how savage and barbaric they are, but they were kinder than the people that are supposedly the chosen ones in the Bible.
Yeah, isn't that what I said?
Don't have preconceptions about what a race is going to treat you like. Why would you think a whole race is supposed to be like rude to you and they're nice to you? Muslim people are nice. There's mean Muslim people too.
Yeah, of course, man. But the point is that they modern Christianity makes it look a certain way. Like they sell this narrative of just like they're barbaric, savage people. Like that's the way that its westernized interpretation or connotation
That's
is
quite
applied.
American thing, actually.
I'm just being bluntly honest, man.
Yeah, I trust you in that sense, but like, it's kind of American thing more than here in Europe.
I don't think about Muslims like that.
Well, no, like the younger generations here are nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like we're talking about the way that Western civilization has gotten to where it's at. I mean, it's still
just the way the media portrays it in the Christian groups.
Right, they'll say Judeo-Christian, right, is what founded and is still the prominent worldview in America. Like,
I would talk to your pastor then, man. He's fucking up.
I don't have most of the people that claim to be Christians and believe in the Bible. They don't actually believe the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I believe someone try and tell me about a book that they really think's a fairy tale?
Because you're in here saying that they get it wrong. So yeah, they do. They get a lot of things wrong.
Dumb. All right, Grumpy Pants. Dude, sounds like Eeyore.
I'm not corrupt. This is a stupid thing. Like, hey guys, I found out that Muslim people aren't actually barbaric people. Like, okay,
that's not what was said.
I think you missed the point completely, Koso.
Yeah, he does.
He exposed his IQ again.
Like, they were talking about one guy's mom.
Yeah, and when I went in '98, I didn't experience that. You know, I didn't experience what my mom experienced. But you know, I don't know if I blended in more. You know what I mean? Because I was a very, very tan, dark hair.
It's because you're a male.
Maybe, but
what, you don't understand that? You don't understand that?
No, I get it.
You're a man.
And also, a lot has happened in 20 years, guys.
I gotcha.
A lot has happened in terms of, like, you know, Palestinian and Israeli tension past 20 years.
It's really much more about just like it's a religion, right? So it's not Christianity. I mean, that's the main part of contention that you know, the whole westernized interpretation of Christianity is going to agree on and stuff. And it comes with a whole bunch of different connotations. It's probably more relative to exactly what denomination or what region of the U.S. or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's what happened. And you should wonder why. I think everything was kind of flipped on its head. I think some of the people that are really there and attached to the history there are the ones that are being cast out, and then these other people are falsely claiming to be this place that you just have to like completely do whatever they say because they're chosen.
Yo, Ko, did your mom go to the settlements at all?
I wasn't talking. You got the wrong guy.
I thought it was Phil Ko that said his.
It's Mr. Reality.
Oh, Mr. Reality, did your mom go to the illegal settlements at all?
The illegal settlements? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the illegal settlements.
I don't even know about those. Tell me, inform me.
The settlements that they have on like illegal Palestinian land. You know,
Are you talking about the West Bank?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. To be honest with you,
It's more than just the West Bank.
I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know where.
Militarized zones.
Yeah, I got you. Now, when I was there was like one military on one side of the road, another on the other. I mean, they were like 50 feet apart. Telling people which way to go and all this stuff, and I couldn't tell.
Hang on. Do you want a breakfast, Nicholas?
I mean, besides their uniforms, who was who, like who was on what side, and to me, this was, of course, in '98. It felt like that you're on the edge of something was about to happen. You just didn't know when or who was going to make the first move. It seemed very intense, and it could be their driving too. They drive like maniacs over there.
The reason I asked is because like you hear much more about the settlers being more aggressive and more like intolerant than those in the actual Israeli cities.
Gotcha. No, yeah, she didn't tell me.
Yeah, well, they're the kind of imported ones, aren't they?
That's what's so crazy. I bet there is a bunch of historical importance there. Like I want to go there just because of that, but I don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see because without bias, regardless of what you think, like this story was replicated, written about so many different ways in different places. Like I want to just see myself, but I feel like just to even go there is ugh.
Yeah, well, they built over the tomb of Jesus, built an apartment complex on top of it. So
it's
historical
cool.
significance isn't really.
My goodness.
When I went to what's it called? The place of the skull, Golgotha. I actually went to that spot, right there. I guess the Garden of Gethsemane, I guess where Jesus' tomb was supposed to be. But there was a big hole in the ground. They got it gated up where that guy dug and claimed he found the Ark of the Covenant. But they got a big gate there and a lock on it, which is pretty cool. I went on YouTube and actually found the VHS video that his family posted on there of them digging it all up. And he got the award from, I forgot who it was in Israel. It shows him getting the award, the certificate. And so that was pretty cool. That was my, yeah.
The move for taking over land is quite simple. They move the line back of the border, and then they push it further, and then they take over that little bit of area, and they say, "Oh, this is a militarized zone," and then so that means nothing can happen on that land. And then after a certain time, they just build on it and just push the line back, build the wall, shift the wall.
Yeah. What about that mountain? What's that one mountain called? The military guard mount. They say the ark landed on
Sinai?
by the Dead Sea or something like that. Mount
Arab.
Yeah. Is that really protected?
I don't know. The worst thing I heard about it is that a non-Jewish citizen cannot get a permit to build a house, so they build illegally, and so when they build illegally, their house might get smashed down within a week, or they might take a few months. So what they do is they create this mental schism. They think because it's like you don't trust your neighbor because they might be telling on you, and you know what I mean. You can't live in peace, and when they come to smash your house down, they tell you you've got a couple of hours, and they begin within 5 minutes. So you can't get any of your stuff out. They can't do anything. And then obviously that becomes a new area to build on. And so it's very, very sad. They control all of Palestine's water and turn it off without even warning.
Right, and they want a greater Israel, right?
What's that?
They want the greater Israel. Ultimately, like they want greater Israel. It's way more.
Yeah, they want all of it. They consider it their
it's
own.
huge. It's greater
They also
Israel
want.
is huge.
They also want the natural gas that's under Gaza.
So the Israeli people, they don't believe that Christ actually rose from the dead, right? They just
No, they don't believe that was the Messiah.
They don't believe. So what about I guess they wouldn't believe this part either. But isn't there somewhere in there that it says that if you are against Christ, you're an enemy of God or something like that?
Oh, they don't believe that.
Well, they don't think that it was Christ, man.
Right.
They burn. They often burn the New Testament when being sent a copy.
Gotcha.
Well, they have, of course, the Talmud. They say he's like burning in excrement.
Yeah, his father was Pantera, Roman soldier. His mother was what?
Did you just learn that Jews don't believe in Jesus Christ? Just learn that?
It's a bit more than that, though, isn't it? They've got a nasty word for Christians as well.
Directly to you.
Didn't they think he's a? Don't they think, or they teach he was a sorcerer and his mother was a prostitute?
Yep, of course.
Just read the Talmud. It's all gonna be pretty clear.
I just
Kabbalah.
I want to point one thing out to Witsit real quick. You notice that when you start talking about governments being corrupt and wars in the Middle East being unjust and our support for Israel is inappropriate, you don't get a lot of pushback here. I just want to make the point that just because we believe in the globe doesn't mean we're all government shills and taking the establishment narrative.
Fair enough.
Fair point.
Agreed.
Some people in here do that though, but no worries.
Yes, because you often go off into anti-Semitism.
Oh,
So what was?
I have no issue with Mediterranean language, Brenda.
It's a chill room, except for Brenda.
What was?
We established we don't blanket everyone, even
What
with
was the-
degrees.
What was the name of that? The not prophet. What do you call them? The rabbis. What was the name of the old rabbi that died about 5 or 6 years ago? That said that the Messiah came to him in a dream, and he wrote his name
Oh
down.
yeah. I can't remember his name, but he died, right? He
Yeah,
died.
he said that nobody could read it until a year, and then they opened it up a year later, and it said Yeshua, and everybody freaked out, but his family said that was his handwriting, and pretty much, I think he was pretty smart because he would have been kicked out of the synagogues, that's for sure. Even though he was like the #1 rabbi.
Yeah, no, I think they were needing a rabbi. You know, they needed the Messiah. So I think the story goes they waited around his body for 3 days, hoping he was going to resurrect, and then they buried him.
You know the problem with just like regurgitating the labels that they gave people for like these identity politics or whatever does have a ton of power, and calling that out somehow doesn't fit within the identity politics, ironically.
I think that there's two parts.
The Catholic Church?
Yeah, Jews don't believe that, man.
Yeah,
that's Christians.
Yeah, that's called anti.
No, the Old Testament literally prophesizes a Moshiach.
What you just said was literally anti-Semitic.
No, it literally wasn't.
I've heard Jews say they're going to get 2,700 something slaves each.
Yeah, Moshiach. They think their Moshiach is coming. That's a political leader that will take over the world. That's actually exactly what it says in the Torah. So what is it exactly?
I don't
That's
know
the way
Jews
they
you guys
interpret the
hang out
Torah.
with, but nobody I know thinks this thing.
Well, then they don't believe that they are interpreting the Torah the way that everyone else does in Orthodox Hebrew. I mean, what else do you want from me, bro?
Stop correctly interpreting the Torah, you anti-Semite.
There's a difference. There's a difference between extremist Zionists and all Jewish people. Just like there's a difference between
man. Of
extremist
course.
Islamists and all Muslims.
That should be unspoken, man.
I know. I'm just saying that, and I think that that's the problem. I think if you criticize extremist Zionists, sometimes you'll get labeled as an anti-Semite. But at the same time, I think when some people hear about the bad things that extremist Zionists do, they apply it to the entire Jewish community. So in both ways, I think we're not.
Yeah, I think the latter group is a huge anomaly, bro. Like I know that usually people don't have any problem based on any group of people as a whole. Like the ironic part of that is actually that's what we're fighting against in this scenario, because they think their group is actually literally better ethnically. So you see the irony.
I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with you.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
It is true though, Brenda. We're the goyim, which translates in true meaning to beasts of the field in human form, here to serve the Jew. Now it's less. It's like, oh, that just means non-Jewish person. You know, once it was discovered.
Did you hear about the Jewish failure?
Brenda, are you Jewish? Because I know Jewish people that say that everything I'm saying is what they think, so I'm confused.
So what was the?
Whistle past that.
No, he's not Jewish. He's just like indoctrinated.
What was the Messiah supposed to do?
Okay, well, according to the Jews, they think the Moshiach will come, and he'll be a political leader.
I'm not talking about.
That's what Messiah is. That's what that means, Messiah.
Okay, so the Messiah in the Old Testament, what was he supposed to do?
Right. Well, there's a couple different interpretations. One is he was supposed to. He came. He spoke the truth. He had to die innocently to be the sacrificial bird, and that the covenant with Abraham ensured the pure genetics. He fulfilled that because the genetics were being tainted by the fallen ones. And then once he was born to pure blood, he gave that pure blood sacrifice. And then we didn't have to. Now he was for us because his blood was a sacrifice without the sin. Now people think that he didn't come, and they think he's still coming, and they interpret. I was explaining the difference.
No, I want to respond to that. Where does it say that?
Well, I'm saying that's what some people interpret happened in the Old Testament. Now it says that because there's like over hundreds of prophecies that predict the Messiah, then the Yeshua character that came fulfilled them.
What prophecy says that the Messiah was gonna die?
Yeah, it's in there. I can't remember exactly, but whatever.
Well, I'm sitting here. I'm looking.
One. He was going to be a conquering. There isn't one because he was going to be a conquering hero. That was the prophecy.
That's is he going to be a conquering god or a conquering human hero?
Would conquer. Well, I don't know about human or not. He was the Messiah in the Old Testament, according to Jews, was to come and establish, the reign of the Jewish.
Well, he was supposed to take away the sins of the world, right? The sins.
No, that's in the New Testament. That's not in the Old
No,
Testament.
in the Old Testament, it doesn't say that. Everyone expected him to come be like a huge, ripped dude just dominating people, and that's not what the impact of what the prophecy actually was. The prophecy is saying that he's going to come and take on literally he's going to fight the entire battle. He is fighting the battle. That's what it's saying with all the prophecies, and he fulfilled like over 200.
Didn't it? Hey, Witsit, doesn't it say something about he's going to take the stripes? He's going to take our stripes, like our whips, and our punishment.
Yeah. Okay, Brenda. Look, I don't want to argue about religion, man. Oh my goodness.
I'm just trying to get a word in
Okay, go
here.
ahead, but just talk. We're not talking about Christian religion.
I'm talking
the Messiah by definition was going to die because he was going to come before the end times, be the conquering hero, like you said, unite the people, and then the end times would happen. He wouldn't live through them or something. Everyone would die.
So he was going to be a great hero who would come and conquer land.
You're right, Brenda. That's the main difference, okay?
Yeah.
So the interpretation of the Torah is different based on the Jews and modern quote-unquote Christianity, right? Agree. Yes, they think that... I don't want to argue this with you. I'm not going to.
Brenda.
Where in the Old Testament does it say that he was going to be sacrificed?
I'm not going to argue with you about the scriptures. I'm not interested.
It says that he would take our stripes, pretty much our punishment. But check it out. What I find interesting right now in the news, this particular rabbi and other rabbis said that the Messiah has already been born, and they're already talking with him. Like
there are kooks everywhere. There are kooks
but
everywhere.
No, hear me out. All of a sudden, now they're saying that they've been communing with this dude that's, I guess, showed up on the scene and is talking to these rabbis. I'll post it.
All throughout time, they've said that Messiah was alive. David Icke said he was the Messiah. Nowhere. I know a lot of Jewish people. My father's a rabbi. Nobody thinks this. Okay, this is your interpretation. Rabbi? This is your interpretation of these scriptures. Yeah. Stop talking about. Stop talking while I'm talking.
Oh my God!
Stop talking while I'm talking. Okay?
I mean, fucking.
What are you talking about?
I know these scriptures you're talking about, and the Christians interpret
You're
them
not
one
even
way. Stop
following
talking. Stop talking. The Christians interpret them one way and then interpret it to mean whatever they want it to mean, and that's why they have their Jesus and Messiah. The scriptures that are in the Bible that you guys are all conglomerating into one Messiah is not meant as most people don't think it means one Messiah. There's people that think that this person had already come in the ancient Babylonian times, even. So there's not one single Messiah that they're pointing at. That's just an interpretation. And it's not even.
You are so lost on what this discussion was.
You guys.
Well, in Isaiah, it predicts that Jesus would be despised. Actually, what happened is
you don't know.
In Isaiah, it says that it's predicted that Jesus would be despised and rejected by men, and in addition would experience much. Isaiah is the Torah, bro.
Isaiah doesn't say anything about Jesus.
I know, but
Christians interpret what
Isaiah I know that. I agree with you, Coach. What I'm saying, the prophecy about the Moshiach is that he will be despised and rejected by men, and in addition would experience much sorrow and suffering.
Yeah, and many people think that Isaiah was talking about Babylonians and the exile and the return of the Jewish temple. So there's all different interpretations, and that's 500 years before Jesus. There's people nowadays who think
prophecy about him.
There's people nowadays who might think it might pertain to them.
No,
but that's
okay, bro. I'm talking about Orthodox Judaism interprets that to be the Moshiach just hasn't been fulfilled in the Torah, and the New Testament's no good because it's about the false fulfillment of the Messiah. That's what they think. That is the orthodoxy. That's all I'm saying. Whatever, man.
Hey, Witsit, isn't that what Martin Luther wrote, like in his last book before he died?
Israel was a fucking man as well.
Didn't he? Israel, didn't that mean to wrestle against God?
No, he changed his name from fucking Jacob to Israel, I think.
Yeah, but that the word Israel, doesn't it mean to wrestle against God?
I don't know if it was a city.
I don't know. Abraham wrestled with God.
Listen, the only cool Israel is Israel Adesanya.
I know this American archaeologist has just recently worked out that the the dome on the rock is not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like 3/4 up the middle of the city of David or something. So they're all fucking worshipping in the wrong place.
Okay, so yeah, anyway, the fundamental difference is some think that those prophecies were fulfilled. Those that are now Jews, they don't think it was, but that it will be.
Do you
And that
understand
there
that
has
you just said Orthodox Jews, and now you're again saying Jews.
Okay, the
So do you
orthodoxy.
think that most Jews are Orthodox Jews?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so are you saying that most Jews don't believe in the Torah?
I said most Jews don't have that interpretation. Orthodox
Okay.
Jews may have that interpretation.
Okay, I don't
Orthodox
know.
Jews
So
are not
I'm
most
actually
Jews.
asking to clarify, man. So are you saying that the people that aren't that okay, they believe in the Torah, but they don't interpret it that way? Are you saying that they don't think there will be a Moshiach?
I say it to you
People are
clearly.
starting to
I already
complain
say it to you
about this.
clearly. You named one sect which do actually hold true to that being the Messiah, and that's true. That's you know, what do you call them? Orthodox Jews. Most Jews are not Orthodox
So they don't
Jews.
believe in the Messiah at all.
What's all the
They don't
anti-Semitism
interpret that to
stuff?
mean that there's a Messiah that's
The
coming.
audience
Okay,
is
fair
not
enough, fair enough.
enjoying
Well,
this.
the people that have all the power do. So we're going to talk about
What
the
are you talking about? They're not Orthodox Jews either.
No, you're right. A lot of the people that have like the media and stuff. I'm talking about like the state of Israel.
He means the Jews that control
No, I mean
Hollywood
the
and
state of
media
Israel, man.
and
I mean the
own
state
Listen
of
all
to
the
what
money.
he's saying.
It's the Jews who own
Don't
all the
insert
money.
your own
It's
prejudices
Jews.
into this and listen what he's saying.
I'm just saying it's the state of Israel.
How
That's what I'm
about the
talking
shape of
about.
that
Well, how
earth,
many
bro?
Jews
What
It's
about the
already in
shape
a
of the
fucking
earth?
state
Israel
anyway.
and the government are
Get off the
Orthodox
It's
religion.
always been in a
It
state.
Get off the
says that
religion. The
it says he's
audience
going
is
to be killed,
complaining.
man, and be pierced, and it says he's going to. And then
Hey,
the Jews, the Orthodoxy interprets it that he's coming. Some say he's already been there. There has to be a calf born. With like perfectly red hair, and they said that happened, and all these
yeah,
different
hey,
things.
Fucking
And there's different
Gaelic
beliefs. There's
influence
different
that
rabbis that believe different
however,
things. But
with it,
nevertheless, the state itself is built upon the foundations of the Orthodox interpretation of the Torah and subsequent documents and scripts, and they think their Moshiach is gonna come. Some say
look
it's
at
already here.
No,
They
they
think that
built
when
a
that happens,
fucking.
he's a political leader that takes over the world.
look at the
The
image I
Brits
just
up the
posted.
gate and built a fucking what they call it? What they call it? The fucking.
I love Jews. I love Jews, but I do not recognize the state of Israel.
Why don't we go to the trivia room? All the players, all the people that know what's up. Let's go do a few rounds of trivia or something, calm things down, and just have fun.
Let's just move on.
I'm happy to do trivia on Noah's Ark and Jesus and that then.
Shoemaker.
The Bible.
We can play trivia. I'm down.
Kosho.
Yeah, come on, Kosho. Let's come do some trivia on.
That's a good idea, Mr. Curved.
On Jewish religion and Jewish
Hey, Kosho,
understanding.
before you take off, maybe you can answer this. Were you
No.
the one? Were you the one that said that the Jews have?
I already said no to you, man.
Okay, well maybe somebody else can.
No, I said no. I'm not going to answer your questions.
That's okay. Then you can move on to your trivia. I got somebody else. So they've been saying for thousands of years that their Messiah is going to show
The
up, but it
audience
shows
doesn't
here.
want to hear this, Mr.
It
Reality.
shows here in that picture I just posted that they say not that he's about to show up, but that he's here and about to reveal his identity, and they've been talking with him.
Yeah. There are different people that say that. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. So we can move on. I mean, people can look and see if they want to. If they don't want to, then hey, man, what can you do, man?
Obviously, Earth is flat.
Yep. So we can play trivia if y'all want to. Does everyone in here agree it's a little bit of a sketchy story that a passport flew out of an explosion? It happened to be one of the terrorists.
Hey, not when an FBI agent finds it, then it's legit.
I mean, I think we can all agree on that one. Like that's a pretty far-fetched story. I mean, we can at least acknowledge that's out.
The black box didn't. The black box didn't make it, but that little piece of paper it did.
Yeah, the black box did make it.
Well, didn't the Pentagon get hit by a flying fucking wheel or something?
Oh, I don't want to argue 9/11. I just we were playing trivia. I'm just saying, is it probable that the passport popped out of the explosion and it happened to be one of the terrorists?
I'll take
Look, it
this
was
for
the
400,
passport
Alex.
found among molten metal. What's the harm in that?
I'll take this for 400, Alex.
I wonder how many pieces of paper came out of that office building.
It's made out
It's
of
like
the
finding a
same
needle
stuff
in a haystack.
It's like unscathed. It's like, oh yeah, that's a terrorist. Let's go get him. That's it. That's him. It came out of the explosion, bro. That's him. Go get him.
To start with.
They declared who it was. They were ready to go like the same day, bro. Like, so weird.
Well, the fucking work there were probably terrorists.
Well, paper burns in fire. But anyway.
You want to get rid of fucking economies, you just burn a few buildings down, yeah.
Rumsfeld makes an announcement that we're missing like $2.6 trillion, and the very next day, that very location of the Pentagon that had the information about the missing money gets hit by a supposed plane, making like a perfect little like sphere, little circle with no wing debris or anything. And now we don't have to answer the. Now we don't have to answer about the missing money because boom, what a coincidence! That's where they hit.
It's just one of those going to be.
They were hiding all their incriminating. Guys, 9/11 was nothing more than them hiding their incriminating evidence because they did that, and they took down World Trade Center 7. World Trade Center 7 had NSA, FBI, and CIA documents in it.
I found out where they were hit. They got both where they were hiding.
The 2.6 trillion was just in another pair of pants. Don't worry about it.
No big deal.
They've got it.
Just don't worry about
it. The fucking solid gold toilet seat that they fucking issue to everybody in the Pentagon, you know.
Well, remember all those boxes of information that NASA was missing? It's being stored in the same room as that money.
You mean the ones that
and all that gold
in Australia?
All that gold that went missing, that was in the same room as well. Apparently, when they brought the building down, it all got buried. So the gold's still under that building somewhere.
Yeah.
Just don't worry about it.
That's some expensive property.
Oh, and what did they pull off after this? Well, they justified that war. We went over there, and it was like they told us we were fighting terrorism, which is just like an idea. So how could it ever end?
At war with them.
And then we went over there. We started fighting a war.
Google computer.
Oh, and then they passed the Patriot Act.
Mm-hmm.
The missile systems didn't work.
Yeah, they're actually,
you know that Patriot Act reached New Zealand?
Terrorism today.
Did it?
It's called search and surveillance. No longer needing no longer needing any warrant to enter your property. They can come and take items that belong to you. It would deem necessary for the investigation and don't have to tell you anything. You know,
safety and security.
I've lost a hard drive in the past. You know, weird.
That's crazy,
weird.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing we can all agree on. I mean, they need to back off, bro. Like, the Patriot Act is the most invasive legislation ever written, bro. Like, it's ridiculous.
One of my buddies is a sheriff deputy, and he actually purchased from a bust a hard drive from this house, and on the hard drive was a ton of Bitcoins. He still got them.
Wow.
I think he spent some because he showed up at my place with one of those, like 10 grand for those giant, what are those guns? 50 cal, or I can't remember what it was. But anyway, yeah, they took these people's hard drives. He bought it.
Far out. You know, there was a bunch of farmers
dropping, sheeple.
What?
I said the views are dropping. You need to lift the game.
What views?
The views on my stream are dropping thanks to this idiotic
business. Ah, okay.
Business. We need FE. We need flat Earth. Where's the flat Earth?
I thought that flat Earth was stupid.
It is stupid, but that's why we're watching it.
Well, with your ability to learn information, retain information, you know, there's still hope for you that you get out of the flat Earth delusion. And I say that honestly, and as not a paid agent, as many think I am. I am. You know, I do often say that I am just to kind of stoke the fire of paranoia. But like, is there any in all the things that you've got wrong, or admittedly conceded to? Is there any way through to be shown the globe Earth again, or are you just 100%?
Well, my primary contentions would have to be addressed efficiently, man.
Right.
Talk about rotation.
You can't prove rotation, man.
The only way it's through. So if you want us to stop being flat earthers, come with some proof. Come with some actual empiric evidence. Like show us.
I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know if I was talking to brick walls, because I've met people who deny probability itself, which means in what they don't know and admit they don't know, they couldn't be wrong about what they do.
But you understand how ironic it is in this scenario, because we could have never been flat earthers that way, because we were all where you currently are. I used to think the earth was a globe too. I thought this was the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
So let's look at some evidence then. I got 15 methods that detect rotation, and I have papers for every single one.
You're going to give me all the like cliche supposed claims of axial rotation. So let's cut to the chase. So you think a gyroscope proves it?
That's worse than that. We're going to grill you.
The gyroscope will never prove the earth rotating.
Hey, what's it? You should really let them do it,
Listen.
but let it be one at a time, because man, I have a hard time listening with like 5 talking to you at once.
You have a hard time shutting up, Mr. Reality.
What? You can't take the truth?
I feel like every time people talk about rotation, the only thing Globers bring up is Foucault.
And gyros.
And gyros. And it's so fucking insane, because they, on one hand, they try to say it's all relative. You know, you won't be able to tell by movement relative. But at the same time, they're trying to use this movement, which isn't relative. It's bullshit, man.
Well, just simple, man. It's simple. Like, guys, we're not here for no reason, and everyone that's being honest knows that. Like, we didn't start saying the Earth's flat just because we thought it'd be fun. That's literally not how it goes at all. It's the opposite of that. There isn't empirical evidence of axial rotation. The Earth's stationary.
There is evidence. A lot of evidence.
No, it's a bunch of misinterpretations of the sky, assuming a sphere, and saying, how could this happen on a flat Earth if then? That's all it is. That's all it is, or it's presupposed causation of a gyro, misunderstanding of a pendulum. It's pathetic.
What you said is wrong. Would you like me to demonstrate how wrong you are?
Oh, please, enlighten us.
Okay, I have 15 methods that all agree on the rotation of the Earth. But let's start with something we can all see, okay?
Hey, before we get started, can we say one thing? Before we get started on all of them, can I say one thing? Before we get started on all of them, listen, man. You're not going to like this, and it doesn't matter. There is different causes that you may not be taking into account. For example, it could be that there's an electromagnetic field at the toroid, and it actually has a drift within the ether field. All right, go ahead with your list.
Choose your strongest one of these 15.
Well, let's start it because you guys like naturally observed phenomena. So we're going to start with something that we can all see for ourselves. Okay? Go outside. Everything you can see out in the sky goes around us once a day. So let's think about that for a second. Okay? First, we've got the moon. The moon goes in front of everything else in the sky we can see.
Okay.
Sometimes it goes in front. And then we've got these two things that we call planets that go behind the moon, but in front of the sun. Then we've got the sun that goes in front of a bunch of other things that move that we call planets. Then we've got this thing that's called the Milky Way. It takes up a huge portion of the sky, and you guys know what that looks like, right? It looks like whatever it is that we call a galaxy.
Well, we're in it, supposedly.
Oh, yes, that's true. And then we also see these tiny dots way off in the distance. That when you
Hold up, how does the Milky Way look with a naked eye?
I'm just saying, you know how it looks, don't you?
No, I know how like Aurora Borealis looks. But
you don't know what the Milky Way looks like? You never seen?
I do not know what the Milky Way.
Well, yeah, but we never know.
The Milky Way, man.
Well, are you saying we've gotten outside of the Milky Way?
No, did I say that?
Well, then okay, so whatever. So let's just move on.
And then we have these little tiny things way off in the distance that are just a dot to the naked eye. But when we put a telescope to it, they look just like the Milky Way does.
It's not very concise, man.
And they're faint. Okay, but I'm making a fucking point.
Not
So
really.
we've got all these things in the sky that appear to be at wildly different distances. Yet for some reason, they all go around us in the sky in 24 hours.
Okay. So we have...
Which is more likely to explain this observation that either we spin, so that way everything at all these different distances go around us once a day, or that all of these objects move at a different speed that just so happens to go around us once a day, as if they know how far they are from us and decide to go around once.
Okay.
Why do you give them sentience, bro?
Yeah, you make it sentient. So, actually...
Exactly, I'm making it sentient because I'm showing that it's absurd.
Why wouldn't it just be something that was created?
Okay, so he talked a long time, man. So we have lights in the sky. They do a cycle, right? And they're always going to cycle around the center point, or the star Polaris, which is, of course, over our center. And it moves. Now, when you go out, it's very simple. You look up and you see the sky moving. You don't feel the earth moving, you see the sky moving. Now, what we are told to believe, and you're asking which is more probable, as if that's proof anyway, but which is more probable? We don't feel it moving, we see the sky moving, but in fact, we are moving, the sky isn't moving, it's just because we're moving, it looks like that.
All right, so now let me just real quick
The part is he hinged it on being like an empiric observation, like a natural phenomenon. The natural phenomenon is that we see the sky moving, not the earth.
Yeah, it's literally a flat earth proof.
Listen, I'm starting with something that we can see that might indicate us that we would want to test and see if it's us spinning or if it's that.
Well, the number one's trash, so throw it away.
That's not evidence. I'm just starting at something we could see that might lead us to the hypothesis.
Okay, so that wasn't part of the list then. Go ahead.
Okay, so what are some things you could think of that detect rotation? Do you have anything? Because
you have to have you would have to have a different frame of reference.
So do you have? Is there anything that we can use to measure whether something rotates?
No.
Well, you'd have to you could do it relative to the Earth.
Are there any
you could be like
that we use to measure if something rotates?
Assuming that the Earth is stationary, then you could like try to measure speed
I'm
or
talking
something.
about anything. Talking about
Oh,
anything.
you just
Can I
don't
measure
want to
if
listen.
something rotates?
Yeah, we can measure something if it has an independent frame of reference from what you're measuring, bro.
Which is what I said,
Okay,
right? Like, why are you not
how do we
listening?
establish an independent frame of reference here on Earth so that we can tell if something spins? What are the methods?
It sounds like a you problem, man.
Shifting of the
I know
burden
the
of proof
fucking
policy
answer.
right
I
here.
was hoping that you
Wow,
could pick one so I
dude,
could show
this
you
is
that
your
the theory
list.
of
Your
Earth.
list is knocking out of the park, man. Like, can we
Okay,
get to
so
the
you just
best
want
one
me
on the
to
list right
smash?
now?
Do you want me to just throw you 10 of them in a row on top of each
No,
other?
I want you
'Cause
to
I
just
can
give me the best one you got. Give me the best one you got.
Well, the most precise ones we have are obviously interferometry, laser
No independent
gyroscopes.
frame of reference, bro.
Yes, there is. Do you know what the independent frame of reference is?
Tell me.
It's the path of light.
The
path of light is straight regardless of how you move around it.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there. So first of all, we're gonna have to say that we know exactly what the path of light is and the characteristics of light to fully understand it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what direction does light go in a vacuum?
The direction that it's going.
Straight, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So if I emit a photon, and then I move the shit that it's encapsulated in around it.
What's in contention is the word "go." Like it goes straight. Like really, it's transverse. So
it
no.
propagates. It doesn't matter.
Even before that,
that's what you said.
Is the word vacuum, because where does he have a perfect vacuum for light to go straight?
Not a perfect vacuum.
Is it
okay?
worth
So it's not going straight
that,
because of refraction, right?
Why did Witsit just insert this transverse aspect here?
Well, that's what light is. That's a transverse movement. It's a waving movement.
What does that mean to you, though?
A
Why is that
waving,
relevant here?
because he said that it's moving straight. Well, no, it's actually transverse and inherently.
It's called a
anyway.
transverse wave, but anyway, as
Yeah,
opposed to a
inherently.
longitudinal
Yeah, so
pressure
you're
wave
agreeing with
like
me,
sound,
Curves.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you should.
Okay,
yeah,
so
you're agreeing with me.
What's the point, though?
I was correcting
Make it
him.
relevant. Make it relevant.
He said it was straight. I said, well, actually, it's not straight. How's that not relevant?
Its transverse nature of propagation does not refer to the direction of it. It's not
okay,
like
but then he invoked a vacuum instead of straight, right? Like, yeah, well, it's straighter, but it's still never actually straight.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's see how you can.
Moving
the path is straight.
More or less straight.
Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead, Phil.
More or less.
Thank you, Curve. So let's try and see how you explain how every interferometric gyroscope in the world shows the same answer that the Earth is rotating. No matter where it is on the Earth, the axis is always parallel to the axis of rotation of the Earth, if you consider that the antipodal celestial poles are the axis of the rotating Earth.
You're just assuming what you're claiming to prove right now.
What I'm telling you is that it matches that hypothesis.
No, that's how you came up, bro. Do you not understand
I understand very well. I started with a naturally observed phenomenon. I moved to a hypothesis that the Earth rotates along an axis
Lord.
that's antipodal
Oh my
to the
gosh.
celestial poles, and then we decided to test it by building a laser interferometer. So that's where we're at. We tested it.
You're not testing it because what you're saying is that your readings are caused by axial rotation. You're just
we're
skipping
making a
that part and
correlation.
acting like it's proof of it.
We're making a correlation. Nothing is proof. Science is all
Okay, so
correlation.
no, you're not even close to getting anywhere close to making a substantial claim to causation right now. You're not even in the ballpark.
Correlation. Jesus Christ, listen to the
Yeah,
words
but you're
I'm
not
saying.
even in the ballpark of making a claim about anything.
My claim, my hypothesis is that the Earth rotates along an axis that's antipodal at the celestial poles.
So that has something to do with light.
We built an interferometer that we can demonstrate can tell if it's rotating. We can do that by simply rotating it manually and seeing that it records the rotation.
What if the Earth is stationary and there's a drift that the light is in above the Earth?
Let's explain this drift. There's your hypothesis. There's this drift. How
No, I'm not the one invoking this to claim to prove the Earth spins. So do you have any evidence the Earth spins? Because all actual evidence and all observable phenomena shows that the Earth isn't spinning.
So fucking dishonest.
It's dishonest for him to try to shift the burden of proof. What are you talking about? You're lost, Curves, per usual.
Listen, Witsit, I set up a hypothesis. I tested it. The hypothesis matched the observations.
That isn't what happened, though.
Listen, you fuckwit. Jesus, quit interrupting me. We set up a hypothesis. We tested it. We came up with an answer that correlates to our hypothesis. That's called evidence. It's not proof. It's evidence. Do you have some other way to explain it?
I don't think your explanation is sufficient.
I don't give a fuck. I didn't ask
you.
Well,
falsification is independent of replacement. You're like a child. You're shifting the burden of proof.
You to falsify it.
That's why you're so mad, because you're such a loser. You have to substantiate it for me to even falsify it. I mean, you're not even you're just saying that you're presupposing. No, you didn't. You're a clown. You're presupposing the causation. You're not using the scientific method because your presumed cause is the axial rotation of the Earth. Are you manipulating the axial rotation of the Earth?
You know what a hypothesis is?
Yes. It's a proposed test of a cause and effect relationship that you're going to then figure out if it's accurate.
So it's not
a proposed test.
So it's not a presupposition then.
It's a proposed test.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not a presupposition.
But then you have to have your independent variable to test your hypothesis, and that is axial rotation in this case. You're certainly not manipulating axial rotation. You're just assuming that the way that this light behaves is correlated to axial rotation. That is literally what you're doing.
Not just that, your hypothesis does have a presupposition. The hypothesis itself isn't a presupposition, but yours does have a presupposition.
But you guys are criticizing, not falsifying. You're just criticizing.
Your presupposition is that you saw this natural phenomena, the stuff moving in the sky, and you presuppose that it's not, in fact, that's moving, that it's the Earth moving. So
that is a hypothesis.
You're just saying you don't like.
Okay, how about this, guys? You're claiming that it's the Earth spinning, right? And you don't understand that what you're doing is you're claiming the cause of deviation of the light. You're just so lost you don't even know what you're claiming. You're claiming the cause of the deviation of the light. You're claiming the cause of the deviation of the light, right?
With it, listen to me very carefully.
Are you claiming the cause of the deviation of the light? Yes or no?
We found a correlation to my hypothesis with our evidence from our experiment. That's what we did.
Okay, well, in an experiment, you actually manipulate your IV.
Hold up. I want you to listen to me for a second, and I want you to specifically tell me where this is not the scientific method. We had a naturally observed phenomenon. I came up with the hypothesis the Earth rotates around an axis that's antipodal at the celestial poles. We built an interferometer that we have demonstrated can tell if something is rotating. We detected a rotation that absolutely correlates with our hypothesis. Now we have evidence. What's
your independent variable?
Your hypothesis is deviating lights. They're deviating because the Earth is rotating.
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
No, you're wrong, though. You just don't understand.
So
what's your independent variable, Mr. Scientific Method? What's your
variable is simply location.
Oh, so you're proving your presumed cause is location.
The cause of the independent variable is the cause of the change in the dependent variable. It's not
the presumed cause that you're manipulating is location, right?
But you're an idiot. Like, you're listening to QE too much.
No, just listen.
Independent variable is the cause of the change in the dependent variable. It's not the
and that's dependent upon location, right?
That is our independent variable.
Is it dependent upon location?
Yes, the rotation. That we
Okay, so
measured.
location will give us different readings in a gyro. That's what we got right now, right?
You got an independent and dependent variable, exactly.
Location will give us different readings in a gyro. Now, you're claiming the reason the locations give us different readings is because the Earth's actually a ball that's spinning.
I didn't say that. You fuckwit. That's
No,
my
that is what you're saying. You just don't understand it then.
Witsit, I feel like you are sorely mistaken on
Hold
how
up, bro.
science
So if I am at the same location, I turn the gyro in a different like, maybe 45 degrees, or I turn it like 90 degrees or something like that. Would I get different readings?
Because you've changed the location.
How?
That's what we're saying, though. I don't dispute that. You get different readings on a gyro at different locations. We know this. You're claiming the cause of that, and actually, your claim cause requires evidence for the sphericity part and the spin part. You're just claiming them both.
So confused. You're so very
I'm not
confused.
confused.
Listen,
I know. How would you confuse me? If you're like 5 steps behind every single discussion we've ever had, how would you confuse me?
Why don't you stop talking so you can what you're saying?
The hypothesis.
No, I don't. You won't respond.
The hypothesis is that the Earth rotates, which causes what we see in the sky. Now we will test that, and when we tested it, we find that what we found with our rotation agrees with our hypothesis, which is evidence. It's a correlation.
No, you're wrong.
It does not mean proof.
Your hypothesis has to be specific to your test, bro. You can't just have a very general
Here's
hypothesis.
the deal. There's an energy and there's a drift, and the energy and the drift is exactly what causes the sky to move. If you're correlating the movement with the sky, which is what you're doing, it's all going to be correlative relative to the location within the field and within the sky that you are. That's what we see. As we go around, we see different locations have different readings on the gyro. Then you make up a story about a magic cartoon spinning ball that has axial rotation, and you're supposedly proving cause just by correlation and making shit up.
Now you've come up with the hypothesis, so you need to make a prediction using that hypothesis.
Okay, here's my prediction. If you go at a higher elevation at the same latitude, you'll get a different reading, but that couldn't happen if the cause was axial rotation.
I'd love to see you prove that. I know.
Okay, and whenever we prove it, what you gonna say?
Bob Nodell has been spewing that bullshit for years and never brought us any of the fucking evidence. So you're gonna keep relying on that shit. It doesn't
No,
exist.
I'm not gonna keep relying on it. I'm saying you should ask me for a speculative hypothesis. There you go. I agree with that because the actual drift would be relative to elevation because you're within the toroid of the electromagnetic field.
All right. So for now, what we have is evidence for mine and no evidence for yours.
No, you have no evidence for yours. There's more evidence for mine. We know an electromagnetic field exists.
Honest, man.
Right. Allow me to paste 5 papers in the chat.
Honest, man.
I'm going to paste 5 papers in the chat that show this evidence that I have. I would love you to do the same. Go ahead.
Well, I don't dispute that gyros read different readings on different locations. It seems like you need to pull your crayons out. I've said it 4 times. I'm claiming that what I'm disputing, in fact, is your claim of causation. Write it down.
Hey,
Where did I say causation? Tell me I said causation.
Well,
now you're disputing it, and I thought you were falsifying.
Different angles.
No. What I'm saying, yeah. The thing is, you're asking me to falsify something that hasn't been substantially even given evidence for yet.
He said
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's just like saying, prove to me Santa isn't real if you don't Santa's real. That's what he's doing right now. It's that stupid.
What do you think about his evidence?
No, the evidence is just the effect. This is just like what you people do with gravity. You see the effect of gravity, and you think that it makes. I say that it causes bullshit. There's no actual empirical evidence of it. It doesn't even make sense because all you're doing is correlating it to the sky, presupposing its relationship with the spherical terra firma. That's what you're doing objectively, and no one will respond. No one will respond. No one will respond.
I'm trying to respond. If you would shut the fuck up.
Okay, respond with specificity to what I just said. Then.
The consequent
My hypothesis gave us an axis of rotation. That's our proposed axis of rotation. So if we put an interferometer at this location, we will measure this rotation relative to the axis of rotation of the Earth.
Your hypothesis did not give you an axis.
Shut the fuck up, asshole. Now, I just posted 4 papers in the chat that did exactly this. And they all agree that they all detected a rotation exactly correlative to what they would find if the Earth's axis was rotating antipodal to the celestial poles. Please rebut that.
Now, your claimed little cause is engineered based upon the fact that there's a drift. This has been known about for a long time. There is a drift. Now, the thing in contention is what is causing the drift. You're literally saying after we reverse engineered based on the known drift that was detected, and we came up with this is what the Earth is relative to the sky and the drift. That means my claimed cause is real. And if you can't prove it wrong, even though I have just said that it's real, I'm just baselessly asserting it, then it's real. Ha ha, you flat earthers are dumb. You're presupposing a claimed causation. I have more evidence for mine. We do have an electromagnetic field on Earth, provably.
You just said you're baselessly asserting it, so there's proof.
Yes, so let the record show
y'all
that
lost.
I
You lost.
provided evidence that supports my hypothesis. Witsit has provided nothing but a
He's
big
going to keep looping the low IQ dumb things, and y'all people are going to amp it up. It's so stupid. He didn't provide any evidence. All he did was show what we already knew existed, which was locations give you different readings. Then he doubled down on his baseless assertion of the causation.
Please don't recap
It's been
what
said
people
5
are
times.
doing in
Been
here,
said
man.
5 times. Been said 5 times.
Don't do that. But Slacker spoke up
Oh,
or
well, here
tried
Kosho's
to
gonna
while
lie.
you were
Yeah, we
talking
know.
over each other. I'm just gonna mute you every time you do that, man. So stop talking over me. But Slacker had said something. Slacker had said something a second ago that was pretty appropriate here, and he said, "You say again, Slacker, because you're here."
Yeah, you keep just saying different readings, but let's be specific here. They're the exact same angular rate at different angles.
Exactly.
That angle.
Yeah, and that's relative to your latitude.
And they happen to be the most precise fucking rotation detection devices ever made. These things
Yes,
are
I don't
incredibly
dispute
accurate.
that they're detecting the motion.
And somehow they all perfectly match exactly what we would find if the Earth was rotating. And
That's not how it worked. Dude, gyros, we detected the reading a long time ago. You know that, right?
Do you think we're talking about a fucking Foucault pendulum right now? We're talking about 6-meter fucking laser interferometer gyroscope.
I know what a gyro is, man. You clown, Joe. You're so desperate. You're so desperate.
I'm very desperate. It's so easy.
Yeah, you're desperate.
The rate was different at altitude, and it's not.
I'm saying, he asked me, what's your hypothesis then? I said, well, then maybe one thing that would happen is if you change elevation, you get a different reading, even though in your same latitude, and that couldn't happen. Okay, well, have you tried it out? You've tried it?
We have seen all these different readings at different.
Oh, yeah. So what was the highest elevation you saw a reading at?
What does it matter? They're all the same.
You're making stuff up.
No,
who's making stuff up? Who's making
this
stuff
clown
up
talking?
Oh, Witsit, the guy who just made up some shit and asked us
I didn't made up nothing.
Made up shit, is telling us
I didn't make up anything. I didn't make up anything. Wait, are you saying? Wait, here. I'll walk it through you like a kindergartner. Do we have an electromagnetic field on the Earth? Yes or no? Do we have an electromagnetic field on the Earth? Yes or no?
And we can measure it.
Oh, so yes, right?
Yes, and we can measure it.
Okay, do you agree that there's a magnetic? Do you agree there's also a magnetic flux on the Earth?
You agree that we can measure that?
Yes. Now, do you agree that magnetic flux, if projected over a flat surface, results in a drift? Yes or no?
But you understand that
No, yes or no?
No.
Yes, and do you
Okay, someone's saying no, but he says yes. Okay, well, I'm talking to you, so go ahead.
What we find is that these things are circular around the entire Earth. So if you are at one location on the equator and there's some kind of magnetic or ethereal flux or drift going around us, it would only be going through my device in one direction, which would not cause it to rotate with an axis that's below us. You're saying that somehow this flux or this ether drift circles around each individual observer specifically due to their latitude and produces an equivalent drift equal to what the axis
No. The gyro is picking up. No, the gyro is picking up the rate of drift, man. The gyro picks up the drift relative to where it's at. That's what happens. You're just making stuff up.
Where did this drift come from?
Okay, I'll just show you the magnetic flux of the Earth mapped out over a flat projection.
Show me how the magnetic.
You're not connecting that to affecting the gyroscope.
Well, wait, why not?
Why would it affect it?
Why would it affect it? Because the electromagnetic flux itself isn't. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, the electromagnetic flux itself isn't what's affecting it. What I'm saying is that's how we know we have a toroid.
Yeah, why'd you tell him to continue and then keep talking with it? Let's start finish.
Okay, but that's just like straw man's, man.
I'm not strawmanning anything. You keep saying, do we have a magnetic field? Yes, we do. But you keep suggesting that connects to the gyroscope.
Oh, but he's not going to strawman me, though.
Is that
They're
not
asking
what
you a
you're
question.
doing?
Yes, okay. So what I'm trying to explain is I didn't say that it was the magnetic flux itself that's causing the deviation. I'm saying we know that there is an electromagnetic field. We do know that's within a medium, in my opinion, but either way, it's a toroid, and that's going to be different relative to where you are on the Earth. Now, we know that part. We know that part, that there is a field. Now, to think that if there was a medium, the way that you would get readings on a gyro wouldn't be relative to the entirety of the toroid and your location would be naive. And what we see is there is a correlation relative to our central points based on the gyro reading. The question is, what exactly is the gyro picking up? Y'all presuppose and claim victory by just saying it is the Earth spinning. And we mapped it out based on that drift, and that means it's real. And y'all think that y'all did it the other way around.
That's classic affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah. Well, the reason with it is because we know gyroscopes respond to rotation. We don't have any proposed mechanism for a gyroscope to respond to a magnetic field.
No, I said the movement within the field that the field's in. Really, the medium the field's
we
in.
know that gyroscopes respond to rotation and movement. We don't know that they respond to magnetic fields.
Whoa.
At least
No, I said there's a
heavily
movement
implying that.
there's a movement, dude. There's a drift. I never said there wasn't movement. Since the beginning, I'm saying there is movement. I'm disputing what movement's being picked up. You think it's the Earth. It's so ridiculous. No, it's not. It's not the
It may
Earth.
not interact with magnets, but maybe it interacts with the ether.
It does react with the ether. There's an ether
They
drift.
don't respond to something else being moved.
There's an ether drift.
Now, you keep saying that. Now,
Well,
are you
you're
going
just
to
saying it's a
propose how
magic
that
ball
connects?
that spins. You
How
can't even
does
prove
that
the ball
connect to
parts.
How does that connect to gyro?
Dude, you're telling me it's a magic ball that spins. Dude, you're telling me that it's a ball that spins on an axis, and you can't even prove the ball or axis parts. And I'm supposed to believe that when you engineer this, assuming the causation of the motion picked up, that it proves that all those other claims, and it was reverse engineered based upon it. It's like very, very remedial. It's so remedial, dude.
That's acting due to basic
You
mechanics.
can't prove the ether or the flat Earth. Cool. Just so we're on the same page.
Okay, you can't prove your magic little religion that you believe because someone told you to believe it.
You keep
going back to something. It's kind of silly to be arguing about.
To be honest, falsification is independent of replacement. It's kind of silly that grown men.
You can't even get to rotation without talking about the shape. And if you don't agree on the shape, it's kind of a moot topic.
Well, of course I don't agree on the shape. It's not right.
Yeah,
The claimed shape.
So arguing about the rotation is kind of silly.
Well, he's the one that asked it, but I mean, nevertheless. Okay, I'm glad you can see that. You're right. You are right. We agree.
My opinion.
We agree then. Yeah, we agree. Which is refreshingly honest. So,
what's it?
do y'all want to get to that part, or y'all want to keep talking about if we knew that part was real? Because I can defeat that too.
I would like to know if you accept the numbers that these people read off these little devices they have.
The gyro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I held one in my hand the other day that was super dope, man. Yeah, okay.
So you
What about
believe
it?
there are people who took these devices and put them on a table somewhere and read them for the course of the day, right? You agree that they did that?
Yeah.
And do you agree that every one of them measured 15 degrees per hour? Do you agree that happened?
Well, there's a fluctuation of readings, but typically.
No,
close
but
to
okay, but you agree that they actually did this, right? You don't think they're lying about that?
You agree that it's not
I'm just
exactly
asking you a
15
question,
every.
man.
No, but
I'm
you
just
did.
asking
You
you a
said it
question.
wrong. You said they got exactly 15 degrees every time. That's not. No,
I never
that's not what
said
happened.
that.
Okay, well
but
then
it's
you're
really
being
close.
deceptive. Be honest about it.
Oh, fine. I'm being deceptive. Do you
Well, then just
agree?
be honest about it.
Fine, man. Do you agree that they saw a number and they saw some variation around 15
Yes,
degrees?
of course, man.
And do you agree that no matter where they put that, anywhere on the Earth, they're going to see that same number?
Well, yeah, based on their latitude, they're going to interpret the rate of change.
No, I'm not asking an interpretation. I'm saying what their little device reads. Do they read 15 or right around there?
Around it, yeah.
Okay, but they all, no matter where they put this device, no matter which elevation, whether it's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench or on the top of Everest, they're going to get this. They're going to see the same number if they can get there.
I don't know that they would see the same number. I don't know.
Didn't
Bob I've never done it. I plan on doing it for myself.
The new thing.
Yes, he did, and I believe him over. I believe him I'm gonna try to. I'm saying I can't claim it personally. I'd certainly blame over people here that I've proven themselves to
Do you
just be
have any
dishonest.
reason to believe that it would be a different number on the top of Everest than it would be in
Yeah,
Death Valley?
well, no. The only reason to believe it is more so like, well, it could make sense within a drift. It wouldn't be vital or necessary if it was a drift, but it would make sense. It couldn't happen if it was axial rotation. And then the other question is, if these are so like, look, think
You're
about
going
how
off already.
accurate
I just want
these.
to stop and see what we agree on. Do we agree that we would see those numbers? Can we at least, you and me, two human beings,
I already said,
trying to
yeah,
understand the
man.
world? Okay. Now my question is, what this drift thing you're talking about? Can you explain it to another human being?
Yeah, but you just won't like it because it's not
Go
within
ahead.
the confinement of what we were told, the paradigm we were
Don't
told.
tell me why I wouldn't like it. Just tell me what the drift is.
Okay,
How you
so
go with
there's we have an energy field, right? There's a medium, man. You need something to propagate through. Light propagates through the medium. In fact, it is the excitation of the medium, because you can't propagate through nothing that's stupid. So if the medium's here, and that's what the light itself is, right? And then it has a drift within the medium, you're going to detect a pretty consistent drift. It could fluctuate sometime because of the energy and the location within the ether field or the medium itself, though, which makes sense. Yet, whenever y'all just don't get right readings, y'all act like it does make sense. But I thought these were really accurate at detecting motion. So why do you get different readings? It's because it's the ether field.
Can I ask you what? So this drift that's happening, does it have a direction in relation to the stationary flat Earth? Is it like going in a circle, or is it just going across to left to right, or east? I mean,
Yeah,
there's no east
I would
west,
say
right?
it's like vortexual.
East to west is a circle.
Vortexual.
It's a vortex.
Yeah, vortexual.
You see this thing going around as a vortex around this, and it's vortexed at the North Pole, I take it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. What a coincidence we can't go there for you either.
And so, but does this drift have anything to do with elevation then? And so is the drift at sea level the same as it is at the top?
I would say there is definitely a window that it wouldn't be, because as you get higher, you would be going higher up the toroid. So,
In this model, there's no need for that gyroscope to change based on elevation, then, right?
No, but it could.
But there's no need for it, right? You can still hold your model without having to hold on to this difference elevation. So this thing you were talking earlier about it changes based on elevation, you really don't need for your model, do you?
No, the value of that would be to better understand it, and one thing would be it could exclude the viability of saying it was axial rotation, because that wouldn't change based on elevation; it would change based on latitude alone.
And so the next question, so how did you come to the conclusion that this drift exists?
Well, you just go back and you look at all the way back when they first started figuring this stuff out, and they looked at perpendicular light rays, right? And they wanted to measure a phase shift. Back in like Michelson-Morley, we got Michelson-Gale. Michelson-Morley's expecting there to be a certain type of deviation based on the Earth spinning.
Hold on
they didn't see that, but they did see some shift, because there is a field the light is in. It is in fact a field.
I have a question for you then. So this drift is going circular, right? It's going a vortex. So would this Michelson-Morley experiment vary depending on which way you pointed the two receptors? Because if
that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So actually, they did a horizontal.
Get no drift, right?
Well, they did a horizontal axis. You're going to get much less drift. Vertical
horizontal
axis.
To what though? Horizontal to what?
The Earth.
But your drift is this vortex thing going around above the Earth, right? Or it's.
Yes, bro. But they measured the phase shift of like perpendicular light rays, and they expected a certain difference based on revolution and axial rotation. They didn't get that, but they did get a difference. The difference is it's within the ether drift, man. They established definitively there was in fact a drift. Now the claimed cause of it is
Are you making this up?
Yeah, dude. No, I'm 100% positive. They got it. They said it was a null result
direction?
Because it wasn't.
So which direction they point this thing? East, west, north, south?
East, west. Well, no, perpendicular. The perpendicular light rays, but they measured it east, west.
Huh. I wonder why they would do that. Why do you think?
No, I don't think. I think that it's not that they did it. It's just they measured the shift.
Okay, so this was in the paper that you read where they specifically said as part of the research design they're going to point this thing east and west.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that's not what they said. They just measured the shift.
So how do you know which way they pointed it then?
Oh, you look at the results. They measured the shift. It's perpendicular light rays.
Well, but
measure
would
the
it not
shift.
matter which way they would
Well, they would get that with the results when they measured the shift, bro. But anyway, the point is they expected much more of a shift. Literally, that's where relativity came from. Because it couldn't be that the Earth was in fact a spinning ball in a heliocentric model with the ether anymore. That couldn't exist.
I've heard you say this 1,000 times before. We
Well,
don't
just
need
the
to go through it again
truth.
for me. I know, I heard you, but I'm trying to just understand better. So, is there anything else we can conclude or predict from this vortex flux thing that you're talking about? Anything
Well,
else?
what we know is there
Other than
is
how
a
it affects
drift.
gyroscopes.
There is a drift, man. And if you don't just assume the Earth is spinning, you assume it to be stationary, right? And then you
No,
look
I
at the
got you.
phase shift of light.
Yes. No, you don't need to go through
It'll
the whole
drift, man. So it's
I got
consistent. It's all consistent with what we
So
observe.
how does this vortex explain the pattern the stars take that we can watch every night?
Just imagine them connected to the top of the toroid that extends up, and it's drifting in that direction.
Just imagine it. We don't have evidence. Let's fucking imagine.
No, it's not even imagine, and we know how electromagnetic fields look. We can look at them.
Imagine.
So do you accept that people looked at southern pole stars, and there's no way that you can possibly
They look at the
fit that
Southern
into the
Cross.
model? Well, I don't know if it's Southern Cross, but do you agree that people have looked at southern pole stars?
Southern pole stars? What does that mean? There would be one pole star.
Okay, the
and no,
polar
that doesn't
stars.
exist.
Okay.
There's Southern Cross.
Okay, fine.
Okay, what?
So do you agree that someone in Sydney, towards their, I guess, dawn, would see the same stars looking south as someone in South Africa who's looking because it's dark there and it's evening?
No, they would see them in different. They would both see them. They would both see them, but they would see them in different locations in the sky.
No, the
Okay,
southern celestial
really?
plane
So hold on.
Wait,
so
say
hold
it
on.
again.
Just
Say it
let me-
again.
Come on, let me finish this with him. So let's say that someone in Sydney, or let's say Perth because it's a little closer, just took out just looked south. They took out a compass and they looked south, and they see a constellation, right? They see something looking south.
How far away do you go?
It doesn't matter. They're in Perth.
No, how
and they
far
look
would you go to the
south.
next point then?
Now hold on for a sec. I just want
it
to
does
see
matter.
I just want to see what evidence you take. We can interpret it later. I just want to see if we're on the same page with evidence.
I know. I'm trying to make sure that you understand. You have to clarify for it to be even coherent, man. Because it's gonna change relative to the distance between the two people that are observing south from their location, bro. It's gonna what they perceive in the sky. The location of those stars are going to change relative to how far away you get from the first point.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
But let's get back to the scenario.
Okay.
You get someone in Perth. Hold on. You get someone in Perth. They break out a compass, right? And they point south and they look south. Okay. We agree they can do that, right? That's possible.
Yeah, I mean, compasses get kind of sketchy in the southern hemisphere, but we'll just
Now
run
we
with
get
it.
someone in Johannesburg who does the same thing at the same time, literally the same physical time, because it's the evening in Johannesburg and morning, or close, So, anyways, and someone breaks out his compass in Johannesburg and looks south. We agree that those two things can happen at the same time, right? Come on, man. Yes or no? Work
Yeah,
with me.
man. I said yeah, man.
Okay. So when they look out there and they look, sort of, and they raise their eye level to a certain elevation, do you think they're going to see the same stars?
Again, it's always going to depend on how far away you are, and they're going to see some of the same stars, yes, but they're not going to see all the same stars if the distance is too great. It's very simple. Can we move on?
So in this analogy, so they took out their little iPhone camera and they snapped a picture of the sky. And if they shared those pictures, do you think those pictures would look remarkably similar?
Yeah, of course. You're using an iPhone camera, and you're not that far away.
Okay, but you could basically make out some star patterns, right? And you can see what's
Okay, yeah. Well,
right?
to be able to see a difference without a big distance, then yeah, you'd have to have something
hold
better
on.
than an iPhone.
So Sydney or Perth and Johannesburg, when they take this picture at the same time, they're roughly seeing the same set of stars, right? So they get the same picture.
Sure, man.
Yeah. How does that work
Roughly.
on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
When those two people would be pointing 90 degrees away from each other?
Yeah, well, again, compasses get a little sketchy, like as you get in the southern hemisphere. But either way, you both just look that way. You're gonna see similar stars because you're looking at similar direction relative to your location, and then we
how does that
appear.
work?
Listen, and then the stars appear to move, the opposite direction, but they in fact do not. So it's
Can you explain to me how that works?
which
We
part?
agree that on a flat Earth, their south is 90 degrees away from each other, right, or roughly
90 feet.
90 degrees.
Oh, okay.
They're not even pointing close to the same direction.
Right.
In Johannesburg, right, on a flat Earth, south.
Okay.
Those south.
I mean, I don't absorb any
right?
map layout. It's kind of weird, but go ahead.
But is that not true on a flat Earth? Those two souths are completely different directions, right?
Sure. In this scenario, yeah.
In your flat Earth, right?
In my flat Earth, I know that we're off by the mapping of the land for a fact. So why would I claim that? There's a whole landmass missing for the quadrupole to even exist. They're literally hiding a landmass that would sustain the fourth part of the quadrupole.
Okay. My only question to you is, how do you deal with that in your mind? What do you do? Do you just reject that information? Do you dismiss it? Do you not consider it? I mean, what do you do?
No. I go look at all this. Every time I go look into the depths of these claims about stars in the southern hemisphere, it's always so ridiculously easily explained. It's not like I just never go look at them because I'm scared the Earth might be a ball. Oh my God! I wish I wish I could look at the stars and know that the Earth was a ball.
Questions. We look for an easier question to solve the hard.
I'm just asking. So when you looked at them, you saw the two pictures and you saw they were remarkably similar. Yes or no?
I would assume that they're pretty similar. Yeah.
No, not assume. You saw them, right? You saw the pictures.
No.
And you agree they're similar, right?
We're using an iPhone, so yeah, I agree they'd be similar.
Oh, have you? Okay. Second, I get a better question. Have you looked at pictures of people in the southern hemisphere looking south? Have you looked at the pictures?
Yeah, I've looked at some that couldn't, the Southern Cross being seen in places it couldn't be. I've seen all kinds of things.
What I'm talking about is
of course it's not.
So the pictures you've seen are not similar.
I don't make my judgment on terra firma based on people going and looking in the southern sky, dude. Because I know how to.
You're trying to change the question again.
I'm not.
I just want to know if we can agree on reality.
Yes. Do you understand that on a flat? Okay, let's just cover it. Do you understand that on a flat Earth?
No, I don't want to cover it. If you need to go there,
no. You're skipping over it. You're skipping over the most important part, and I'm just going to expose it.
So tell me if you've seen the pictures.
I already said that they would be the same before you sent your stupid iPhone pictures, and you don't want to hear the explanation because you're a clown. So
okay, now give me the explanation.
Okay,
we agree this. I just need to know where we are.
Okay, so actually, as you get further from the central point, you keep getting wider and wider. Now, these people want to look at the map flattened out with it getting wider at the end, and then be like, "Look, there's no way you could see this far away." But it's not how it works. There's a key, bro. It gets disproportionate relative to the distance, or proportionate to the distance to the center point. Literally, that's what it is. And so when you account for that, and then you look at the distance not being too great, and you're looking at a small portion of the sky, then you would see a very similar picture. You would need something much better than just an iPhone to see some of the differences relative to your location. This is all objective. So now that you skipped over all that, watch you not respond specifically to it, or maybe we can just concede and move on.
I don't know what I'm supposed to concede to.
Did everything I say you agree with?
No, none of it made sense to me.
Oh, well, let's just move on then.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of heard what you said about the smaller area because of and therefore I kind of heard that with it. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's because everyone goes and pulls up this flat map, and they're like, "Look at this, man. You'd be way over here." And literally in the southern hemisphere, it's known it's way distorted. There's a key for it because, dude, you get further distorted the more you get away from the central point.
Distorted what?
Your lines that come from the central point, they veer away from one another.
No, if you're looking south, right? South is a singular direction, right, from any person. South is one thing. If you point your camera directly south, you're going to get certain stars in that picture, right?
Okay, I'm not doing this again.
How do we know south is a singular direction, though?
Well, I guess if we can't agree on that, then we can't talk about anything.
Well, south is a singular
Yeah, I would
direction
agree with you.
relative to north.
Okay, let's say this. People in
I would
different
agree, there's no
areas
point you
can
and me
aim.
talking.
People in different areas can aim at the sky and see the same stuff.
To be expected if the Earth's flat. To be expected.
So,
No, it's not
or
expected.
depend
The
on
South Celestial Pole is what
maybe
he's
other
talking about.
models. Wherever we're talking about, can you look at
to
the
be
sky and
expected.
see the same stuff? And then
How is that expected in the flat Earth to see the
Because
same,
it works
the same
perfectly as
celestial
you get
pole on the south?
because as you get that's how you phrase it, like what a loser. As you
He's
get
talking
further
about
away
Math on that?
as you get further away from the center, you can start to see more of the sky that you couldn't see prior to that. What that does demonstrate is that the reason that you couldn't see that part of the sky was it reached your limit of perspective. And as you change your location, you can see a different part of the sky. That's
Yeah,
what
a
it
new
proves,
pole.
and that's what we always see. And sometimes when people are in the southern hemisphere, which is very distorted whenever you look at it on a flat Earth like a 5-year-old until you account for the differences in distortion, then you understand they're not that far away. They do see differences. You need a better camera. You'll see the differences.
not.
And it's not very great relative to the
Oh,
distance.
there's the meth.
You're totally missing the point with it.
Of course I am. Of course I am, dude.
You know what the Southern Celestial Pole is?
Yeah, I know that y'all claim that there's a singular pole star, and that's not true.
I'm not talking about a pole star. I'm talking about the celestial pole. There is no pole star in the south.
I know, exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth, bud.
You're an idiot. Did you?
Well, there would be one. There would be one, right?
You just agreed with Don when he just said this to you, and then now you're disagreeing with it.
No, I'm saying no. If Earth was a ball, there'd be a singular celestial pole star, right?
Why?
Well, that's how we get
There wouldn't be a pole star. There'd be a pole.
Well, there'd be a south
there'd
pole
be a
star.
polar region.
Well, no, because the reason we have that North Star is because we're spinning around it. So you're
North
just
Star is not
saying
even
that.
in that position. It's just very close to it.
Yeah, it's in the center.
No, it's not.
It's in the
You
center.
guys are going really good. Can you give Mackie that concession and y'all keep going? You and Mackie were going really good.
Concession on
some
what?
sort of agreement about some sort of agreement about you can look at the stars, man. I mean, it's something. Come on.
No, he's not. Wait,
Like,
yeah,
that was
the
nothing.
stars.
That was nothing for us to get derailed on right there.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The stars was kind of obfuscation, bro. We're talking about the terra firma, but either way, we don't know the definitive layout of the map, man. So
Okay,
you were asking the cool questions about the toroid. I don't care to answer them. Y'all can say, "Oh, look, Austin's stupid because he's got the balls to speculate things that aren't like supported by indoctrination camps or whatever." But I don't care about that. But ask logical questions, man. Don't just be contentious.
Do you agree that if you're in the southern hemisphere looking south, there's a point in the sky that all the stars rotate around?
There's a point in the sky that all the stars rotate around. Always, relative to your location, sure.
So it's due south for everyone.
That would always be the case.
Correct? It's due south in the southern hemisphere for everyone, correct?
In the southern hemisphere, you don't see full circles.
Witsit, you're such an idiot. The
Can you
South
get full
Celestial
circle
Pole is
time lapse in the southern hemisphere?
What the fuck are you talking about? There are circumpolar stars in the southern hemisphere. Like,
So
what?
just say yes to him. Can you just say yes or no?
They don't even know what they're answering. They're that fucking lost.
So the South Celestial Pole is
I've
due
already
south.
addressed what's being asked about the stupid picture like 4 times.
But yet you're not
So
with it. That's the problem.
No,
You
I
think
did. You
you're
just
so
don't.
fucking knowledgeable. You're
Okay, so the
arrogant
best
with
you
no
got
cause
is
here.
2 people took an
Witsit,
iPhone
Witsit,
picture and
you
then
should
you drew a
sit down.
diagram on a.
Listen to Phil and quit arguing with him. Listen to him.
2 people took a picture with an iPhone and then you projected it onto a straw man model of the flat Earth, not accounting for the disproportionate nature of the land. I've already refuted the nonsense.
Let's go through it slowly together, Witsit. The South Celestial
All right, so I'm
Pole
gonna
is
leave.
the
I'm not.
point
You're
where
not
the
talking.
stars
I'm not
rotate
listening to this dude. Try to pretend.
Are you scared of me,
No, you're
Witsit?
not gonna.
I love this. Witsit is
You're not
scared
gonna
of me.
talk like that to me.
This
Like
is the
you,
best day of my Discord life. Witsit is running away because he knows he can't. He doesn't have
dude.
shit
Why
on
would it be
me.
the
I
best
love it.
Discord day of your life if I was such a loser? You're such a
Because I've
Gamma,
dusted you. I've
dude.
handed you so many
No.
L's. You got so many L's today.
Bro,
I
you've
love it.
lost
God
every
damn.
single engagement. It's recorded.
Gamma boy, run.
Let the record
No,
show
you
that
just have to.
Witzer
You
got
have to
so
be like,
many
let's
fucking L's,
break
he had
this
to run
all the
away.
way down. For you can shut the fuck up with your little gamma
But
tone.
you
No one
love
cares. You got no
specificity.
juice in real life.
You love
We understand your
specificity.
embarrassment. We understand.
My embarrassment. Oh my.
Yes.
The embarrassment is
You're
that
getting
you
your ass
people
handed to you,
operate. Listen,
Winston.
listen. This is the embarrassment. You people
I
operate at
commend
such
you
a low
for
level
recognizing
that
it.
you
You're
people operate
smarter
at such
than
a
I
low
thought.
level.
You realize you're getting
Where
your
you
ass
at, Kosha?
handed to you.
Look at this
Where you at,
habitual
Kosha?
interrupting.
You people are operating so remedial right now. It's funny you're projecting it onto me. You're saying that when you look into the southern hemisphere, that shut up. That when you look in the southern hemisphere, this could only happen on a globe. Because look, this is impossible on a flat Earth map. That's what you're doing. And for one, you clown shows show the diagram like y'all are adults, and you don't account for the literal key that makes it not look like that because it's disproportionate more you get to the south. That's why you clown shows go there, so you can ignore it. I've said it 4 times. You're still going to ignore it. Then you look at the sky, you see differences relative to location. They're not significant based on the distance. Yeah, see, this is pathetic.
I posted a video. Have a look at it.
Oh my
What
goodness.
point did you
North and
make?
south. Boom.
Instead of the Gish Gallop, maybe we could go through it point by point. instead of
Respond
you
to one
just
of the
throwing
points
100
like
out
an
there.
adult, then.
Okay, you're an idiot. That's me responding to all of your points. Now,
Okay,
the
do you
South
agree this
Celestial
diagram is
Pole-
completely useless because you're not accounting for the disproportionate land layout in the south?
Which diagram? I don't care about
The
any
little
diagram.
okay,
I
but
didn't
you
say
agree the
anything about it.
diagram means nothing, right?
I didn't say anything about a diagram.
Check out the
Okay,
video.
so
It's it.
well, your
There-
people over here sending diagrams, so based on what you're talking
There is a
about,
South
so
Celestial Pole. There's a South Celestial Pole that's due south for all observers in the southern hemisphere, correct?
I'm not making a claim about all observers. Like everyone's sky is different relative.
Okay.
I've seen all
I
kinds
see
of
it.
observations.
I see it from New Zealand, and Peter sees it from Australia. So that's 2 locations.
Where's the
Okay.
specificity at?
We
Witzer?
see
That's why you
stars in
like
the sky,
specificity.
and you're trying.
No,
Dude,
no, no,
you
no.
people
We see a
think
point of
that if you
rotation.
people think no, the sky moves. Yeah, what don't you get about that?
All right, so then answer the question. The South Celestial Pole is due south for all observers in the southern hemisphere, correct or no?
Sure, but you don't see the full circle around it.
Okay, so the South Celestial Pole
People,
is
do you see
due
the full
south for
circle?
all observers.
Do you see the
and
full
it-
circle around it?
Yes, of course you can. You fucking
Oh,
idiot.
well, send us the evidence.
You want me to send you?
What do
I
you mean
have
full
one
Yes.
right now.
circle?
No,
What the
the
fuck does that even mean?
Send me
The
the full
horizon gets-
circle
you see the
around the
center of
celestial
rotation.
pole, dude. Oh my god, this is so
You
funny.
can't
Send
see
me
all
the
at
full
once.
circle.
Let people answer. Do you see the full circle, or does the horizon get in the way?
The horizon gets in the way.
Thank you.
Of what?
But
Full
not a
circle
Sigma
of what?
Octantis. Sigma Octantis
But
has
you
a
see
full
the
circle all the
center of
time.
rotation.
Yeah, you see the center
full
and a part
circle
of the
what? There
circle.
was you were lacking specificity with
can-
it. How dare
No, I
you?
You can
wasn't.
see the full
Full
circle of
circle
Sigma
of what,
Octantis
sir?
from the south hemisphere.
Of
Sigma
the
Octantis is like
supposed
a full circle.
the supposed celestial pole star, right? You see the central point or what appears to look like that, and then you see part of the circle. You don't see a full circle, though.
So you're
Most
telling
of
me
it.
there's
Of
not
what?
one single star that
what?
goes all the way around a full circle?
Well, what do we see in the north?
We see
With
the
it.
same goddamn
My
thing.
God, you're dumb.
No, if you time lapse from the north, you can see all of them go around the center and make a full circle.
You
You
can do
can't
the
see
same thing from
all
the
of
south
them.
No,
pole.
okay,
Yeah,
then
right
provide
at
the
the
You
south
do
evidence
pole.
not
for it.
with it.
Provide the evidence for it, then.
Any
Listen,
goddamn picture you show will be evidence that you're fucking wrong.
Whoa.
So nobody's ever seen
Whatever
a
you're-
star across the horizon in the northern hemisphere. That's how fucking
Listen
stupid
to
you are.
what
No, you just
No,
missed
that's not what I'm
the
saying.
point, Big
fucking
Bean.
I'm saying you can't map out a full circle from the celestial South Pole you're invoking because you just believe in fairy tales and y'all
course
want
you
us to
can.
You
scream.
can
What
if
are you
you're at the
talking
South
about?
Pole, just like if you're in the north, you could, but you can't see the full circle at
Yeah.
any point from
Yeah,
either
the
north or south. The closer
you have
you
any
get to the
evidence?
south,
But
the
the
more you
farthest-
see.
the
But the fact
farthest-
you can see a star that comes across the horizon and then ends again on the horizon is indicative that it did indeed rotate around the center. I
If you
filmed this. I
interpret it
watched
with the
this.
assumption.
I see it
Here,
every
look.
night
Hold up,
Waz
Sheeple,
just,
how do you know it's the same star?
Waz
because
just
it's
posted
Southern
a
Cross.
picture. Waz just showed a
Why
picture.
couldn't you get a full circle?
Yeah. Everybody
Why
look at
couldn't you get full
Waz's picture
circle?
and talk about that.
Okay,
Look at-
so is that
look at
picture going to
Waz's
look?
picture.
Is that central star? There's a central star right there.
Just
That's
look
what
at
y'all
it.
talking about?
man.
It's a celestial
I already
pole.
did look at it.
You idiot.
Okay.
It's a celestial pole. God damn, you're dumb.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
that's
put a
what you're
video of
talking
that
about.
as well.
So is that same little dot right there going to be there all over the southern hemisphere?
That dot is exactly
Yes.
due south and
And
stationary
all
from
this,
every
all
single
the stars
observer.
go in a full circle around it.
The celestial
Yes.
pole is
Can we get
stationary
some,
What do you mean?
south for all
can we get some
observers.
things straight here? The celestial pole is not an
Due south.
object. It is a point in the field of view.
So it's
It
not
is
the star.
It's not
Yeah.
visible. It's
That's
not
why
a
I've been
Might not
correcting
be a
you.
star there.
Okay.
So y'all
Now,
don't
it's
have the
not a
pole
star.
star.
That's why I've been correcting you.
Is
There
Well, the
might not be
north
a
has a
star
pole
there.
star, so y'all lose.
there are
Oh my
stars that
God,
revolve
Winston.
around the pole. The star that
Well,
is
I
closest
get it.
to
That's
the
how this
pole.
would. That's how it would be perceived on a flat Earth too, dude.
I'm not done explaining this to you, Witsit. You need to understand this. The star closest to that point is the pole star. It is not the pole. It is the pole star.
That's not how it works
Okay,
in the
and
North Pole though, because it just is always right there in the middle.
that's
It
not
happened
Wah,
to
wah, wah.
fucking be there.
Witsit, you're fucking
It
wrong.
happened to be there.
Yo, I got a
The
question.
pole star in the northern hemisphere revolves around the pole.
Imagine
Polaris
thinking
is
like
It's a
not
slight
stationary
non-perfect.
in
Right.
the
It's a
sky.
slight non-perfect.
It's got
dude,
about a
It moves
100,
slightly.
I mean, a 1.5 degree
it moves in. It moves
like a spinning top.
in. It moves
Like a spinning
inward.
top.
Witsit, he's still correcting. Witsit, he's still correcting the shit out of you.
Like a
Why
spinning
are
No,
you
he's
top.
not.
talking over me? You don't understand
He-
this. Don't talk over me, Witsit.
Okay, wow. So you would expect the same thing on a flat
Can
Earth.
somebody shut this cut up? The Polaris, the pole star, is not stationary in the sky. It revolves around the pole. It's got about a 1.5 degree diameter. You understand that? The circle it makes around the pole, about 1.5 degrees.
Yeah, you would see this on a flat Earth because the sky moves.
Oh,
Okay,
fuck
would you
your
see that-
flat Earth.
Would you see that in long
Understand this first. Percentage, we don't need you trolling right now.
Would
Now,
you
you
see
get
that 1.5 degree deviant like on a star like star lines with long exposure?
Nobody cares what you have to say. I want to ask Witsit one
wanna
last
measure the
question before I get
diameter.
out of here.
This is what y'all think.
get
This
it
is
from
what
the
confirms
radius.
y'all's bias. Y'all think y'all misunderstand the
Witsit.
celestial bodies. Like
The longer
it's
the
so
night, the
funny.
longer your trail.
Y'all are pathetic. Like God
I got
forbid we have to
one
measure the terra
question.
firma. I think I know everything about the stars.
I got one last question for you, Witsit.
What a
and then I'm
joke!
leaving.
What a joke!
I got one last question. See if you can answer it. Okay, Witsit? The southern
I've already answered all the
pole-
questions.
The southern celestial pole is stationary due south for all observers in the southern hemisphere. Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay, then you're a fucking idiot. Good night.
All right, peace.
So
Thank God. That's all I had to say.
picture that he posted.
Witsit.
This picture that he posted.
Well, I
he
just
said
wanted to
was
stop
directly
talking to
above-
him.
Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. Go.
So let's just stop talking about it. I've already said my point. I'll leave it up to the honest people to hear what I already said. So I'm not going to talk about it for 30 minutes. No, I've already answered though.
You need to
What's
say
it?
more honest things.
Witsit, do you believe
You're not
this
saying
picture is
honest
real?
things.
Wait, I gotta go back to where you are.
That picture was posted. Do you believe it's real? Do you believe it's...
Is that a time lapse picture? Sure.
Yeah. So you believe that people in, I guess, Woz took this from New Zealand, Australia? I don't know.
There's going to be a central point to the viewer
I didn't
every
take that.
time.
It's from Reunion Island.
Okay.
There's going to be
It
a
was
central
taken in
point to the
2008.
viewer every time. Of course.
Okay, so do
That's
you
how it
think
would
someone-
work.
So you think if someone in South Africa takes his camera, time lapse, and points it south, he's going to see roughly the same thing, a circle like this?
Say again.
Do you think if something in South Africa points his camera due south with a time lapse, he would roughly see the same thing, this same circle pattern?
Well, yeah, but it's always going to be relative to their location. And it's going to
Okay,
be
fine.
different.
Now let's
Is it going to be different?
Hold on, just I don't know
Why
yet.
can't you just answer?
I'm just trying to get what you think.
That's what I think. Is it going to be different?
How different?
It doesn't matter. Is it going to be different relative to location?
I don't think so.
No,
Well,
they're
it
the same
is.
latitude. It's to be exactly the same.
Hold on.
Oh, so it is going to
Hold
be
on.
different relative to location.
But Joe, hold on. How does this pattern form in your model of a flat Earth? How
See
does
what you're
anybody see
doing?
that?
Now you acted like this could only happen on a globe Earth. Now that we've refuted that, now it's how could this happen on a flat Earth?
Yes, that's my question. How does
They
it?
do that, but rise to the challenge.
Okay, yeah. How would it happen on a flat Earth? Because you can only see a portion. You basically have like basically a dome of perspective relative to the person themselves, the optics of the observer or whatever optics they're using, directly relative to their location. Right? That's
But how does it make
longitude
a
and
circle?
latitude. Well, because the sky itself moves. So we only perceive a portion of it relative to our dome of perspective, and that's how you would perceive it, because you don't see all of it. You reach your limit of perspective, only seeing a portion of the cyclical
Okay.
nature of the lights.
Okay, but so that if we get towards the center of those concentric circles, right? There's one star in there that's just making a little tiny circle, right?
Yeah,
We
it's like the
agree on that.
center of everything. It barely moves. You want to.
How come that star is not moving?
Well, it's it's almost like someone created the world or something.
Wait, so if someone in Australia is looking south and they see that little star go in a little tiny circle, and someone in South Africa sees that star go in a little tiny circle, and somebody in Buenos Aires sees that star go in a
Oh, we're
little
talking
tiny
about the
circle, how do
south.
they all see that star go in a little tiny circle?
Boy, we just
in your
agreed that you
model?
don't see a consistent star.
No, it's the same. They'll see the same star moving in the same little
No,
tiny
they'll see the
circle.
same portion of the sky.
No, that's not. Okay,
That's what they just said. That's what your team just said.
No, that's not what they said.
Yeah.
What do you
All right,
mean? Of course,
anybody
it's the same star. It's moving in a
anybody
circle.
said that?
No, everywhere you go, what you
Did
see is going to
anybody
be
say what-
different.
Okay, hold on, Whitsitt. Let's poll the room. Did anybody say what Whitsitt said they said?
Yeah, Curve said it.
Likely.
Curve, you're the one that said it.
It said what?
You made the correction about how it's not just the star; it's the actual, just the point of the area.
Well, I heard what was just said, so I got to be really careful what you're trying to do right here.
Well, no, I know they just contend everything, man. It's not. I'm not trying to do anything. I didn't even bring.
What's the question?
The star
What?
making that
There's
same
no.
little tiny circle. There's a star closest to the middle of this thing making a little tiny circle. That's going to be the same star whether you're in Perth, Pretoria, or Buenos Aires, right? It's going to be the same star making that little.
It's not a star. It's the portion of the sky.
No, he's talking about a star. Open your ears with it. He's
Okay,
talking
so
about
the
a star.
star.
Quit your semantic bullshit. It's a light in the sky that we can call a star. Let's just say that we'll define a star as a light in the sky.
Okay,
Stop
yeah.
being a dipshit.
Wait,
Okay,
y'all think I haven't responded yet? Is that what's going on? Yeah, are y'all this lost?
Well, not with
No, my
standard of specificity that was correct.
Yeah, I did. I falsified the claim that it was on a globe Earth, and then you said, "Well, how's it work on a flat Earth then?" And I explained it, and now y'all are just doubling down like y'all didn't hear it. Did y'all understand? What was my rebuttal? Does anyone know?
Yeah, some about field division and shit like that. But my question is simple.
And shit like that.
My question is simple. That little star in the middle of that picture, making that really tiny circle. Do the people in the same three geographic different locations see the same little circle from that same star? Yes or no?
I'd have to see it. I'm sure that it's possible. Yeah.
Now, so if you agree that they could see that same star making that same little circle, how do you explain that phenomenon on a flat Earth?
Because they will see it in a different part of the sky.
No, they'll all be looking directly south, and that's roughly where they'll see it. It might be higher or lower.
Roughly where they'll see it. They'll see it in a different part of the sky relative to where.
No, it's gonna be flat south for every last one of them.
Okay, but when you look into it's going to be in a different portion of the overall sky relative to the observer.
What does that mean to you? When you say
it's just objective. It doesn't know that it means anything. It's objective. You just argue objectivity.
I can explain it very quickly. The entirety of the sky is going to be seen in a different orientation, area of aspect of its rotation, and it's going to correspond to the number of degrees that it's off by in the rotation is going to match the degrees of longitude that the two observers are separated by.
Yep.
Which is expected on a flat Earth.
How so?
No, it's not.
Yeah, explain that one. Explain that one to us.
Because
How
all
does that work?
your longitude and latitude is the same thing. You just keep on looking at it past the southern hemisphere as if it just remains
All right,
the
let
same
me break
axis.
it down to this then, if I could, real quick. Which this is your task. Now you've got a dome. Everybody can envision how you've got the North Pole and the pole star up in the center, and stars rotating around that central point.
For all
now,
recordable history.
Shape of a dome. Okay, you've got like a flat land. Everybody's looking out in different directions, seeing the same damn thing. How are they getting this second point of rotation? Everybody looking south in different directions, the same goddamn point. Explain that, Whitson.
The whole sky is moving, like the sky moves over top of us.
That is not a goddamn answer.
And the sky moves over top of us, and the way that you perceive that movement, right, over time, which is what we're talking about, like time lapse, is going to be relative to the time of year and your location, because they don't move super fast, man. They have an annual cycle.
The stars have a rotation of like once every 24 hours.
Yeah, but they fully come around and reset
in
annually.
24 hours.
No, but what you fully perceive... Yes.
What?
Yeah, so what you see is over the course of the year, the stars change.
No, you're going to say no to... Okay, citation, Whitsit.
Are you saying that over the course of the years
Everybody
you
in
don't
the
see...
goddamn world knows it takes like 23 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds for the Earth to rotate around and be back in the same orientation with the stars.
Okay. What I'm saying is over the course of the year, you see different stars in the sky, man.
That's the orbit. That's different.
Well, that's
what
I was saying.
Move around in a circle and make the full circle once. That is not what makes these star trails.
Okay, you're right, because
you're talking about a different damned motion.
No, what you're doing is we have...
No, you are talking about a different... You're not going to continue on after saying no to that.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't saying that. Yo, I wasn't even...
Don't begin your response with no.
Okay, so I didn't even say that there was nothing to do with an hour or a day. I never said the stars didn't set back in a day and come back. I said that the ultimate cycle of the sky resets annually, and then you just start spiraling.
Why are you talking about that?
So
yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the point.
But y'all are afraid to let me continue. No, I was on a different track.
It's got nothing
I said that as the first. I said, yeah, it gives context to the full points, you clown show, and I was about to immediately expand, but then y'all all freaked out.
Hey, explain how that gives context to star trails.
Okay, well, no, I'm just saying in general, that's what the stars do.
The stars over
I'm
a year.
explaining. Y'all scared.
You're
scared. You're scared.
Go on.
You're scared of your religion not being true, or
Go
you wouldn't
on.
have to spiral.
Go on.
Okay, so ultimately they reset annually. So shut the fuck up. Everyone knows that. Now, every day or every night that comes, then you take time lapse of the stars. Okay, well, what happens is the same stars come over you until it slowly changes over the course of the year. That was the whole point. So, yeah, we know that happens. You're taking time lapse of that. You're seeing a certain portion of it because you have a limited perspective. You can't see forever. It has nothing to do with convexity of terra firma physically obstructing you or anything like that. It is literally because you can't see forever. And then you can see in different...
What you just said was gobbledygook. Now you're
I'm spiraling because I have to talk fast just to actually get the point out. I'm getting out of here. We got it. Y'all tout victory like somehow I'm scared. There you go. Because... y'all won't even let me make coherent points. I have to start talking.
They're not coherent. Do you understand? Your point was not coherent.
Okay, well, I'll leave it up to the intelligent third party. Peace.
See you, mate.
Go back and
Thanks
listen
for
to
coming
yourself,
in.
you idiot.
I loved hearing you. Don't worry about the cranky globers.
Cranky. He's a gooseneck.
What do you guys think about matte surfaces that are free from fucking shine and highlights? Any comments?
12%.
What?
Matte surfaces that are free from gloss and free from shine. What do you think of that?
The moon has
higher
12%.
light absorption than other
You're telling me that the moon's a gloss surface now. Is that right?
No, 12% of the sun is reflected.
Sure. On a matte surface, on a rock. No, they don't.
Matt
They don't.
surfaces still
They do
reflect
not
light. You
reflect
can
any
see them.
shine
They do still
Then how do
reflect
you
light.
know? How can you see it? How can you see it?
because it's lit
How
up.
can you see a
But
matte
it doesn't
surface if it
reflect
doesn't
anything. You
reflect
guys
light?
believe that the moon reflects the light, and that's how
I
it
think
gets
you
its
might.
light. But it's a matte surface. Think about
Matte
it.
surfaces are not perfectly good.
It's not a matte
Alright.
surface isn't going to give you that light, that bright reflective light that you guys talk about. Greasy
But it
moon.
still reflects light.
In order for you to see anything, though, the light has to touch it and then bounce off of it into your eyes. Like everything that you see is reflecting light.
Yeah, you guys are talking about different things, ambient and specular light. So.
No, well, I mean, she says that it doesn't reflect light, and it does.
Well, she
I
claims
just
this.
cannot
Can she
hear
show
what
us the math
says.
and do the calculations from the actual amount of sunlight that would hit it and then come back? Hypothetically, would come back to our eyes. Can she
Listen
show
to what
that,
you
or
need
no?
to do just to believe this, to believe that this is actually happening, that this unreflective or matte surface is actually shining up like a fucking Christmas light.
Yes, because those of us that mix paint for a living know exactly how to create a matte surface, and it is entirely controlled reflection.
Shut the fuck up! I used to be a paint mixer at a Smash Repairs. I know exactly the difference between gloss, matte, and pearl finish, buddy.
Becky,
Can you
I
show
don't
us?
know
You
what
literally
you
do
said.
the math and show us
Guys,
the amount of sunlight
guys,
that would hit it and that
guys,
would be expected to hit our eye, or no?
Guys,
Wait, but Becky's not wrong. Gloss surfaces will reflect more light than a matte surface.
Exactly.
It's just so hard to hear anything. I mean, it's almost a waste of time even talking.
What the fuck has my work experience got to do with religious bullshit? Domesticated crackhead? Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Damn it. He's all angry.
So
Don't
what
get
is the
angry,
issue?
Becky. Sorry, Brenda.
I just want to know what the issue is.
Well, what she's saying is that if it's a matte surface, it wouldn't reflect. That's what she's
I
essentially
want to
saying.
know if you can't quantize
That's
it
not
with,
true.
if you can't quantify it with math, then how do you know how much light would hit your eyeball? That I don't understand that.
Well, you don't have to
But
really
it's not
quantify it
true.
to say
Matte
whether it does or
surfaces-
doesn't.
Matte surfaces do reflect light.
Of course, they
What
will.
is she talking?
If you can't see something that doesn't reflect light, it must. If you see it, it is reflecting light. That's like a fundamental truth.
Right? Yeah.
You got never been out in the bush?
I haven't.
I've been in.
Tell us more about your bush.
Becky.
All right.
so-
So in the full sunlight, if I'm looking at the mountains, right, that have got big rock cliffs in full
Yeah,
sunlight.
big bird.
Why are they not reflecting the light? If the moon is reflecting the light,
We
yes,
need a
I know
minute
what you're
for
talking
W
about, cheeky
chat room.
bugger.
If you see it, it means that light bounced off it and then made its way into your retina. That's how we see things. Like the ray hit the thing, bounced in all directions, including one
But
direction.
if you're telling me what's going on with the moon, if
No, I
you're
don't.
telling me that that's happening with the moon, then that should be happening when I'm looking
Yeah.
at the cliffs and the full sun's
It
on them. I
is,
should
it
be able
is.
to
If
see.
you can-
But
if you
it's
can
not.
see the
It's not
cliffs,
doing
like
that. It's not glowing like the moon, guys. It's not.
Well, that's because it's made of a
absolutely
different
not.
material. But if you see it, it's reflecting light, though.
Okay, so you're telling me the moon material is a reflective material.
Yes, it is. Well,
Okay.
all of it,
All right,
all of
guys,
it's
I'm
material
done.
reflective, but it is reflecting a very bright source, and it's reflective enough. I mean, as we can see, it is bright enough.
Well,
So,
it
how come in
reflects
the
a
day
certain amount of
some
light
parts
and
of the moon-
it absorbs others, right? Am I right, Scott?
The reflection
know.
is.
Yes.
That's what reflections are.
How come sometime like
Exactly. It's
during
like
the day
this
you
is
can
like
see some
common
parts of the
sense.
moon
It's
are
not even
blue
fucking
with the
physics.
sky?
It's like common sense. If you can fucking see it, then light's hitting your eye. That's basic. It's like not even physics. It's common sense.
Y'all know that's not what she's
imagine-
saying, and y'all are being
Kosho
disingenuous.
said because the sky is blue.
we don't know that.
That's why you can see parts of the
Figure it
moon
out,
that are
but
blue.
so many people are fucking
I
talking.
think it's
I
that
know.
light. It's being tinted by the
Anything.
filter.
Can't hear anything ever.
All right.
So what do
Kosho
you think
said-
she's saying, Rakia?
Go ahead.
Well, I can't comment too much, but she's talking about the moon, right? Like it shines, so you can read a newspaper by it. A little bit different than being able to see something that's lit up.
Well, but okay. I don't know if you heard of them.
Yeah, Scott, my question to you is, how come during the day you see parts of the moon, you just see like the blue sky where the moon should be?
I don't think you do. I think that's like an illusion, or I think what's happening. I don't exactly what's happening, but I don't think it's that you're seeing blue sky through the moon. I think you're seeing blue sky in front.
I'm not saying through. It could be. It could be in front. Yeah. Why?
Well, I think it's like a filter. It's like a gel where light. I think is probably how it works. So like the sky is lit up blue because of the way it reflects prisms out the colors.
Scatters.
And because of that, scatters. Thank you. And because of that, it's like a gel-like effect in front of the light, which is the blue, the light reflecting off the moon. So as it goes to us, it's being scattered in that same way, so it's blue.
But for that to be the case, then those parts of the moon would have to have different albedos. They'd have to reflect the light at different intensities.
I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. Well, I thought albedo was what's albedo? I thought albedo was different intensities. Is that what that is?
The intensity that it will reflect light.
Okay.
I
mean, it does have different albedos, just because anything that's not uniform is going to have different albedos, then, right?
Yeah, but parts of it, the part that's blue is the part that's in the shadow. So of course they're lit differently. One of it's not lit at all, and
so it reflects less light. So the light scatters, and you see the sky instead of like the light shining through that sky as it does for the rest of the moon. But by that logic, there would be difference. There would be a difference in those, like that part of the moon, in the surface of that part of the moon, versus the parts that are actually reflecting the light.
Well, there is, right? Like Coach said, it's shadowed. He said it's shadowed.
It's just okay. So there's no difference in the actual surface.
There might be. I'm not an expert on the moon, but there might be. But I don't know of any. No.
Percentage. I just posted a demonstration of what is happening. So I have a 3D sphere that's lit by a single light, directional light, and I'm inserting a plane that is semi-transparent blue in between the camera and the sphere, and you can see how the dark part of the moon picks up the same blue as the sky, just by introducing an quote atmosphere in between the observer and the target.
But that's not what I'm talking about, Dan, because that's like beyond the Terminator line. I'm talking about inside the lit aspect of the moon. There are
inside
parts
the lit aspect.
Yeah, like within the Terminator line. So not like where it becomes the dark side of the moon.
So like what, in craters or something?
Yeah, well, that's what the idea is. That they're craters,
Okay,
right?
so,
But if
so
it's the
any dark part of the moon will have the same effect, whether it's due to shading or whatever.
Why would it have the same effect?
Because
No, it's different though, because if the moon's a ball in that Terminator line, that dark side of the moon, the light would be reflecting in a different direction, right? So it's expected that you won't get that light. But if it's just a crater, and the surface is still facing the same direction, it's just at a lower altitude, like at the center of this crater, right? Then you would expect to reflect the same if it's the same material.
Do you have an image that will help us understand?
You might expect it to be barely dimmer because it's a farther distance. But then again, the moon's atmosphere is very
right.
minimal, so that would
the altitude should have very minimal
exactly.
impact on the blueness of the thing. It would be more of the albedo color of the surface of the moon, which I also just was experimenting with recently. If you scroll up just a little bit more, I recently extracted just purely the shading information of the moon without the moon's discoloration. I can post it again. Give me a second.
Do you have a picture of what you're talking about, Percent?
So
yeah, sure.
So if you look at this image that I just posted, the third image over, you can see what the moon would look like without any discoloration due to just the type of dirt or whatever that's on the moon, the dust, right? And it's pretty uniform. Shades exactly how you would expect it to.
So I don't get the second picture, albedo color.
So wouldn't you call Don or Dan Fessler? Would you call that a Lambert type of surface? That's a particular model.
I mean, it's essentially Lambert shading.
Yeah, and so that's
But
fairly typical.
all albedo color means is if the moon were not shaded, if it were completely lit from every direction, there was no cast shadows, anywhere across the surface of the moon, what would be the actual color of the surface? So like if you did this to me and I'm wearing a red shirt, then it would be just a solid red color with no shading, right? So you do this to the moon, and that's what the albedo color is. And I can use the albedo color to cancel out, like the discoloration of the moon on any given moon photograph, and then extract just purely the lighting information, which is the third photo that you see. So those dark spots and those craters, those are not darker because they're deeper or anything like that. No, they're just darker for some other reason. It's due to the nature of the dust in those parts. And I'm not familiar with why, but it's just because they're discolored.
Of course, I completely agree that the altitude of the moon, because it's deeper, that shouldn't affect that at all. The only thing that I can think of would be that the material is different than the rest.
It's a different material. You're right, and I don't know what's causing it. Something I'd expect something about when it was molten before or something like that. But any dark spot. So if I redid that other animation that I showed you earlier, but instead did it with a textured moon, any of the dark spots of the moon, including the shading past the terminator line, will do the exact same thing. Where any dark spots of the moon will be bluer. It's because it's an additive effect. You're taking the shading of the moon and then you're adding a color on top of it, right? So any white spots of the moon will remain white, but any dark spots of the moon are picking up the bluer hue.
Okay, and in terms of the moon missions, are there any ideas as to according to the heliocentric model as to what the difference is between these two surfaces?
Between the dark spots and the dark crater spots, I have no idea. I'm sure there is an explanation out there, but I'm not familiar offhand. What's interesting about it is on the
you're roboting heck for me. I don't know if that's me or you.
It's probably me. I'm sorry.
No,
it's you, mate. It's you because he's clear as a bell.
You're fine
You're
here,
coming
Dan.
through clear, Dan Fessler.
Anyway, what's interesting percentage is if you look on the opposite side of the moon, NASA's mapped the entire thing. The opposite side of the moon is far less interesting than the view that we get from Earth. The view on the opposite side is very uniform in color. You don't have these really dark crater spots like we have on our side.
I apologize. I missed most of that, but no worries.
What's the cause of that? Does it catch more meteors on that side or our side?
I have no idea.
Or what?
I'm sure it'd be easy to look it up.
The dark spots. The dark spots are younger planes, and they're mostly composed of basalt. It says here.
So that was molten at one time.
Yes, it flowed. It did flow in and flood the area.
So why don't we have this the seas on the other side too?
The molten seas? I don't think so. If you look at a map,
I mean, the mares, whatever, they weren't actually seas, but
Also keep in mind that during the formation of the moon, the side that faced Earth was hotter.
It would? Why would it be hotter?
Gravitational flux. While it was being formed.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. I'm not fully formed on this. I don't know why that would.
It's kind of difficult to explain, but basically it's as the moon is forming, it's already under a lot of friction, and the gravitational pull of Earth adds to that friction somewhat.
Friction from what? Is it all molten and it's spinning around and it's sort of like a liquid, like jelly, like spinning around, and there's different rates of rotation as you get towards the center or something?
No, it's that see, it's believed that the moon actually crashed into Earth, bounced off, and the moon is the collection of the debris that resulted, that eventually formed into the moon. But during that formation, because of the gravitational friction yanking on the moon, force at the same time, which is what deformed it, so it's not a perfect circle. That friction contributed just a little bit more to the heat. So it took a little bit more for the Earth side of the moon to cool down.
So the moon's always been tidally locked in your model.
Yeah, essentially, because the heavier side of the moon always faces Earth.
Do you think the moon is a reflection of the flat planar surface underneath? Like
Not at all.
It's a physical object, Lemon. It's physical.
The heavier side of the moon does not face the Earth.
How would it not face the Earth?
No. It's the minor moment of inertia axis that faces the Earth, and it rotates once about the major axis.
It doesn't rotate relative to the Earth. It's tidally locked.
Major moment of inertia axis once per day. That's how it's tidally locked. That's the lowest. That's the energy low point that allows stable attitude motion. Everybody talks about tidally locked, but that's the actual how it works in physics. Every body has three moments of axes: major, intermediate, and minor. The tidally locked is rotating once about its major axis, minor axis pointing to the Earth. It's not about the heavier side of the moon being facing towards the Earth.
And so what actually caused the moon? I guess there was like a big ass rock that hit and then that created the moon, or what? In you guys' model?
It's a current theory. I mean, it's theory for which we have some evidence. I mean, there's been
I
other
can't be
theories.
sure myself until I hear it from Witsit. Witsit tells me my model.
It's a big ass god that collided with Earth and caused the moon.
So, Curve, do you think Witsit would qualify as an android? Because when he talks really fast, it sounds like Data from Star Trek doing a data dump.
Please don't get into Star Trek.
Just the mess.
I shouldn't talk about Witsit right now. Bad time.
Witsit is focused on his future paycheck with Globebusters and the whole, that kind of thing.
Well, I can stand up in front of everyone here and say I am thoroughly ashamed that I ever thought you were Witsit.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is the first time I've ever heard him in the room at the same time. Holy cow. Yeah, I used to think you were Witsit too.
Fuck you guys, he sounds nothing like him. What is wrong with you?
He just sounded like a tired Witsit, a very tired Witsit.
Yeah, I think I told you.
Yeah, I thought it was like a not on drugs thing.
No, you guys are wrong again.
Witsit doesn't use drugs.
Well, he sounds like he does. So he's like unaffected by drugs, Witsit.
Is Witsit
Like
a
not on the
Mormon?
opposite.
Is he a Mormon?
It's Witsit, but not as you know him.
Yeah. I think
can't
that's
be a
what
Mormon.
Witsit's thing is. He's got some kind of religious thing about flat Earth, and so I think that's his deal. I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm just guessing. Yeah.
And you?
Are there any Mormon flat earthers? Is that possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, Mitt Romney's a Mormon, so I don't know if it makes sense. I mean,
I've met Mormon flat
Romney,
earthers.
flat Earth
I've
kinda
met
sounds
I've
like
met
it
flat
goes
earthers
together.
of every different religion, and atheist ones too.
That doesn't make any sense to me. So I was raised Mormon, right? And the Mormon
doesn't
belief
make any
is
sense to me.
heliocentric. There's mentions of celestial bodies, spherical celestial
In what?
bodies in Mormonism.
And where? Where
They
does
have
it say
their
that?
They have their own
in the Pearl of
planet.
Great Price.
In the what? Sorry.
It's one of the doctrines that the church uses.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking, because I was curious about whether or not that was possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible. Believe it or not, there's flat earthers of all walks and creeds and religions and all sorts of things. We've got flat earthers from Iceland and all over the world, really.
Sure, but how do you think that a flat earther who's a Mormon would reconcile their belief in flat Earth with their religious belief?
Well, maybe
which is
they will.
heliocentric?
I don't know if Mormons actually read the New Testament, but maybe they'll go back to that book and then work some things out for themselves and make some conclusions of their religion.
Like one of the teachings is that you will rule your own planet when you if you attain godhood.
That sounds satanic.
That's Mormonism. I mean, it's not satanic.
Wow.
You gotta be careful with the
It's
translation of planet.
satanic to rule your own planet. That doesn't even make sense. I don't like. What do you mean?
You can't translate planet in that way when you're talking about.
One of the core tenets of Mormonism is that gods beget gods. It's a never-ending chain of gods. Just as we have a god, he also had a god.
But if God had a god that God had would be God. So it's just kicking the can down the road.
You're
There
absolutely
needs to be
right.
an ultimate foundation of being.
God
and
all the way
infinite
down,
perfection.
Lemon.
You're right.
Rakia, what
Whatever
do
is
you
at the
think is
bottom would
being
be God.
what do you think it's being translated from, Rakia?
I'm not going to argue the point. I'm just saying be careful when you translate biblical.
Yeah, I get you, but what's it translated? I mean, it's Mormonism. It's
It's Mormon. Well,
American religion.
translated from the original. Weren't the original plates written in Hebrew, according to Smith?
No, Reformed Egyptian.
But
I thought they were.
was it
They were
translated? Or?
They were encoded, weren't they?
Yeah. So
Not
so
particular religion, just encoded.
Right, so
That's why I needed the seer stone.
No, it's just nobody
Smith-
could translate Egyptian at the time, right? That was before we translated the Rosetta Stone.
I thought they were. I thought Smith was handed plates, gold plates from the angel Moroni,
Moroni.
and they were written in ancient Hebrew. That's
No,
what I
not ancient
thought.
Hebrew.
I heard it was Jesus that gave him the tablet.
Think about how crazy this is. We had a U.S. presidential candidate who said that he was a Mormon.
Yeah,
I think they were written in
That's crazy.
17th century English, weren't they?
Reformed Egyptian is supposedly a mix of Hebrew and Egyptian. Is I think what the story is.
What's crazy is that once we could translate them, then they ended up saying absolutely nothing like what John Smith said they were translated to. Yeah, and what
Kind
would
of.
they end up being?
Well, the golden plates nobody ever saw, so we can never cross-reference his translation. But there was one of the books in the Pearl of Great Price, which is not the original golden plates. They derive from a different set of scrolls from Egypt that we do still have, and they can be translated. And that was for the Book of Abraham, is what Joseph Smith claimed that they were. And when we translate it today, it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the Book of Abraham. It's about
And do you remember-
some standard
yeah, what is
Book
it?
of the Dead or something like that.
So he was basically like a cult leader. Is that what I'm gleaning from this, or
I
am
mean,
I
that's
wrong?
my belief. Yeah.
All religions are cults. Yes, you're right.
But Abraham is
absolutely,
dead,
of
though.
course.
It's related in that way.
It depends on how you define cult. If you define cult as worshiping man over religion, worshiping some sort of deity or god, there's a marked difference there.
No, but we don't define it like that, Lemon. What the fuck are you talking about? No, we define cult as basically what you see in religion. Okay, that's what we define it as, and that's what it is.
So you're defining it based
That
off
was
of
awesome.
the behaviors that flow? You're defining it based off of the behaviors that flow from a cult or from a religion? Is that what you're talking about?
Women, look, we're defining it as people who, do not follow. If we want to get basic, just essential, just very briefly, it's people who do not follow evidence. They have a religious, we can't define it with. Well, no, we can use religion in the definition of cult because. So we are defining it as people that essentially have a religious-like belief in something that is ridiculous, that has no proof, nothing. Okay, and there you go.
Mission, bro.
Well, get it off your chest. Make sure that everybody.
Finally, someone said it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fucking psychologist or whatever. I don't know the exact,
Well, we've got some, if you wanna
definition of a
talk to them.
cult. Okay, but that's basically what it is. Like somebody, oh yeah, I'm Jesus or whatever, and there you go. You have a religious belief in somebody that whatever. It's all bullshit. There you go.
Big Beans, why are you so mad right now?
I'm always very, very mad. I'm a angry white guy. You know.
That's not true. You've been
Oh, he's an angry elf. They're elf.
It's a fucking Scott. Am I wrong that essentially, if you want to get very basic, just layman's terms, a fucking cult is basically somebody that has a religious belief in some. It could be a personality cult where it's one person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you're basically. I think they have a thing called, I don't know how it works, but they have a thing called the BITE model. I guess BITE, and each one stands for a thing, and if it has all of them, kind of that's like a good step towards calling it a cult. I think.
Does it necessarily have to have religion involved in it?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's something
I
that
don't think so
forms
either.
opinion and a structure to thought that doesn't allow outside thinking of that. It's that way or no way, type thing.
That's one of the key features, and one of the key features that encourage you to leave your family and other existing relationships and latch onto this singular figure, usually the cult leader. So they're in that way they're substantially different from what we normally think of as religion.
It could be an object too that you're worshiping or idolizing, and you could be cult. It's not just a person.
No,
but the important thing is what I think Sheeple was saying is that you give up your reason for the reasoning of the leader.
Yeah, I just don't want everybody to have the misunderstanding that it's strictly based on a religion.
Well, but religion plays a very strong part because essentially the only reason we call it, the only differentiating thing is that we have a different word for religion, in my opinion, than we do for a cult. With religion, it's been around for so long, we call it something different, but religion is the same way. We say, get rid of your family if they don't believe what you believe in some random shit about some...
Just sounds like you're caught up in your own bias.
Very few religions say that, though.
Yeah. What religion do you know of that does that?
Well, if your family a bunch of suppressive people, you're better off getting rid of them.
So Scientology, I think we'd agree on, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that Scientology is a cult.
Yeah. I think he set it up that way.
I also think it's a spectrum, right? Like, in Mormonism is interesting because it does sit somewhere in the gray zone on some aspects. They share some qualities that some cults have, especially in the early days of the church, where if you look at it through the lens of Joseph Smith basically doing it to, for sex and fame, like any good cult leader would. But even today, there are some aspects about disowning family.
Really? Why?
Well, so here's one of them. And this caused a huge stir, and this was very recent. They said that you have to, if you are a child of gay parents, then you have to disavow what they do before they'll let you get baptized as citizens.
That's not the same as
a lot of them think that fucking gay people should be in jail anyway. So I mean, that's
it rides the line, like I said. Another thing is, if very often when somebody leaves the faith, a family will disown them. That's not part of the teaching, but it happens a lot, very frequently. So I don't know. It just depends on how you look at it. There's
Wait,
some.
But how would that not be a cult then? I mean, I'm just not understanding the difference.
What I'm saying is, it's kind of riding the line depending on how you view because like I said, it's not part of the teaching to disown people.
Yes, but cults go a step further, right? And they encourage separation from all of society.
Right.
They don't encourage their members to interact with society at all.
You think that's a defining characteristic of a cult?
It's one of them, yeah.
Well, how? But if I say, well, my religion says that anybody that's heterosexual, I just won't. You shouldn't associate with them because they're like going to hell or some shit, some bullshit. So how is that? How is that not encouraging people to disassociate with people?
Because it's not
Well, I
encouraging
think,
to dissociate with all people.
yeah, and I think there's also a difference between, which I don't agree with this encouraging disassociation at all, but encouraging something is kind of subjective. Like if you say that they're encouraging you to not hang out with homosexuals or straight people in your case,
Do you
you
think?
know, that's just they're not saying you can't be here if you do, though. I think
Do
that
you
that's
think
the
Of course,
difference.
there's going to be
think
different
that?
levels of every group. To
But yeah, in
label
terms
one
of
Do you
group
think
as
that?
all.
in terms of
Do you think that?
participating in society, I think it matters how big the cult is. You know, some if it's like too big to fail, then they won't. The reason they exclude themselves from society is because society will unravel them. There'll be
No,
an
it doesn't
intervention or
matter
there'll be
how
some
big it is. It's the
interference,
same thing.
and the
It's just
cult.
you're not seeing it.
No, bro, if it's small, it'll be affected by society. That's why they try to get them away from society, because otherwise these people will be deterred from joining the cult.
I
But
think
if
that.
it's big enough, then it can withstand that, and it could it can interact with society on its own terms. So it matters how big the cult is.
You think
Yeah,
that Jehovah?
by your definition, a clique in school, a group of kids just as a clique would be a cult, and that's just not
Yeah,
true.
sure. Why not? Why does that? Why
Well,
is
they
that?
could
I
be,
mean, sure.
but it's just a group
Yeah.
of kids, right?
Let's let Brenda get in. She's been trying to get something.
Well, I was going to say that Jehovah's Witnesses do a lot of those things. If you're leave the faith of Jehovah's Witnesses, you'll be shunned.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mennonites and
they'll.
Hutterites are the same.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I don't see the problem. Why can't we call that a cult? I don't see the problem.
Globers do the same thing. Look what y'all did to Shroomy.
Well, the thing is,
we love
that was
Shroomy.
exclusively because Shroomy is a dick. That's why.
No.
the difference between cult and religion used to be in the context that there were real gods, real deities, real supernatural entities to worship versus men who were not supernatural, and a cult being a group of people that gather around a man's erroneous interpretation of the text as revealed by those divine God or those divine entities. That used to be
what
the
the fuck
context.
are you talking? You worship some like whatever like you're like what the fuck are you talking about? You worship some.
What I'm talking about is the way that the dissolution of this context of God versus man makes cult versus
so
religion.
you would say, so are we in a cult? We don't
argument,
worship a fucking God. We don't do any of. So what the like? What are you talking about?
So now you're redefining the old context in a new atheist context that refuses to recognize gods. So we're talking about context now, not definition.
Yeah, but Lemon, by that same token, a lot of cult members say their leader is godlike. You know, they give him divine. They'll make him a god, basically. They'll godify him.
So is he a god, or is it people?
One could argue that Christianity started off as a cult where they godified this man Jesus, right? You can argue that.
But
Look,
Jesus
the
was
bottom
fully
line
God,
is
fully
that-
man, and he resurrected, which most men do not do. So if that claim to fame is correct, that's not quite the same
as a cult
thing.
member too. You could claim that my
What
leader
man,
died and resurrected.
Jesus?
I think the
You
more
know that-
important thing here is that there should be some sort of like truths to these religions, and then you could definitely argue that religions start off as cults, and now they've become big enough that they have fought the stigma. You know, there's no stigma regarding them. Whereas,
but that shifts the focus.
Exactly. That's the only difference is the number of people that are engaged in them. That's the only difference between a cult.
But that's a useless definition. That's a useless definition because that defines it by popularity. It doesn't define it by essence. It's a useless definition with less context.
Of course, it's a spectrum.
Essence is subjective for a lot of these different groups, Lemon. Like a lot of the cult members will say that
Subjective
they have
definitions
godly
tend
essences.
to
Their
vanish.
leader has a godly, is like, you know, a god or something like that. So again, it doesn't.
So
we're
basically-
trying to judge them objectively.
But what this does is this atheistic context that refuses to recognize God versus man makes it so that cults and religions, cults with their negative
what the
connotation are
fuck
one.
are you talking about? God versus man. We are here right now. We have no evidence of any kind of God. They may exist or they may not. We don't fucking know, and we're just sitting here.
You know, I agree with Lemon. You do have that potential. That's a possibility, and I would also argue that there is evidence for, you know, something more than man. And my personal argument would be,
it turns men's adulation and tendency to worship into a negative thing by merging cult and religion in this, you know,
They are the same. They are the same.
So, Baked Brain, let me ask you a question. How do you think? So, like, for me, Islam is the truth, and the reason why it, compared to any other religion or cult or wherever you want to term it, is because there are scientific truths in the Quran that that like they couldn't have possibly known 1400 years ago. Somehow they knew that the land beside the Red Sea is the lowest land in the world, like has the lowest altitude of any land below sea level. They knew that, you know, that the human embryo was like in the form of a clot, like a leech. They knew that the mountains acted as pegs when we didn't have any sort of, like, you know, radar technology to actually see that. So those are for me like the kind of scientific truths that make me think that there is more than just manliness to it. You know, there are more than just mortals led the charge on this.
Okay, well, you just said scientific truths, but they did not see it that way. I mean, they probably, if they're doing it back then, they're going to see it as some kind of mystical or whatever supernatural, like, divinity that some random person got and whatever, like.
Yeah, exactly. How did they do it elsewise? Like, we didn't have that technology 1400 years ago. So tell me how they knew those scientific facts, and, you know, they'll change things.
Wait.
How did they know to do what?
How they knew the scientific facts that are mentioned in the Quran, which I just briefly touched on.
Why don't you look at the scientific mistakes in the Quran with the links that I posted?
What did they do that was so astounding?
They foretold that the lowest point on Earth is like near the Red Sea, which is like they had no technological way to actually know that. They were told that the mountains acted as pegs and, you know, in the ground, and they went way below other parts of, you know, the ground that was beside them. They foretold that, you know, the embryo starts off as, like, you know, in the form of a blood clot or a leech. You know, a bunch of things that we couldn't have possibly known with our level of technology back then.
All right, are you just interpreting that from, like, vague statements in the Bible, or
That's
I mean,
not how an embryo.
I said Quran, bro, not Bible. And no, they're not vague. They're pretty clear verses.
No, sorry.
Sorry, dude. Wrong. What he said. Next topic.
Well, at the very least, dissolving this, you know, difference between cult versus religion misses the context of proper interpretation of the text and scriptures as revealed, whether it's revealed by a man or God versus erroneous interpretation. In general, people can at least agree that cults have an erroneous interpretation of the foundational scriptures that is leading to serious error.
What does the Bible say about two pole stars?
It says something about the Mazzaroth, the zodiac. I think that's about it, but I don't know.
Well, how about the two poles as we see them? That's kind of.
I think it talks
kind of difficult. Whitsitt didn't really give a very satisfactory explanation. He got kind of a what do you call it?
He ran. That's
Tired
what
now.
happened.
Somebody say the word.
You're still fucking talking about Whitsitt. You just want him to leave and then you don't shut up about him.
It's okay. He's a celebrity. He can be talked about at any time. Not one person that you accuse of being a pedophile all over the world is ever in this room, but yet you do it. So I can talk about Whitson.
Well, you say to him, go away, you don't want him here and that, and then you fucking talk about him for hours. So that's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? Just shut the fuck up about Whitson if you don't want him here, or he'll come back.
Well, I don't read my poem. Then you don't hear my poem about Whitson.
You got a poem?
You're in love. Go on then.
Well,
does it include Becky carrying water for him and cupping him?
No.
Come on, don't
I
be
wouldn't
a
include that.
freaking pig, you moron.
Yeah, don't be a pig. It's called.
Said that.
It's called. I don't know, some new guy.
I did.
It's called.
We all did.
Poem, please.
I'm not a moron.
Called you a pig.
I don't care about that.
Scott,
I'm not a
read it.
moron, damn it.
No, forget it. You guys don't want to hear my poem. I don't have
No,
a
Scott, please read it.
I was
Read
gonna make it up as I went. I have no idea it was gonna be funny. So I'm just...
Roses are red, violets are blue, sheeple's a Muslim, and Whitson hates Jews.
I was gonna try to title it something like I never
Jesus, what's wrong with
I was
you?
trying to play on you. I bet you think the song is about you, because I was gonna be like, we never think or talk about Whitson, but then yet I was writing it. I couldn't quite figure out what the title.
Whitson's okay once you get to know him. You just got to get past the rough edges, is all.
I guess. They're pretty rough.
Do you have that explanation?
No, he never did bring that citation. Remember that citation he called us all idiots for not knowing?
Which
and went
one?
on and on and on about the one about the satellite dishes pointing not at the satellites but at the tower. And I mean, it was like he does this with everything, but he was like, stupid idiots, this, you guys are so dumb, and blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, I have these things, and I was like, well, will you bring them? And he just kept saying, yes, he would do it. That's been like 2 weeks. I don't think he has a citation.
Did he back down on the geostationary for the GPS?
Yeah, I think, well, he didn't. He just stopped bringing it up. He didn't actually admit that he was wrong about that. He doesn't bring it up.
Yeah, so I lost internet connection, but I guess Lemon finally agreed that he's a religious extremist and his entire ideas are bullshit, or I guess not.
Shut the
Probably
fuck
not.
up. He's not an extremist. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Do you want to get this channel shut down or people's accounts shut down? You a fucking commie?
Well, the thing is, these atheists deny a context where gods even exist or pass down scripture. So for them, the God versus man, or a proper interpretation of scripture versus improper interpretation of scripture context is meaningless. So they're going to factor in another definition that basically rejects those concepts. So it's, part and parcel of the game. It's part of, what it is, depending on the intellectual framework that you come from.
Lemon, look, I honestly, like, you are lost, dude. You are so fucking, like, can you not see how you're looking at some book that was written, you don't even know. You have no clue. It's written thousands of years ago, and you don't even know what the fuck you're reading, and you're basing your entire life and morality off of it. Do you not see how that's fucked up?
But we have the Holy Spirit to help with interpretation. We have the Holy Spirit to help us, with the interpretation.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have my imaginary friend and ghost that happens to be around me, and he tells me, like, what to do in,
Okay, well, you're
like,
weird,
moral, when I ask him a question about
Sam
moral
Harris?
situation.
What's this about earthly men that you similarly worship? What's this about your scientism?
What earthly men do I, quote, similarly worship? What the fuck are you talking about, Lemon?
Sam Harris, who's another atheist that these guys keep on hawking. Richard Dawkins. Who else?
Lemon, Lemon,
Christopher
you have
Hitchens.
the most Dunning-Kruger affected personality character that I have ever fucking
The
seen.
religion room. Did we get rid of the religion room?
Yeah, I guess.
Lemon, seriously, do you think every, quote,
we've got a religion room
whatever you
downstairs
think
we
an
can go
atheist
to.
is, worships fucking Richard Dawkins or something? Like, literally, is that what you actually think?
Do you want us to take this down
with
to
an
another
altar
room?
in their house.
Well, I just personally, I don't like hearing people that hate religious people. Even though I'm not religious,
I don't
just
hate
think,
religious people. I'm trying
well,
to
you
help
sound like you
women.
hate
I'm
Fake
literally
beef.
trying to help.
You shut the fuck up. You're not helping
Do me a
anyone, you
favor.
weirdo.
Look, you sound extra angry today.
Yeah.
Like right there, what you're about to do. Just take it down a notch. Like it's okay, you know. I get you, but there's no need to be so aggressive.
Well, Big Brain, all I have to say is that God does exist and that Lucifer is trying to, play us for fools. That's all that I'm trying to say.
Yeah, whatever, Lemon. But seriously, like, where the fuck is Lucifer? I've never seen any evidence of this person. What is he? Is he?
He's here right now.
Actual? Is he? Is
He's
he
here
actually
right.
a living human being?
He's
What is he?
speaking through you right now.
Fallen angel.
Might have something there
Oh,
for you.
God, that's rude.
He's speaking through me. I mean, honestly, like, Lemon, you can see how ridiculous this shit is. Seriously, you are lost.
Speak
dude.
to me when
We
I'm
all
proud.
know
All
that.
right, guys,
Proud
Quick's
to
right.
keep-
This is getting a little bit too over dominating. You guys want to move to a
Personal
religious room? Yeah.
I'm waiting to see folding chairs and ladders coming up between these two.
I want a cage match, but I can make you guys a religion room if you want. And
Jumping off the top rope.
yeah, superfly suplex.
All right, I mean, that's fine. Lemon's he's never gonna admit that he just.
Yeah, I'm glad you realized that. Maybe take a break on mute.
Oh,
I'm not. How? Yeah, I think he should take a break from his fucking religious bullshit. But hey, that's just me. He can go ahead and do it if he wants, but whatever.
Yeah, it is his life. So
Yeah, it's his life, each their own. So shut the fuck up.
It's part of
No,
you.
I'm not gonna
asking
shut
a
the fuck
flower
up.
to
I'm
drop
trying to help him.
Big Brain,
Go fuck
listen.
yourself. How about that?
You can
Stop
have
being
your
so creepy. You
opinions.
can't help anyone.
You can have your opinions, Big Brain, but when you start getting personal and on a high horse, that's when people
It's
are going
not
to
really
stop you.
personal. He's the one coming in here preaching.
It's not really
basically about
personal
his
to tell
religion.
someone their whole life and morals they live by is a bunch of shit because you don't see their point of view. That's not personal.
All I'm saying is
that this
he
is,
came in here preaching. So
Lemon
how
does
is it
regularly tell
wrong
us that
for
we're
me to tell
Luciferian
him what my
Satanists who
opinion is?
drink the bail out of
Bean,
That's
Brent,
true.
You know what? You know
That
what
is-
they
that
hear,
is
though?
true, but-
let me say something though. I've talked to a lot of flat earthers, and this is just my observation of time with them. That's the way they hear it from you, not just you specifically, but from globe earthers. It sounds like you're preaching to them. So when you say that, I understand what you're saying, but you got to understand that they feel like you're preaching at them every time that they come to talk.
Yep. Your priests were your teachers, your books were your science books, and you're preaching to us what you've learned. That's
Not
how we do
equivalent.
it.
Yeah, but we're not saying.
just saying that's
anything
how
that
it's.
can't- We're
that's how it's
saying
heard.
we are only, at least for me, I don't know about anybody else. I'm only concerned with stuff that I can verify for myself. So for him to come in
black
and
holes.
preach,
Like black
I
holes.
mean, that's a good point. Can you verify a black hole? But we would all agree that black holes exist, and we've actually
No, I
seen
can't
them.
verify that, so I don't necessarily know if that actually exists or not. So
Okay,
you're
what
right,
about
I don't-
gravity?
But I never claimed that they do. So
Can you verify
what are we
gravity?
talking about?
What about the cause of gravity? How about what the moon is made of? And about
See-
9 million other things that you believe in without
So
being
my
able to
point,
verify
see, that's
yourself.
just my point, though, Jum, is that that's the way that I've heard them say that that's the way they feel that we come and preach. So when somebody acknowledges that they feel like Lemon comes in and preaches all the time, he's really just dishing out the same thing that he receives.
Or vice versa.
I was
Right.
muted.
Yeah, of course. We
I was
agreed on
trying
that.
to alert you guys that Big
You know,
Big
we
Bean's
could-
a flat earther. Yeah.
We could take a look at who started this way. You know what I mean? Big picture. It's them
Yeah, but
coming
they were-
against us.
but they were growing up
telling
and
us
trying
that
to
we're
figure out who's
liars.
right.
Hey, you're the ones that are
Scientists
preaching.
are
I was
liars.
just trying to help Lemon out,
Everything
but
we
whatever. If
believe
he
is
wants
a
to
lie.
continue to be lost,
All
that's
that.
fine.
They started all this shit.
Well, this
What? Wait, what?
was
I
started
started?
500 years ago. 500 years ago by Galileo and Copernicus and them. They started this before.
Now
have
you
to
started
understand
the curve.
that's what the real argument is for their side, though. You
How,
understand?
Lemon, you want to
It's
come
not
in
gonna
here
be
and
the
preach
math.
to me
It's not gonna
about
be the physics.
about
It's gonna
religion,
be-
and all I did was try to do the same thing back to you, and all of a sudden you're triggered, and you're like, "Oh wow, that's fucked up." I mean, really?
Okay, I've missed something. What are you saying? What were you trying to say?
Look, I've
I'll
already
talk some
told. I'm
more.
just telling you, dude. You're lost. You are
Religion
absolutely
room.
lost
Well,
in life. You
you should
don't
get
know what you're
lost.
talking about, and you are lost.
He
Religion
heard you
room. Religion room.
like
Go
4
down to
times.
religion room, please.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go.
There is a talk
It's-
religion room.
Whatever. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk about religion anyway. I don't care.
Well, we
I'm
can
just
go down
he
and talk
came in
about
here
religion.
preaching.
Could have fooled me.
We
We can
did
go
have
down
a
there and
rule.
chat.
We did have a rule about no religion in here because, there are a lot of places where that are about that, and we didn't want to make this about that. And the other thing is, not everyone on this side of the argument is an atheist, despite what people claim to the contrary. And so we just don't want, people saying things similar to what Baked Brain just said, and people just being offended because of it, and they're not geared up to be challenged on their religious view.
Yeah, Sheeple Fans believes in God.
That's all I said.
But having said
challenged him,
that,
and
it
that's
is part of the flat Earth argument, and it does come up. So we let it run, and for so long.
It's an
But
old
we
job.
aren't a room about religion. So it as people are saying, it probably is time. If you want to continue it, it probably is time.
I don't. All I'm saying is that that's what he started preaching, and
elsewhere.
that all I did was give it right back to him. So
All right, we got that.
Yeah,
So
understood.
moving on.
I don't think that was unfair, Baked Brain. He does call us demons and all sorts of other things, as has been
exactly,
pointed out.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's coming in here preaching to everybody.
I just want to know how we got the 2 poles.
Have
we looked everywhere? Are there any poles hiding anywhere?
Amazon.
They're hiding on Amazon?
Can buy
Why
2
are you
poles
talking
from
about
Amazon.
Where are the other poles hiding? Whitsett said there was a 4th pole hiding, and they're not showing the landmass where the expected pole of the. It's got to be a pole, or so a quaddy pole. I don't know what he said.
There are thousands of poles in Poland.
No, they're mostly over here in England.
I know, there's thousands of them on my road. I'm surrounded by them.
See, I'm a flat earther, but I don't go pushing around the flat earth on everyone. I'm not one of those kind of people. It's up to the individual if they want to be a global earth, flat earther, pretzel earth, dinosaur earth. I don't really care.
Well said, Earl.
Earl, I notice you're sporting the Canadian maple leaf symbol there. Do you desire to have the Canadian bastard role by any chance?
No, and I do not want that.
Just offering. Just offering.
I'll give him the blessed by an Aussie roll.
Oh yes, I would like that.
Poor Canada.
But I just have to say though, Big Brain, I think your name is kind of wrong. It should be Small Brain.
Oh.
Just saying.
Oh,
damn.
Wow. All right. Yeah. Somebody go ahead and change my name to that then.
Tiny Brain.
Name is Big Brain right now?
They will, dude.
That is fucked up.
Tiny
Holy shit.
Brain.
Somebody change it back
But
to half
wait,
baked.
but I have a big brain though. How does
Mini
that work?
brain.
Hey, someone's done something with the
walk your
rolls.
dog?
Are you in there, Scott? Beach?
Yeah, what about?
I'm trying to give Earl the blessed by an Aussie roll, but only like a couple of rolls are coming up.
I don't know why. Hold on, let me look at it.
I've only got chess player, pole master, new arrival, botless, globist, skeptic, human or flat earth skeptic, and the rest are gone.
I'll figure it out. I have no idea why, but I'll figure it out.
Sorry, Earl, we've had a bit of a complication.
There's always that,
CB has them all.
Yeah, I have them all. Let me check it. It must be something for your settings. I'll
Something weird's going on
Anyway,
because I can get the rolls for other people, just not Earl.
They're trying to get you out. Becky.
It's a
They're trying to do something to
conspiracy
me.
Yeah.
against me.
They're
That's
slowly
what it
taking all
is.
That's
your
weird.
modding away.
Oh no, they're all up again now. It must have been my connection. Sorry, guys.
Dear God, Becky, I just clicked on your name. You have an unbelievable amount of roles.
Well, I got them up so if anyone wants them, they can ask me and I'll give them to them. So I'm just advertising for people who might want some of them.
Oh.
Okay. all
Wow,
right.
you've added quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Some
anyone
of them
wants
are
any, let me know.
contradictory, though. Cute.
But
Like-
really, though, I don't see how you can separate flat Earth from religion, because that's basically what, a lot of the not so great flat earthers, come in here. That's their arguments, is basically just religious arguments. But
Not so many that you can't divorce them. I mean, like Jeremy's not religious at all, and even people that are religious often will make arguments that are independent of that. I think.
What
but
exactly
I mean,
is a
certainly
Gucci
not
Coochie?
lemon, right?
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know what that is.
It's like that. Well,
A Gucci Coochie?
Yeah, that platinum. that platinum,
yeah.
Who came up with that one?
That platinum OPP.
Oh, well, they're down in religion. If anyone else wants to go down there, I'm going to jump down and see what the
Yeah,
talk's about.
I'll go down.
Oh, cool. Come
Religion
down
is not flat Earth is, as it is in its current form, a religion. So I don't see how you could.
What
not that
institution has
there's
made the
anything
most
wrong
money
with
off
flat
of it?
Earth, but
Can I just respond to that because I'm a flat earther? We've already told you that flat earthers can be atheist, agnostic, they can be Muslim, Christian, Catholic, Hindu, whatever. So how is that a fucking religion, mate?
Can you agree that a lot of flat Earth? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with flat Earth. I'm just saying that in its current form, flat Earth as a global movement is a religious movement, just because of the fact that the majority of people, I don't know about the majority, but a lot of the people that do it, that are involved in it, are Christian fundamentalists and stuff.
The people going around advertising flat Earth, half of those people I think are fuckwits anyway. Like, just because I agree that the Earth is flat doesn't mean I agree with anything else these people are talking about. So you're trying to say that we're in a religion. You are so far from wrong. But why don't you jump down to religion and we can carry this conversation on down there?
I'm just not. It's not. It's not.
Hey, half-baked.
I don't.
Half-baked,
agree
aren't
with-
you a flat
I'm not
earther,
interested in debating religion.
Well, you would, by your standards, and the globe people, the globe itself is religious, because most of the people that believe that this is a sphere, a globe, are religious.
Believe.
Globe Earth is objective.
I don't know if I would say
It's the
religious.
model religion.
Well, it's the same standards that you're saying you're applying to flat Earth. You'd have to.
No, because Globers will give me evidence when I ask them, why do you think this, they will give me evidence.
Some
but
will.
Lemon will just
Most
say that
of
it
the
was
people
written
here
in some
will.
book thousands of years ago.
Okay, so we got a Bible.
Is a book not some evidence, though?
No, of course not. If it's
Evidence,
no.
Bible. What's the difference?
No, I don't agree with that comparison though. His standard for saying that flat Earth is religion is that the motivation for a lot of the people for thinking the Earth is flat is tied to their religion.
I disagree.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. I definitely came at it from a agnostic perspective.
Oh no, yeah,
I think it is. I think it is. They think that the Bible tells them that the Earth is flat, and they cannot stray from that at all.
Right. I was just clarifying what I thought his position was.
But what
Whereas
about the
most people who think the Earth is a ball do not believe that because of their religion.
And what about
No,
for
no,
people
of
who
course
are not
not.
religious,
No, I don't think it's a religion.
God-wise, but still flat earthers? What about for them?
Like in
The
religious
flat Earth can
social
still
behavior.
be- the flat Earth can still be their religion in this sense, just
Yep.
the way that Becky and all the flat earthers accuse us of being scientismists.
Right, but
and science is our religion.
they're
creeds and all that.
they're using the religion in a different sense than Beans is using it.
No. They're ironically they get in. A lot of the flat earthers are fundamentalist Christians, and they get into flat Earth. But ironically, their actual religion becomes, in addition to their Christian religion, it becomes flat Earth because they see all the they see mountains of evidence against it, and they still stick to it.
No. I mean, in the Gospel according to Saint Newton, and on the 5th day, an apple did drop.
Some people in this chat room I find intolerable. You are one of them, Bizarre.
Looking into it isn't sticking with it. Looking into it, and
So-
that's why you got to make a distinction. Got to make sure you do that. Don't miss analyze.
If someone has the opinion that flat Earth is based in religion, one way or another, it's a religious movement, or it's because it came from their Christian beliefs or whatever. How do you think you can fight that with science? Like I never understood this. Yeah. But that's what happens on a daily basis is science is trying to fight a belief of a movement that is based in religion.
Well, it's not.
You could call it a religion if you think that Santa Claus
only sometimes.
I'm in the
Only sometimes.
non-Santa Claus the religion that doesn't believe in Santa Claus too, just like the religion that doesn't believe in the globe.
I mean, look, there are so many things you could attack most Globers here for in their model, and to sit here and talk about like religion and you're wrong because this book says a couple thousand years ago that it's wrong. I mean, everybody's just gonna laugh at you. It's absurd.
What would you attack first, Bake Brain?
I mean, we've gotten into it before. We can get into it again if you want, but
yeah, something actually about the globe.
Well, you can't separate the heliocentric globe model from the Big Bang and all that, but we've debated that before, and we can do it again if you want. But so again, it can't. The heliocentric globe model cannot be possible without the Big Bang, and the Big Bang is an absurd.
Well, no,
ridiculous, absolute garbage.
Oh no, you just spoke in absolute. I'm not gonna go for all that. That's craziness.
Well, that
flat earthers don't speak like that, buddy.
Go ahead, Curve.
No, I said it. That's patently false. I mean, we have what we have. The Earth is here. Okay, we can measure it. We can photograph it. We got what we got, regardless of how it got here.
It is Beans, are you making the argument that flat earthers say that you can't have the heliocentric model without the Big Bang? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
he's saying it.
I'm saying it. I mean, I do know that yes, a lot of flat earthers happen to say the same thing. Yes.
Right. Well, yeah. If you're making that argument, then no, it's not true. For the majority of the time that we've thought the Earth was a sphere, we didn't also have the Big Bang.
Okay, but again, so how did it all get created?
That's a different question.
Beginning.
How it all came to be is a different question to what it is.
No. You're not gonna go there. It is inseparable from the heliocentric globe model.
Okay, you're just wrong. You're just completely wrong there.
No, you are simply wrong. And
I think you're ridiculous as well, buddy. You're talking about the map. That's how the map got created, homie.
Support the assertion.
What is the map?
What do you mean? Wait, what? What is the map?
What is the map? Not how did the land become formed and all this. What is the map of the land?
What is the map of the land? Well, look, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about how the heliocentric globe model
is. Kurt said to you, do you want to talk about the globe? You want to talk about the globe, the map of the globe. That's what he wants to talk about. Curve, correct me if I'm wrong, Curve. He wants to talk about the globe.
He said you could poke holes in the globe or all that. Let's do it.
The heliocentric globe model is inseparable from the Big Bang.
You keep
period.
saying wrong.
Fact.
That's wrong.
That's not true, dude. Look, there's a Bieber in your mailbox right now. Go out to your mailbox, check, and see a beaver in there. You have no idea. Nobody fucking knows how the beaver got in your mailbox. Now, sit there and tell me that it's not a fucking beaver.
What the fuck is a beaver? Beaver? What the fuck?
Dude, it's
Yeah,
just a quick
you've
thrown
heard
together
of a
analogy
beaver?
here. You don't need to know how it fucking got there to know that it's a goddamn beaver in your mailbox.
No. See, that's where you're wrong. Because
Tell me
you do
how.
need to understand how it got to be before you
Why?
can try to make all these kind of fancy theories
Why?
about how it is.
Why?
What?
No. You're
How you
wrong.
how have you
Tell me
got
why.
this so 100% backwards?
Why do I
What
need
do you
blueprints
mean-
to
what do
be
you
able
mean
to
back-
count the number of floors in a building?
Yeah, a deeper understanding is not the same as a surface level understanding. We want a surface
Curved,
level
what-
understanding. Surface level understanding of your surface.
So I mean, I don't know what are you guys talking about? Curved. What are you talking about? The number
Why are
of
you
floors
scared?
in a
Why are
building?
you scared of the map? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
The map
Again.
has nothing to do with, again, how it came to be in the first place.
Yes, that's correct. That is exactly the argument.
And they don't want to talk about how it came to be. They want to talk about the map. Which,
How
like
it
you
came
said, has
to be.
nothing to do with how it came to be.
How it came to be is not the shape that it is. It is a fucking shape, dude.
Look, curved. I mean, you have to have a theory of how it came to be in that particular
Why?
shape.
Quit just
Because
saying
if
that.
you don't,
Why?
I'm gonna say that you're just, well, that's fine. You can claim whatever you want, but if you don't have a theory about how it came to be, then I mean,
Then you don't have a theory about how it came to be. That's it.
And you can still know what it is.
Dude.
no.
Unbelievable. No,
Why?
listen.
Why?
This all
You can claim
came.
whatever you want. Why? You
Listen,
can claim whatever you
Beans,
want.
this all came because
Why?
you very specifically said that they cannot be separated. The heliocentric model and the Big Bang cannot be separated.
Absolutely, they cannot. Yes.
Yeah, that's just not true. You don't need to know about the Big Bang to know that the Earth is a sphere revolving around the sun.
You're
You don't need.
incorrect.
You just
Yeah.
no.
And
no,
the geocentric model is a globe as well.
dude. This is
Potentially
unreal.
could be incorrect as well.
You have no logical comprehension.
We all know where peaches come from. They come from a can. We don't need to know that they were put there by a man.
It look.
In a factory downtown.
I'm not saying that it's not that the Earth is not a spinning sphere, whatever, through thousands of miles of nowhere, and we're spinning off to nowhere, and nothing fucking matters. I'm not saying that that's not the case.
Okay,
what I am
so
saying is that,
would you?
hold on, that you
okay.
need to have a theory about how it came to be.
No, you don't. Would you say that if you don't know how something came to be, you cannot know what it is?
Correct.
Okay, you're wrong.
No, it's
How
just
can you
simply
justify
not
that?
correct.
How can you justify that?
He doesn't realize what it is means what we're going to call it and what we're going to map it. We're not trying to get as deep as he's trying to get, and he doesn't want to make a simple diplomatic agreement of communication. You're fucking being weird,
It's
bro.
not a matter of diplomatic agreements of communication. It's a matter of you guys are saying that you know everything. Oh, we figured out the whole universe and we figured out everything and all this kind of extravagant.
We're talking about the globe, Jake.
bullshit.
Talking about the globe. Globe. You said you can poke holes in the globe, debunk the globe, whatever you said.
You
do it.
Cannot say basically it's just inseparable. How is it not inseparable?
Do you not hear us?
The heliocentric globe
not
model is
just
not
me.
inseparable.
We're
or
all
it
doing
is
it. You
not-
keep
yeah, it's
repeating
not
that.
inseparable.
Just stop it. Just stop it. Stop
Kirk,
repeating
he's right.
it.
He's right. It's not a globe. He's right. They're linked, so it's not a globe. He's got it. There you go. That's is that your argument? They're linked, so I guess it's not a globe. All right, good job, bud.
Dude,
Of course
is there a
it's
special
inseparable.
room?
How-
Is there a special ed room here?
Listen,
like-
Curved.
Fake.
Why
This
is
is
it
a pathetic troll,
unreasonable
dude.
to ask you for a theory of how it came to be? If you're gonna make a claim to me, how is that unreasonable?
Because it's irrelevant. You're claiming for no reason that they're inextricably linked, and that's false. And you cannot back up your assertion that they are linked, that one is necessary for the other. Seriously, and I'm not mocking you or making
I don't
fun
think
of
I
you.
said
I'm
it was
making a statement
necessary.
of fact
I
here
said
right
that
now. This is nothing more than a weak, pathetic troll if this is all you've got.
I
You
agree.
want to talk shit about the globe, but you've got no arguments against the
Curve,
globe.
look, you couldn't last against me. I could listen. If you want to really get into it, let's talk about.
That's funny.
Oh my god, I don't
Got
even want
one
to get
trick,
into it.
dude. One trick.
That's his fucking Witsit 2.0.
And it's pathetic.
Listen, Curve. The whole heliocentric globe model. I mean, do you really want to get into it? Like, we would have. Honestly, it is absurd.
Yep.
And I
you're just repeating yourself. You are not making any argument at all.
I'm waiting for the cutting edge science, man. It's so absurd. Where is the cutting edge? Lay it down.
You get
halfway so we would have contacted aliens by now like 1,000,000 times. If what you guys say was true, then there is zero. I mean, probably like almost zero. It's so small.
You listen to yourself. You can't even finish the sentence. You've got nothing to back it up. You're just stumbling around here. You've got nothing.
Meg, here's my argument. Outside of our solar system, there is nothing. Okay? That they are lights on a dome firmament out at the edge of our solar system. The Earth is a globe. Prove me wrong.
Well, in that case,
You get the point. We're arguing the shape of the Earth, bitch. Now, let's go.
well, it's but that's not what you're arguing.
You're
arguing the
incapable. I get
heliocentric
it.
globe model, which is completely different.
You're off the hook. It's okay. You're off the hook. We clearly see you can't do it. Gotcha. Loud and clear.
Bullshit. I can because that's not. No. You are wrong.
You're refusing communication, bro. You're refusing communication.
Attempt.
Sorry, say again. What did you say about an attempt or whatever?
You have refused every opportunity to even attempt to refute the globe.
No. Okay, look.
Yep.
I have told you
you're
that
less
the heliocentric globe
than
model does not.
You're
it is
far
absolutely
below
absurd. I have proved that it is absurd because you all are arguing that we have all these trillions and to the trillion to the trillion to the trillion to the trillion of whatever meters of space that are
I'll
out there.
Back later
We
and
have
see if there's anybody worth talking to. Enjoy.
Well, Curved, you're running
rest of
away.
space when talking about the shape of the
Can't
Earth.
debate. That's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't listen. Curve caveated all that out of there for you. You still didn't want to fucking step up.
You're not good at this.
Wow. Is Curved really gonna just be a coward and leave?
He's not a
or
coward.
I guess...
Nobody here would believe that. He lost.
He just wrecked you, bro.
He
Just got
lost.
wrecked.
I absolutely destroyed him, and that's
No,
fine.
you didn't.
Wow,
No.
Curved. I guess
You didn't, though.
I don't know if he's here, but
You're
delusional. Absolutely
There's
destroyed
something
him.
wrong with you.
You just
Not
fell
right.
flat on your face multiple times.
It was bad. It was real bad.
I mean, absolutely not. I mean, I completely,
Absolutely so.
utterly
It's
disagree.
okay. We'll still
That's
welcome
fine
you
if
here.
think that.
We're not going to run you off. You're welcome to join us, but you lost that one badly.
Yeah, being correct is not an entry qualification for this channel.
I mean, I'm just saying he completely lost the debate.
No, he
Just,
didn't, though.
I don't know, ran, I guess.
Did you see Santa Claus too?
Wow. You're bordering pathetic now, so.
There's a moon in the
really?
sky.
That's what
Do
you
know
came
where
away
it came from?
that?
Yeah,
with?
I did.
okay.
I'm sorry. It was bad. Real bad. You
Wow,
lost
I mean, I don't
badly.
know. I mean, it was definitely like he was just ran away. But I mean, that's fine if you think that. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Twit, did I miss the debate?
Imagine living in his world. He wants to buy a car, goes to the dealership, and the dealer asks him, so what is the basic function of an internal combustion engine? And he's like, fuck me, I just want to buy the car. No. You have to know exactly how it was made, what all the components are. You're just being absurd, dude.
No. Yeah, exactly. And you're right. Because that's the difference is when he says that I know absolutely everything about the physics that causes the engine to work.
But we just want to buy a car. We just want to buy a car and drive it away.
Begin again. Then yeah, you're right.
We just want to buy the car and drive it away.
No. But that's a different.
No.
The person who's selling me the car isn't saying I know everything about the universe and how it will end and how it will begin and how it whatever. The person who I'm buying the car from just says, "Hey, the car will work. You buy it, and it'll work." That's fine.
Neither are they, man. They're not saying it either, dude. They didn't say any of that. You keep saying they have to be saying that because it's intrinsically linked. They're not saying that. He said, "Put your little get your."
If they wanted to actually
but they don't
explain
care.
how the car works,
You're saying that.
They would have to explain.
You're saying that. You're doing that.
No, again, they can tell me here. I'm gonna get in the car. I'm gonna drive 20 feet. So hey, you can see that the car drives 20 feet.
You're starting to
But if I
sound
go,
dumb now.
How do the physics of the car work? How did the universe begin? How did the atoms and all the particles and the atoms go? The car dealer is gonna be like, well, I don't know. I don't fucking care or whatever.
This is all irrelevant to what the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, if you're going to argue the heliocentric model, you kind of already got to concede to the globe.
I didn't even necessarily say that I wasn't going to concede. I just said that it is
and dodging
you guys have figured out
and dodging whether you're going to
you guys know
allow
how
the
it's
shape
going
of the Earth
to
or not.
begin and end and all this kind of bullshit. That's all I said.
Kind of feel sad for you.
All right, well, thanks.
I'm just straight up fucking
anyway,
mad.
I mean,
I'm
seriously.
mad.
Hold
on,
you
because I thought, hey,
fucking liar.
I thought I was going to get some information from you, and I
Straight up
learned
about
nothing.
what you said, Baked. Baked, how did this start? This started with me calling you out when you said about how you could like poke all these holes in the globe, and now you're talking about you weren't even going to argue
I
against the
said I
globe,
can
or-
poke holes in the heliocentric globe model. Is what I said.
No, globe.
Incorrect. You're incorrect.
Well, either way, even heliocentric globe model. So what?
Yeah.
What
So
about the heliocentric globe
I
model?
don't care.
Do you
Yeah,
put holes
you're
in
right.
that
So
one?
what? I mean, but
The
that's what I
globe
said.
is the point, dude.
What's your strongest piercing or strength? What's your strongest point that will poke hole in it?
Well, I mean, again, to Kurt, hold on. Let me just address
The alien thing. The alien thing.
But let me just address
That's
what
the new
Kurt
hotness,
said.
the alien thing.
The Helios again. This isn't about the globe or not. This is about whether the heliocentric globe model is connected to the Big Bang. All that kind of shit. That's what this is really
I don't know
about.
if anybody cares about that. You care about that?
Okay.
Who cares about that?
Okay.
So again, I mean, so is Curb not going to address that? I mean, again, I'm saying it is inseparable.
No, it isn't.
Why is it? Why do you say that?
Basically, every other
of course.
main proposed alternative cosmology besides the Big Bang model included the heliocentric solar system.
Hey, you say that, but why? What makes you say that?
He doesn't know.
Because how the hell would any matter or whatever be created in the first place? I mean, you can't have
Any
a
number
fucking
of other
globe
ways.
without. What do you mean? Okay, so that's fine. All right, so other ways. So tell me how these other ways that it could work. Okay, so tell me
Every
about
other alternative cosmology since the ancient Greeks has had a globe, and every other alternative cosmology since Copernicus has been heliocentric.
Okay, so tell me about the ancient Greeks and how they proposed that the globe formed.
They didn't propose how it formed other than like the gods did it. But they still
Okay,
have
well, we obviously
in the
know
middle.
that's bullshit. So unless you can provide evidence for me that the gods did it, so
even the
I'm not
globe.
saying that the gods did it. I'm just saying that these different models are not inextricably linked.
So
the
the
globe
Greeks,
came
did they?
first. The globe
Greeks-
came first, and it was the geocentric model, and then there was a heliocentric model, and then there were reasons for why the heliocentric model came about, all sorts of ones. And science is basically settled on the Big Bang now, but that's not the first or the only one that was proposed.
okay, well, again, I'm asking you how you're saying, oh, well, I don't know. They say that it was formed this way, or maybe that, I don't know. It sounds like you're being
No, I'm
vague
not
about
saying
how it
that
was
the Big
formed.
Bang is not the accepted science. I'm just saying that the models are not inextricably linked.
Well, of course they are. How the hell would any matter exist in the first place if they're not linked?
But the argument is what the
Figure it
matter
out,
did
figure it out.
later.
Yeah, that came after. It can't be inextricably linked if it came before the other part.
You're saying that, oh, well, they can't be linked in because one theoretical model came after the other one. I'm saying, why would that even matter? I'm saying, how did it even come to be in the first place?
Well, see, that's a different question now, isn't it? The heliocentric.
How do you not understand it?
The heliocentric model answers the question of how is the main things that we see in the sky now, not how it came, not where it came from. That's the question that's answered by different models.
Where it came from? What do you?
No, it doesn't.
How does that
The heliocentric model by itself does not answer where anything came from. It just describes how it is now.
No. Excuse me. I said the Big Bang model, of course, tries to answer where it came from. Does it not?
Yeah, you got to stick on one model and not flip flop. Yes, the Big Bang model
the
is
heliocentric globe model is based on the Big Bang, though.
There is a one direction tie from the Big Bang model back to the heliocentric model, not the other way around. You can have the heliocentric model without the Big Bang. You can't really have the Big Bang without heliocentric solar systems.
Right. Sure. But again, I'm asking you, okay, you guys say that they are, look, what I'm telling you is that the models are inseparable, okay? You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a
Yes, you're just repeating yourself without adding any information. You have no flesh on your argument. Repetition is not an
Kind of
argument.
disagreed. You disagreed in the directionality kind of thing.
Yeah,
and then you kind of erased it. You agreed and then
the
erased it.
heliocentric model, but not the other way around.
One argument is where did all the bits come from? The other argument is what all the bits did next.
So, look, I don't...
What are they doing?
We are trying to get to the root of the issue, which the root of the issue is you guys say that everything came from a little tiny point or whatever. It makes no sense.
I mean, not
at all.
everyone
I'm
here
trying to
says
paraphrase
that.
it as best I can. It makes absolutely
Have you ever
no sense.
have you ever talked to
It's
Graham?
absolutely absurd. Say what? Say again?
Have you ever talked to Graham?
Grim?
Yeah. He's the plasma cosmologist guy who comes in here semi-often.
No, I don't think I have. I mean, not that I know of.
Yeah, he believes that the solar system is exactly the same shape as everyone else, every other globe are in here, but he has a completely different and silly idea of where it came from.
What's the silliness about it? Yeah, what's the silliness part?
He believes in the plasma cosmology, which is a type of, there's a few variations there, but it's a steady state kind of model. Completely rejected by science, but it's still there.
Championed by loonies. And that's official.
But anyway, I mean, I don't know what we seem to be going off on tangents. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm just giving.
Yes, we know what
the heliocentric globe model seems to.
We know what you're saying. You're saying it multiple times over and over again, but you've got no argument. We know what you're saying, but you have no argument for what you are saying. I know sometimes us Globers are prepared to engage in the argument about the Big Bang, but it's a flat Earth misconception that we think it is inextricably linked to the heliocentric model. That is a myth you flat earthers have made up all on your own. We may argue about it. We may argue about it. We do not think the one runs into the other inextricably.
Yeah, and on top of that, the globe is not inextricably linked to the heliocentric model.
How would you explain the whole orbit of the Earth and everything around the sun without the heliocentric model?
Geocentric models, especially some of the later ones that were rather accurate.
Okay, well, and even if you have a geocentric model, then how did that
working on those and make them even more accurate? They're still silly, but they can be accurate.
Of course they can, but so even with the geocentric model, so still we have the problem of how did it come about to begin with?
Well, that's a different question.
You guys,
the heliocentric or geocentric or middling models like Tycho's model are all answers to the question of how it is, not how it came to be.
I disagree with.
Well, you can disagree with 2 + 2 = 4, but you're just as wrong.
Well, it's definitely not.
A model doesn't have to explain absolutely every question. A model can concern itself with a single question. And these models of the solar system concern themselves with how things are, not where they came from.
Yeah, neither Kepler nor Copernicus made any efforts into any details about how the model got to be the state it's in. All they did was flesh out what state it's in, the precise details about it, how you can predict what may happen in the future with it, but how it actually got to be has never been part of any of the geo or heliocentric model systems.
Because they overlooked it and because they were short-sighted and
that's not an overlook. That's explicitly answering only one question, not all of the questions.
It's not possible to look at it in some kind of narrow frame of reference where you're only I'm only going to look at what explains this little tiny fraction of what we see. I'm only going to look at that and I'll explain that and then I've figured everything out.
No one said that they figured everything out. They were trying to figure out how it is. They weren't trying to figure out where it came from with that model.
They were trying to figure out what they were, how they worked, how they were connected. Where they came from, someone else's problem.
Well, I mean, again,
yeah, what is it? Come on, this is your problem. You see, you don't know what it is.
Really,
you're just stumbling along with nothing to say.
They cannot tell us how it came to be.
Yes, we know what your assertion is. We know what your assertion is. Where is the argument behind the assertion?
The argument is that you guys claim all this kind of stuff about, we know all this.
What kind of stuff? Come on, come on, details. What stuff? What stuff? What kind of stuff?
We know exactly
come on, details.
When it's going to end.
Details. No, you're just bumbling about generalisms and supposition. You got nothing.
I've got nothing. That's what you're.
Baked beans has a problem where baked beans. This is a common thing you do where. When people ask for an argument or evidence, I don't think you actually know what they mean sometimes. Like, you think you're giving it, but we keep looking for something more. Like, a reason to convince a skeptic that what you're saying is true. You keep saying it's true, but you don't really tell us the reason. You think it's obvious, but we don't think it's obvious. I'm just saying, you say it's true, but we don't believe it. you think it's obvious, but we don't think it's obvious. So you have to tell us something more than just the assertion in order to sway our minds. You have to give us a reason that we might believe it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, Scott. Would you think that the physics from 200 years ago would be very useful?
My guess.
And I mean, it would be useful.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
let me ask you this: do you think it would be like very good in describing the universe that we see today?
Yeah, I mean, well, physics from 200 years ago, is that what you're asking? Yeah, I think to the extent that it has the tools to do so, I think it did a good job. Yeah.
So
is that the answer you're looking for?
Do a good. I mean, but wait, you say it would do a good job. I mean, like, didn't we discover a lot of like physicists discovered a lot of things in the last 200 years? Did they not?
Yeah.
So why do you think it would do a good job? I mean, we didn't even know about like gravitational waves and all that stuff.
Because what it did describe,
I could be wrong, but
what it did describe, I think it described mostly right.
And we only found all that other stuff because the stuff that it built on was reasonably accurate.
We knew, but who didn't know about him? Come on.
But you know, it changes radically throughout. I mean, we've only had science for hundreds of years, you know, and it changes radically throughout the centuries. And so you guys are sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, we know everything," and blah, blah,
No, we're
blah,
not.
and you know, everything's figured out and all this
No,
kind of
we're
stuff.
not.
It's absolutely absurd.
No one says that. Of course, that's absurd. Who would say that?
That is basically what you guys are saying.
No, we don't have everything figured out. There's tons of stuff that we don't know. It's full of mysteries that we don't know if we're going to solve. I mean, there's nothing but unknowns and mistakes. And I mean, you're crazy. We never say we know it all.
There's tons of stuff that we figured out fairly well, but that's a far cry from everything.
You're literally just going, you guys don't believe the Earth is flat, so you guys think you know everything. That makes no fucking sense.
I mean, it's not really that at all. It's the entire model. It's the entire model taken together with all the evidence that we see.
So say absurd again. You're crushing them.
All of science is not one model. It's a collection of theories and models that work together.
Yeah.
Okay, and the predominant theory is, you know, and again, so you guys think that, we just happen to be the only life form in the universe, and we're just sitting here and fucking.
We're absolutely not. There's tons of life forms on Earth.
In the vacuum of space or some shit. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You got any more straw man?
Wow.
Yeah, he is straw man.
How is that a straw man? That is literally
everything you've
what
said in
other
the past 5 minutes has been
possibility
straw
is
man.
there?
Yeah,
Because we don't say that. I think that we think there probably is another life. What are you talking about?
Say in physics and in science completely that we know about 5% of what's in the universe, and out of that 5%, we don't know those things 100%.
Yeah, and I believe in aliens and shit, so.
Great. That's awesome.
So none of them gave any kind of evidence. None of them in their entire civilization, which be up to like what 14 billion years old, they never left any evidence that they were around since the 14 billion years. Just none whatsoever.
So we're changing topics now, huh?
What if evolution takes 14 billion years to create intelligent life?
Well, of course it doesn't, though, because
Of course. How
life
can you
on
say
Earth
of
only
course?
even could
How
possibly
can
start
anybody-
like
how
what
can
3
you
billion or
pluck
some
an of
shit, 4
course
billion years
out
ago?
of that?
Well, the only
I'm
place we could have
not an alien.
the only place we could have realistically checked is inside of our own solar system, and we haven't even done a thorough job of that. So I'm not sure why you're in a position to say that it's not there.
Well, also, on
But
the
as soon
subject
as
of the
life
age,
was possible
on
to
the
form
age
on
of
Earth, it
everything.
did. As far
How
as I
can
know, I
we
could be
know?
wrong. Somebody correct me. Is that wrong?
Yeah, we don't know if that's correct or not, which is
You're
kind
wrong.
of it's kind of the
And one thing we do know,
With this whole
one thing we do know
14
about the life on Earth.
I would say one thing.
Let Carl get in. He's been trying to say something.
Sorry.
I mean, it's really profound and it's brief, but I mean, with the 14 billion year thing, how do we know that we even have like the numbers right? What if we're wrong about what 14 is, or what 14 billion is, or whatever? I mean, there's no way. How could the Earth?
Yeah, of course.
possibly be
This is your guys' argument. This is what you guys say. So that's all I'm saying.
But we could be wrong. Is what he's saying.
Fought that. He fell for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
This is what you all are
obvious.
saying.
So, I mean,
It's
wow.
just-
I mean,
taking your
recent history
argument,
shows you have no
flipping it
idea what
back
you're
on
saying.
He's so desperate he went for that curve.
Can I ask him? Can I ask him a question? I have two sentences from Carl Sagan. It says in science, it often happens that scientists say, "You know, that's a really good argument. My position is mistaken," and then they would actually change their minds, and you never hear that old view from them again. They really do it. It doesn't happen as often as it should, because scientists are humans, and change is sometimes painful. But it happens every day. I cannot recall the last time something like that happened in politics or religion. So you being religious? Who's being religious, bro?
Yep,
Look,
absolutely.
scientists, you can appeal to scientists all you want. Scientists are human. They have issues. They have problems just like everybody else.
You're human too.
Sagan was a
You can make errors like thinking the Earth is flat. So, I mean, what's your point?
Can you change your mind as a scientist? You ready to change your mind?
Can you change your mind if you're a flat earther, or are you just dumb? Like, do you not have that ability?
Hey, don't call me dumb. Just what good does that do? That hurts my white knight feelings. Go for it, Scott.
He's right. He's right.
It hurts very much so.
Plus, the Earth is
Disco offends you. In fact, disco
Every
offends
father offends you.
everyone.
Everyone offends you for father's sake.
It's not
Name one of
true.
them. Name one.
Lael tries, but Lael does not.
Lael's
offend.
not a flat earther. Name one. Name one for real. Go.
I'm not a flat earther. Why are you blaming that on me? I'm a triangle earther.
All I said was you don't offend me.
No.
I care the
Who
most
is-
for a flat earther. I care more
who
than
is
Alan
blank?
Alda.
What's the challenge?
Name one flat earther that doesn't offend.
Oh, that's impossible. I mean, flat Earth itself is
Why is that?
offensive by its very nature.
I agree, and rocket scientist, I'm not an alien, I promise. That's what they told me to tell you.
I actually
Naive
think that-
people offend you. That's crazy.
I actually think that we have evidence that aliens, not hard evidence, not good evidence, but very, very minor chance that maybe aliens have been to Earth. Maybe. Very small chance.
Yeah, they're coming in through the borders illegally.
No, the fact
Yeah,
that it was
they are.
the fact. I don't know if you guys have seen The Expanse, okay? But you know what was happening with the protomolecule, okay? Now, the fact that the let's say, the average boys, the scientists came in and found this stuff, but it quickly got covered up, right? Because maybe it's more than it's like. That's to me signaling that it's probably not just bacteria, but like super aliens.
Yeah, well, the entire model is essentially it's broken when you consider how many stars, how many planets. It's completely broken when you consider that we have not contacted aliens.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not even remotely true.
Since you want us to be exactly tell me the exact number of stars that we think there are. How many? Exactly.
I don't know. Let's say I don't know, 10 to the 10 trillion. Is that in the order of magnitude correct?
Way too many.
No. So what does it need to be then?
An exact
It
number,
doesn't.
not 10.
It's a huge number. So why aren't we seeing it?
I think there's like
That's
100
And most of those are uninhabitable.
What's the number at which it becomes inevitable?
Why do you expect us as people who believe that the sphere is a real thing to be very precise and exact, but you don't require it of yourself? How many stars are there exactly, the exact number? Not 10 to the 3
He
billion.
doesn't know. He just said he doesn't know, Al. He said, I don't know.
Yeah, I just said I don't know. What about 10 to the? I don't know. Well, probably not 10 to the 10. What about 10 to the?
Oh, okay. Just look it up. Guys, let's stop guessing. Look it up if you want to know.
It's like 10 to the 14.
But let me make a point,
14,
which is, let me make a point. In order to talk about the probability of other life being out there, you have to have some idea of how likely abiogenesis is. We have no idea how likely that is. We don't know if it happened to us because it happened
but
everywhere.
we do know.
Or if it
As soon as
hold on,
the
dude. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. We don't know if it happened to us because it happens everywhere, or if it happened to us as a rare, crazy one time it's ever happened. And until we know that, until we have some evidence to go one way or the other, we cannot speak about the chances of running into aliens.
Okay, but Scott, can I ask you one question? Do you not believe it? I could be wrong, but hey, do you not believe? Was it not the case that as soon as a bio
Hello?
Guess we'll never know.
Jesus came down.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're going to talk about Jesus. Look, once life was possible on Earth, as far as I know, as far as the astrophysicists that you guys all say are so great, they say as soon as life was possible on Earth, it happened. Okay, so is there any disagreement?
Right? Well, I don't know if it was assumed. I don't know if it was assumed at all.
And we also, again, that goes back to the point Scott made. We don't know what would make life possible to occur through abiogenesis.
We do know that the conditions on Earth very early in what is predicted happened, and that is what created life.
I guess I don't really know when it happened, but we only have one instance, and with one instance, we cannot talk about the chances. We just don't know.
When was the first fuck?
The chance, Scott.
I mean, science is not as sure about what it thinks is going on as you seem to think it is.
Is that a certainty?
So did species adapt from having sex with a different species, or was it an environmental
science?
thing?
I mean, it's
no, neither of those.
As soon as life can form, it will form.
Well, I mean, so you're saying there was no other species that had sex with another species?
That's correct.
Stop with the accents.
It just gets worse and worse,
I had something in my mouth. Okay, I wanted to get it out before I swallowed. Okay.
Shut up, Diggy.
I had mouthwash. Get it all out. Jeez, what is happening?
So I don't know if my internet went out or whatever, but what do you all think about that? As soon as life could form on Earth, basically it happened according to the scientists that you guys want to cite.
What do you mean? How long is that process?
I'm honestly a little skeptical about that. I'm skeptical. How old is Earth? 14 billion? Yeah, that's not true. Abiogenesis happened 3.5 billion. Come on, hold.
Earth is 4.5 billion years.
Okay. According to what I'm looking now, hold on, listen. If Earth is 4.5 billion, life happened. Abiogenesis is 3.5 billion years. So a billion years went by.
Yeah, a billion years, but not as soon as it can happen. But I mean, a billion years, it happened, and then So I mean, it's not that long.
A lot of that
Earth
time
was 25 years old when it happened.
A lot of that time it was cooling, and we still had the heavy bombardment and shit. So in all fairness, life did arise pretty quickly after it was possible to.
Yeah, but then it stayed at that crude level.
We just don't. We just don't know if that was because it was. Go ahead.
And it stayed at that crude level for another 3 billion years before it finally got something right.
If you want to get a little philosophical about it, everything happens exactly as soon as it can happen.
Exactly where it does.
No, of course not. Of course not. Because I can buy a lottery ticket and I can.
Dude, how can you disagree with that, man?
But it's only possible for you to win the lottery if you pick the winning lottery ticket. Just because you're ignorant about which ticket is winning doesn't mean that you're always possible. You could always
We've already
win.
agreed that when it was basically a billion years after it was possible for life to form, it happened. Which a billion years, is not
all anyone's
right.
with.
That's according to the theory, which which we don't know if is actually true. So you're.
But even so, the key is we don't know. Was that lucky? Was that normal? Or was that unlucky? We don't until we know the answer to that. It doesn't matter, because without that answer, we can't say anything about the chance of it being out there.
Yeah, we have a sample of one. You can't make any conclusions
the
from a
Earth could have been
sample of one.
around for 4 billion years before life.
I know, but did
formed,
we get lucky? Did we get lucky, or was that expected, or was that late? until we know that, well, yes, it happened, but did we get lucky? Was that early, or is that normal? Does it always happen there, or does it not happen until much later? Usually, who knows,
well,
right?
true, but we could have. What if it was 4 billion years before life formed? Then you could say, well, I mean, maybe I guess it's a little bit less likely. I mean, I don't know. I haven't taken fucking statistics in a.
Well, I have, and I'm telling you, I'm telling you, if you think about this, you'll realize with just one instance of something, with one sample size, a sample size of one, we can't really talk about the probabilities associated with it because we don't have enough data to comment on it. It could be an outlier. We could be an outlier. We just don't know.
Which is more likely? I mean, we see that in empirical evidence says that as soon as the Earth was compatible with life, it formed. Okay, so wouldn't that lead you to believe that?
It doesn't matter if it was the same day. B, that's not really what we agreed on. But even if it was the very day, was that a lucky event or a normal event? Was that lucky or not? We don't know. You see what I'm saying? You have to know whether that was lucky or not.
What's the luck part? The life exists, or the life becoming self-aware of its own system?
The abiogenesis is happening. That part.
I mean, I think it's pretty amazing that what's more amazing? Because I think that there'd be life elsewhere. How many life forms? How many?
You are one of the most uncharming people.
How many life forms are self-aware?
Biggie, just listen for a while because you're completely off the wrong topic here.
We're talking about evolution.
This is what we're discussing. Yeah, but we're talking about the chances of abiogenesis happening.
Does that not make it greater when
I'm making this argument that with it doesn't matter when it happened or what. Nothing matters if we only have one sample size because it might be that was colossally lucky. Right, means it might be that we got so incredibly unlikely lucky.
So you have a religious leap of faith that says that we're the only ones in the universe.
No, I'm saying we don't know the data about whether it was lucky or normal. If it turns out to be common, it turns out to be we're right in pocket. Well, then there's going to be a lot of life out there, right? That's possible. If it turns out that we were incredibly lucky, then we might be. Hold on. Then we might be the only one. It comes down curved.
If it turns out that the universe is what it is, and then the finger of God just chosen to touch down on this planet, then that's what it would be too. How the fuck do we know?
Trampled all over his point.
What if it's ridiculously easy and we don't realize?
Why are you interrupting people?
Who am I interrupting?
God,
me.
I don't hear you.
Oh yeah, my bad too.
I just don't see how does the statistical probability not get shifted when as soon as basically the Earth was right for life, it happened. So how does that not?
I just don't know that's true.
Oh, he's able to make full conclusions from little evidence. It's a superpower he has.
Well, all I know is I'm pretty sure that's what many astrophysicists and scientists say. But if you guys want to disagree with it, then that's fine.
Do you have an example though? Is there actually a citation you can point us at?
Yes, I can give you a citation. It's going to take me a little bit, but I can give you a citation. Yeah,
well, you can do it later. No.
But, I mean, I'm sure they'll say that that's a possibility, but I'd be kind of surprised to find many that say that that's more likely.
Well, Curve, you think that it is? You disagree with me? It might not be the case that basically as soon as life was, or as soon as it was possible for a life to form, that it might not have on Earth. Do you think that maybe it didn't?
That was a question. I couldn't really follow all of that. It took so long.
Sorry, not Curved.
Keep it all together.
Curved. You guys' voice sounds similar. Scott. That's what I was asking Scott.
Yeah, what up?
But I'm sorry about that.
Doesn't matter.
So basically, this is the question. Okay, so Scott, you're saying that it might not be true that as soon as life was basically could form, you're saying that maybe it didn't form at that point. But what I am hearing from, again, the astrophysicists and the scientists and all the people that you guys support is that it's basically, essentially, as soon as life it was possible on Earth, that it did form.
Well, I looked it up while we were talking, and I'm finding different stuff. I'm finding that that life definitely happened 3.5 billion years ago, but that it could have happened as early as what's 4.2 GA? What's the GA mean?
No clue.
4.2 GA.
Gazillion years ago.
Ah, yes. So gazillion years ago. I guess it's saying it could have happened a lot earlier than 3.5 billion.
Right, and so I mean,
I'm
but
assuming
do you
that's
not
giga
at
years,
least
which would be billion.
I think it's giga anon.
Yeah.
Is that like QAnon?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but is it not a little bit? Does it not kind of shift the odds in favor of life forming if it seems to have formed very early on in Earth's history, or no? I mean, I don't know about
It doesn't seem that way.
but
It doesn't seem that way, and no, it wouldn't actually tell us anything about this statistic. It doesn't even seem.
Also, I think you're asking the wrong
doesn't
question.
tell us anything. Wow, it doesn't tell us anything about it. Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't understand that. Can you educate me on statistics? We understand
sample size
that
of
the
one.
Earth.
You don't know if it's an outlier or not. That's the point.
Well, you can
Yeah,
argue. Well, yeah, of course. So we only have one sample size. So yeah, of course, it's gonna be. You know, you could, I guess, argue. Well, it's 1 out of a billion to the 10 to the 10 to the whatever fucking 100 billion. I mean, but you know, come on. Like, do you think that's likely?
No.
Yeah.
I don't.
I think
You do think that's likely. So it's a religious leap of faith then.
No, I think no. You have opinion. Opinion's not a religious leap of faith. I can give you an opinion on all kinds of things I don't know the truth about. I don't have facts on. This is one of them. Do I think that aliens exist? I think it's more likely that aliens do exist or that life exists. I do think there's some small chance they've actually even been here. I think it's possible that they don't, that we're the only ones. I think that's a non-zero, non-trivial possibility, unfortunately. And I also think it's a non-trivial, non-zero possibility that they exist and we'll never, ever interact with them. We'll never meet them because they're too far away.
Yep. I prefer the latter. I think a lot of people think that it is unreasonable to assume life won't happen in many places around the universe. But we seem to think that, once there's life, they will just overcome all the technical problems. No, that's an irrational thing to think. You cannot just hand wave away the difficulty of traversing the universe.
Exactly. And so that's why when we see on sci-fi all these alien civilizations that have mastered interstellar travel is all bullshit, probably because of the fact that they never survive long enough to get to that point. Am I right, Scott? Would you agree, or what do you just think we're the one people in the universe that are alive, or what?
No, I just said the opposite of that, didn't I?
And maybe we just haven't got to that stage of destroying ourselves yet.
The sci-fi is humanity expressing a fantasy, a dream to be able to do that. That's all it is.
Yeah, but it mirrors reality, of course.
It mirrors reality.
Sci-fi is often really bad at reasonable numbers.
No, but often it's very good, and it actually does predict.
It's good. It can be good entertainment. It's often not good science or good statistics.
Oh, of course, it's not often good
Well,
science.
and
but
actually breeds a question. If you want to compare something from sci-fi to reality, what was it that came first? Was it the potential for something happening and it was put in sci-fi, or did something in sci-fi spark someone's imagination and they ended up
it's a feedback loop. It
reality
cycles
wireless technologies.
Between it's a feedback loop. I mean, it cycles, and it's the artists get feedback from the engineers or whatever, the scientists, and they create art, and then the scientists look at that, and then they maybe get an idea. It's just a giant feedback loop.
I like the Louis Pasteur's "All life comes from life." I don't know if you're talking about life can come from non-living matter. Oh my God! Here, go.
What did you just say? Can life come from non-living matter? Are we not living right now? What?
You know,
No, because this is what
you two are
the
both
Greeks were saying.
incredibly disappointing people.
The Greeks were saying that life can come from non-living life.
I'm just gonna turn you all the way down.
Good. Go away, substitute.
Well, and they haven't been debunked. I mean, nobody's disproven that.
Yeah, of course life can. I don't understand that. Of course life can come from non-living life. Life
Spontaneous
comes from
generation.
soil.
Yeah, still in play.
There's nothing. What do you mean? You don't think there's living things in the soil?
Oh,
You just think that
true.
dirt.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know about.
You think that soil is a basic element of a dead planet?
Well, not really, because I mean, according to you guys' model on Mars, there's not going to be any living thing whatsoever in that soil.
That's why they don't call it soil.
Right.
No, they do call it Martian.
Soil?
They call it lunar soil, Martian soil,
No,
whatever.
the media. The media calls it soil. The correct term for dust and particles and sand and what have you that has never had life or supported life is called regolith.
Regolith.
All the soil on the Earth, every single square millimeter of soil on Earth is a result of life.
Regolith sounds like a fine bitch I want to date.
Right. Well,
I don't know
anyway,
about
regardless, regolith on Mars, according to you guys' model, can be decontaminated within fairly short period of time. And
there is nothing in it. It's not been proven that there's anything in it to decontaminate.
Perchlorates are in there, which are toxic, at least in certain levels to humans.
Perchlorates are a natural phenomenon of just ordinary non-organic chemistry.
Yeah, of course they're a natural phenomena. I don't see what.
This is ground
of
soil,
course
not
they're a natural phenomena.
ocean soil, right? Because what are the ocean soils again? Because you can grow in the ocean, right? The soil. The difference in ground.
No, it's all a product of life. It was something before life was on the planet. There was no soil.
In the ocean.
You don't know if the
soil.
You don't know if Martian soil
is
is not a
made
product of life. It could be a
seafloor
product
miles.
of life. You don't know that.
That's all it's made
This
of.
is a matter of
simply seafloor miles.
This is a matter of definition. If there's no life, there's no soil.
Incorrect. Soil. I mean, look, you can define anything as you want, but soil.
And that's what we
lunar
did.
soil. We would probably agree there was nothing ever living on the moon, although we don't probably know that for 100% sure. But we would call it lunar soil if we pick up a fucking handful of whatever the hell is on the surface of the moon.
That's just colloquial way of referring to it, or it's the media way of referring to it.
In the ocean soil has ooze. There's different kinds of ooze. You should look this up, buddy. Who's talking about the moon soil? Look up the ocean soil. But it's actually pretty interesting stuff. And it permeates throughout the couple layers of the soil, but different type. They call it ooze more.
Wait, so I don't know what you guys are even like. Again, you can define soil how you want. All I can tell you is that commonly it's called lunar soil, Martian soil, and that's all there is to it.
Do you have a problem with being specific? We're not using the common vernacular.
I just told you the common vernacular is
we're debating,
Martian soil,
okay.
lunar
We
soil.
agreed with that. We agreed with that part.
We'll call it soil if you want. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's hardly what we were discussing.
The argument's
I
not
don't
really
even know
so
how
much
we
about
got
the
on
word
this,
as
but-
it is about the meaning and behind it and what it's made of and the difference.
Yeah, but yes, I guess, but we're so far off on a tangent now. Is this really where we can stay everyone? I just was suggesting.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how we even got on this, but again, it is in common vernacular. It is Martian soil, lunar soil, and we don't know that there's.
They don't mean
anything
it like
in that.
they don't mean it like we mean it here, and we all acknowledge that. Okay, fine. They do call it soil. Fine. Okay.
And you're saying that matter can come from non-living matter, but you're saying the soil.
No, matter can come from non-living matter in the moment of abiogenesis.
Wrong again, Sticky.
I don't know
in
that
that
matter
moment, Sticky, when
come
life
from-
arises out of non-life materials, and that's a moment where life, springs into existence by the combination of non-life like inert, non-life like materials, non-life materials.
Well, what does that mean? Like they're saying a rock or like something that's a mineral?
The
What do you mean
proteins is what they're saying. Amino acids combining together to form the right, order of things.
Yeah, chemistry snuck up on it. It didn't suddenly happen from 0 to 100%. It got there gradually.
Probably was churn.
Hey, I have a question. Something I've never known is why did amino acids exist? I mean, what caused them to form?
Ah, that has been
wouldn't
covered
that be
in the
due
basic
Miller-Urey.
Thank you, man. That's been done, Scott. They put a load
That's just the big mix them together and it just happens.
Yep. And then amino acids. It happens.
Yeah.
You guys
big
can't
mix
prove that
in the
life
right
can form
conditions
from
with
amino
energy.
acids. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
So
But it
surely
does seem like
that is, that's step one of biogenesis sorted, isn't it?
Yeah, at least part of it. Yeah.
Do you think you need
Okay,
the
so
electric
how did the
charge?
cell walls and all?
There's some speculation as to whether the electric charge is essential or whether it could also happen from things like thermal vents deep in the ocean.
Right, but you don't really know, do you? It's just
No, we weren't there.
speculation, right?
So. It's not just speculation. It's a reasonable, viable, plausible path.
No, I mean, of course it is,
And
but
I
we
believe
also know that
someone correct me if I'm misremembering, but they've also done some of these other abiogenesis working experiments where the phospholipid bilayer is spontaneously.
Oh, I mean, obviously my theory is true because it happened, but you don't
No.
actually know how it happened.
No, but what I didn't say my theory was true. I said obviously abiogenesis happened, right? Because we're here, right? No one believes there was life, early enough. And we know there
all right,
was.
fine. I guess it depends on how you define.
Are you saying that the Miller and Urey experiment could not have happened without electric charge? So if you kept everything in the container.
That's totally what they said. Oh my God, you nailed it! I heard them say electric charge like 5 times.
No, but without the electric charge, could you get the amino acid by sitting in there? I mean, what kind of force has to cause this?
Yes, some people believe the things like the black smokers, which are the thermal vents deep in the ocean that couldn't have temperatures higher than 100 degrees C but still be liquid. Some people think there is enough energy in those systems to cause the abiogenesis as well. It may not be only a requirement for electricity.
Okay, because I thought it would start in the ocean as well, and then go on to because it's a mass. It's a good area to churn and bubble things and create, and things can bump into each other easier than maybe on the surface because of friction.
But lightning can strike an ocean, so
Yeah, it's just the initial Miller-Urey experiments used an analogy of a lightning strike because for what the apparatus they were using, it was the easiest way to induce the energy into the apparatus to see if that actually was part of the catalyst. It didn't have to be an electrical charge, like direct discharge. It could be another energy source, but you still needed that push, that extra.
Right.
Yeah.
Force of motion.
I think another one is it could be just UV from the sun gives it enough energy. Basically, we don't know for sure. We do not know for sure. We have theories.
Do you think maybe you need heat to have life? Actually, need heat as well.
Energy.
No.
Yeah, but isn't energy heat? Because heat is just movement.
Heat
right?
is a form of energy transfer,
which is just movement.
Well,
I
look.
know.
We know there's only 3 possibilities. One possibility is that advanced intelligent civilizations do not care about us and they don't give a fuck about us. Okay, so that's one. The second is that I can't remember. The third is that they all die out before they even get technologically advanced. And the second one that I just remembered is that they're all just bacteria or whatever simple organisms, and they don't ever do anything.
Yeah, because there is a factor to it where you need a certain amount of time and certain number of cycles of star activity to get your more complex elements, and there are certain complex elements that are required for what we understand as life, that if you go far enough back in time, you're not going to have those building blocks readily available in enough quantity to spawn complex life like we are. So that's where one of the wrinkles to the Fermi paradox is maybe we're one of the first sentient life forms that we would be conceivably
Absolutely
possibly
absurd.
able to understand.
Absolutely. That would be so absurd. It would be unlikely to the 10th degree. I mean, very unlikely.
A small percentage is still a possibility.
Look, I think the thing is when people talk about, oh, well, we're probably just the first civilization, they don't want to acknowledge that it is very possible to wipe out your own civilization, because it's all about like, oh, let's be happy, and oh, we don't want to be negative, and oh, we look out, we don't see anybody.
Why.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah. Thank you for not even listening to what I was saying.
Possibility.
The actual answer is not that we are absolutely first. It's just that we are very, very early, and there's no one else close to us that's far ahead of us.
What the fuck? Early? We've been there. If you look at the history of Earth, there's plenty of time for other civilizations to have formed. Is there not?
Again,
why do you think
hang on. You missed a critical part of what I said. One wrinkle of this conversation is, and that is the requirement for certain types of complex molecules to be available, certain elements to be available
sure. I mean,
for what we understand
that
take time to build up. We are not around a first sequence star. We are not.
Y'all haven't detected any radio waves from other devices from some other planet that's created something? I mean, billions of stars.
But people don't want to
correct.
acknowledge
We have
the fact.
Billions of exoplanets and not one radio wave back?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Fermi
people don't want to acknowledge the fact that a civilization is possible to destroy itself. It's possible for it to destroy itself.
Everyone knows that. We're about global warming nonstop. That's the entire idea of us destroying ourselves. Why do you think no one wants to believe that?
If anything, that kind of great filter is the most commonly talked about. Where are you getting this idea?
Again, I'm not saying my wrinkle that I talked about was completely replacing that wrinkle of extinction events. No, it is a separate wrinkle that is still a possibility as well. Not to discount the other, but it's almost like there are a ton of factors in whether or not a civilization actually advances to a certain point to even be able to communicate in a vast enough distance that it could potentially be detectable over time.
And you don't think they'd tell us? You think
sure.
they'd tell us too, right? Right away, you think they'd tell us and say, "Hey, we detected a radio wave from clear across."
Oh, it depending on when it. If you're looking like 50, 60 years ago, oh, that shit would have been hidden and fucking buried. But there was one signal that was received, I believe it was the early 80s, the WOW signal, where they thought it was something, but it was just that once. There was nothing repeated, nothing else to further go into it. So it was one of those blips. It could have just been an equipment error or some other error in what they were doing.
So it's either
Well, in the first pulsars as well, they thought those might be other species, and those got published.
Yo, is anybody like up to date on the WOW signal? I heard some people saying that they think the WOW signal was something, and then since something actually happened, the government made sure we didn't hear about it again.
Did you not hear what happened? Those astronomers, they all magically disappeared overnight.
In
but in all seriousness, it's like
and they denied there was ever
always
happened.
talk about, oh yeah, it's whatever, maybe
No,
global
like, there
warming
was
or
more
anything.
wow
They never
signals
talk
that
about
they
the
ignored.
major threats to human civilization, which are one of the major is nuclear war.
Yeah, we are our own worst enemy. I do not disagree with that sentiment.
And
Could have
it's not
happened during the
talked
Cold
about
War.
because of the fact that it is convenient for indoctrination and everybody believing that, oh yeah, it's so good that we have all these nuclear weapons and we could completely destroy human civilization. But it's
What
all good because I
alternate
love
reality
my
are you
country and I'm
living
a
in?
patriot.
This is a mind unencumbered with facts.
We were close to doing it during the Cold War, wiping us out.
Yeah, so how the fuck does that
People
make
miss
sense?
classes.
Like, I can understand maybe having like 10 nukes. How the fuck does that make sense? You have enough nukes to where you could make the entire species go bye-bye.
Big beans. You're kind of preaching to the choir. I mean, the whole world realized that was insane. The whole world has bent their will to trying to reduce the number of nuclear weapons we have. We had tons of treaties. I mean, this is you got to. I mean, this is all stuff that was cutting edge, like in 1975. You know, but we've done a lot to reduce our arsenal.
Cutting edge in 1975. We still have thousands of them, and so does Russia. So
Yeah,
how
but
does that,
we've destroyed them, and we destroyed a lot of them. You know that we destroyed a huge number.
we still have enough to destroy the entire
We do.
human civilization.
We do.
Yeah, the reason we have
You're
them
like,
is
oh, well,
because
It's
if
a
we
work in
didn't
progress.
have them,
It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Just relax.
It's a work in progress. Oh yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It could end
Well, I
the
think
entire
I'd
civilization.
just like to add a point of reference.
Hey, it's a
I'd
work
just
in
like to add.
progress. I mean, really, give me a
I'd
fucking
just
break.
like to add a point of reference. Krakatoa was supposed to be equivalent power to 10 times the maximum arsenal humans ever had. We're still here.
I heard
And all we hear about is global warming. Oh, global warming. I mean, which is true. Yeah, I'm sure.
Big beans. Could you just tone it down for 1 second? I heard you could hear the Krakatoa's explosion in Florida, which is, if you think about it, fucking crazy. But maybe not true.
Was there anybody in Florida?
Native Americans. No, I think there was. What year was Krakatoa? It was in the 17th century, right? I mean, 18th century.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, of course. Baked beans. I'm sorry, I'm suddenly blanking because I was thinking about the Krakatoa. What were we just talking about?
We were talking about like nuclear.
Here's my point. My point is that we're in the process of reducing them. When I say it's a work in progress, that's not a joke or troll. If we're in the process of reducing them, then clearly like-minded people that agree with you, people who agree very much with you, are actively working to reduce this problem. So that's what I mean by, we're doing it as we speak. And obviously you can want it to go faster, but it is happening.
I mean, look, Scott, I don't understand how we're looking at the same facts. Okay, so we have, basically enough nukes to destroy the entire human civilization. Everyone's talking about global warming, which I agree. Yeah, it's a big fucking problem. It already is a huge fucking problem. It's going to be a big fucking problem. But we have literally the two superpowers in the world that have the ability to destroy human civilization, and nobody gives a fuck. And nobody
they give
says
a fuck.
anything.
That's not
Trump
true.
just
Of course they give a fuck.
canceled
They give a fuck.
What do we
agreement
do
with
about
Russia
it?
that would have had us
People don't like it,
destroying
but what do
more
we do?
nuclear weapons than we would have otherwise.
Let's be realistic. Okay? Let's be real about this. Let's be adults. First of all, we do care. People talk about this all the time. It was a very hot topic in the 80s, a huge deal in the 80s. It become less of a deal, and there's reasons for that. One of which is we feel like it's under our control to some extent. We know that it's not perfectly under control, but we feel like
it's not.
We
That's
have these
fucking
systems.
bullshit,
Listen,
Scott.
Stop interrupting, you freak of nature. Just let somebody finish what they're saying. We feel like we have these systems that are designed to protect us from launching unnecessarily. Now, they're not foolproof, and we might make mistakes, and we've even had some close calls. But here's the real thing. It's been 70 years now, and we haven't had an accident. So as time goes on, it begins to seem like, well, whatever we're doing, it isn't so incredibly mind-bogglingly dangerous that nukes are going off left and right, right? It doesn't happen accidentally. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's not considered the single most pressing threat.
That honestly, Scott, I think you are on the wrong side of history, and in the future, that is going to be a big fucking problem. And I think you are very naive to think that nuclear weapons are a huge, huge threat to the survival of the human species.
I think they are a threat. I don't get me wrong. I think they are a threat, but I think they are not the most pressing threat.
Yeah, my question is
bullshit.
what do we
Well,
do
that's
about the
fine, whatever,
nuclear
we
weapons?
disagree.
If you think it's such a threat, what do we do about it?
Well, I have the answer to that because I actually took a few minutes and actually looked into this because I wanted to get the actual numbers for you. First off, if nuclear armament was not an issue that anyone cared about, there would not have been the international intervention to
Trump
prevent
just fucking
Let
fucked
him
up an
finish.
agreement with Russia that would have
Really,
us.
I can't finish a fucking statement.
God.
All right, sorry.
be
I
patient,
apologize.
child.
I apologize. You're right. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There is constant international pressure to keep certain levels of harmful technologies, such as nuclear weapons specifically, out of the hands of certain regimes. That is still happening to this day. And for your number of weapons, at their peak in 1986, there were just over 70,000 individual nuclear weapons globally. As of 2019, that number is down to just under 4,000. We are down to 5% of where they were at their peak.
Still enough to cause a nuclear winter
And they
across the
are
entire
still
fucking world.
reducing the number. It's not something that happens overnight.
Oh, well, we're reducing it from some absolutely insane lunatic level.
Yes,
I mean, it
that's
doesn't
right. That's what we're
fucking
doing.
matter. It's ridiculous.
It does matter. It does matter. Wouldn't it be worse if we weren't doing that? If we just ignored it? People agree with you. People think it's a problem, and they've been working on reducing it.
Look, Scott, how is it not reasonable to be like, all right, fine. You want like 10 nukes or something? Fine. You know, have
Because
like
I'll tell you
10
why.
nukes,
I'll
but
tell you why.
Pile up
I'll
fucking
tell you why.
thousands of nukes. This is insane.
I'll tell you why.
We are fucking barreling towards extinction.
I will tell you why.
What cares?
The answer to that question is nukes aren't as powerful as maybe you think, and we were afraid that we would be at a strategic disadvantage if we didn't have enough to annihilate the enemy. Because remember, the reason why we don't launch them, the primary method that we have of keeping safe is MAD. And so if you don't have a big enough arsenal, MAD doesn't work.
The only reason the Soviet Union kept building them up was because we kept adding on to our nuclear arsenal.
That is patently not true. You're crazy. You think they were like
That's fine.
the peaceful Soviet Union who had no interest in dominating us. Yeah, they were only building these weapons because we forced them to. Oh yeah, you're right.
Of course they're going to build up nuclear weapons if we're doing the same thing. Why wouldn't they?
Bro, if you think that you think it was not two people equally going for it, you're crazy. They were absolutely going as fast as they could towards nukes. And
besides, actually, I mean, I don't know. I mean, whatever. You could be right. Yeah, sure. But still, like, they could not ever beat us in the purchasing power. They could never, ever buy, the amount of nuclear weapons that we could. So why
they had as many as we
ratchet
did.
it up to this level?
They did have as many as we did.
So it's almost like the people in power in America saw that and actually utilized that economic pressure to help hasten the demise of their primary opponent, the Soviet
now they're
Union.
talking about that Russia. Oh my God, Russia posted some social media ads, and oh my God, they're such a big threat. So I guess they're talking about that it never worked. We never actually won against the Cold War or some shit. I don't fucking know. I can't even follow.
Really? Then why did their economy collapse? Their whole economy collapsed at the end of the Cold War.
Regardless, look, the bottom line is it even worth it to build up that many nuclear weapons? You're going to fucking you're going to literally cause every human being to go extinct.
Is there anyone in here saying that it was
it's so
the right
tiring
decision to
hear you. It's so tiring to hear you yelling at us as you agree with what we're saying. We all agree they're bad. We all agree we went too far. We all agree they should be reduced. In fact, we're doing it. Where is the debate here? Like, what debate are you trying to have here?
The debate is: should we have thousands and thousands of nuclear?
We all
weapons?
agree, though. We have
That
no
seems to me
con
to be
side to this.
insane.
We have no pro side to this, Big Beans. You're preaching to the choir. No one here thinks that we should have
Scott,
thousands
you
and thousands.
keep saying,
of
you
people.
keep saying, well, we're not in disagreement, but how is that? Like, I think
Each
it's pretty
side
reasonable.
was
We should
scared
not
of
have
each
the
other.
number of nuclear weapons that would cause the human species to go
How
extinct.
many
I
nuclear
think-
weapons do you want us
extinct.
to
I think
have?
that's pretty reasonable. Is that not?
How many do you
I
want?
think Big Beans' headphones are connected to an alternate reality where we're arguing something entirely different.
I know, it's like crazy.
All right, Scott.
So
let
maybe
me ask
we're-
you this:
we're reducing our-
what do
we're
you think
reducing
the
our
effect
nuclear
would be
weapons.
on Earth if we launched
reducing our
thousands of
nuclear
nuclear weapons? What do you think? The
Why?
effect
But
would
why
be on
ask me that when you already know that I agree that we have too many? Why ask me that when you know that I agree that the nuclear weapons are not good to have in
again,
such
Scott,
large
what's
quantities?
the point of having them? I mean, what
Again,
like
why are
somebody's
you
going to
asking me
rule
when you know
Earth,
that I
a
think we should
nuclear
reduce
winter
them?
Earth, or what?
Why are you asking me as if I'm debating you when I'm agreeing that we shouldn't have them? There's a good thing that we're reducing them. We're continuing to reduce
So
them.
it's
That's
an
a good thing.
existential threat to the species, and
That's
you're sitting here. Oh well, they're doing all right. They're getting.
Well, they
rid
are
of
doing all
them,
right. They are
and
doing all right.
they're too
They
theory
are
free.
doing all right, though.
We're
Let's
doing
be
better.
realistic. They are. And not only are we reducing the number, but we've had them now for 70 years without any real major issues. Now that doesn't mean we won't, but
No,
so
but-
far so good.
Come
And
on,
there-
bullshit.
hold on, Big
we
Beans.
know
Hold on,
we know
Big
that
Beans.
like
Hold on,
JFK
hold
had a
on, Big
major
Beans.
nuclear
Hold on, Big
crisis.
Beans. Let me finish my
with
point
Cuba
before
and
you start
everything.
interrupting. You have to interrupt every single fucking time, dude. Let me make my
That
point, and
was
then
a
you can jump in.
deployment issue, not a detonation issue. Cuba was a deployment issue, not a detonation issue.
Hey, dude. You think you can hold off so I can finish the point that he interrupted me on? The fuck is wrong with you people?
Just go, Scott.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I feel very strongly about it, but go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, well, can you hear me when you start over talking me and I say stop? Do you hear me or not?
Yes, he
I
hears you.
apologize.
He's a
All right,
dick.
fine.
No,
Go
I don't know if he
ahead.
does. I don't know if he does.
I'm
Hold on.
saying I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. I accept your apology. Did you hear me or not, though? Just curious. Do you have the headphones
Did
such
I
that
hear
when you talk, you
with
can't hear me?
you're saying
When you speak, can you
like,
hear
what-
us?
What do you mean? Can I hear you?
When-
of course, yeah. I mean, I can
When
hear
you speak, can you hear us? Do you have okay? Because some people don't have it that way. Some people have it when they speak, they cannot hear us, and it sounded like maybe that was what you, but you can hear us. I was saying something. I forget. I don't remember the thing. Carry on.
Is the point of the argument that I have yet to hear anyone disagree with the contention of whether or not nations should have nuclear weapons. There is no disagreement there. Where I see the
yeah, but that's a ridiculous thing to. Oh well, they should have nuclear weapons, so let's just stack up like
Jesus
10,000
Christ.
nuclear weapons. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Big Beans, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, dude. Just let people finish what they're saying.
Where the issue is your statement that people don't care and nothing's being done about them. Both of those statements you have made are patently false. That's where the disagreement is.
Okay, are you done, or do you want to give more of your? I mean, I completely 100% disagree with you, and I'm happy to provide evidence that you are wrong. But are you done, or what?
What? He's wrong that
You're
there's
at
less
5
weapons now.
We are at 5% from where we were for the peak number of weapons in inventories. It is not something that changed overnight.
Let's not talk about percentages. Can you tell me the exact number of thousands of nuclear weapons that
the US has? I will repeat it again. We went from just over 70,000 weapons in 1986 to, as of last year, we are below 4,000 weapons globally.
Absolutely, and that is a absolutely great thing. That is, but still, 4,000. Wait. You're telling me so the nuclear inventory is 4,000. Is that what it is?
There are, as of 2019, the reported inventories are 3,750 warheads.
Now, honestly, it is probably still enough to cause a nuclear winter, and for anybody to advocate that would be a weapon of war to literally pretty much cause a nuclear winter, it's like at that point, what is the point at that point to cause?
Well, that would depend on the actual yield of those, but yeah.
Well, we want to win a war so bad that we're going to cause the entire
Jesus
extinction of the
Christ, big
species. I
beans.
mean, that is fucking insane.
No,
Okay.
Again, you are looking at a 1960s, early 1970s mentality of mutually assured destruction. My major opponent has this capability. I need to at least match it. That was where they were at in the 60s and 70s. Since then, that mantra has gone away, which is why the number of weapons in the inventories have gone down dramatically.
Okay,
why
and
they
everybody
are
says, hold on,
continuing
can
to
I
go
ask you
down.
one question? Can I ask you one question? Okay, so everybody says Trump is like a Russian agent or some shit or whatever. He's controlled by Putin. So he got out of a nuclear treaty with Russia. And so my question is basically so he like got out of a treaty with them. So now it's just like even more just like stack up nuclear weapons and don't give a fuck and just who cares and whatever. So how does that like kind of fit into your
Here's a dose of reality on that. Trump is a dickhead who thinks he knows better than anyone and everyone else around, and he makes a lot of mistakes in these decisions. 2, it takes a lot of time to manufacture a new warhead, and there's not the production that's taking place of those that is readily available. So if the orders have gone in, it has not been via trackable means. So this is where I have very little confidence of Trump staying in office despite the situations that everyone else is touting. I really say that come the evening of November 3rd, we're fucked either way. It's just a question of, are we dungeon fucked or are we prison fucked?
Right. Well, how is it, but regardless of Trump or whatever, how is it not reasonable to be like, all right, let's keep maybe 10 nukes or something, okay? So we're not going to destroy the entire species or whatever. If we get into a nuclear war, we got 10 nukes, whatever. How is that not reasonable?
All right, the reason we have enough to destroy the entire planet is we don't want Russia to go to somewhere we don't have nukes aimed and then launch nukes from that country to our country. So then when we launch nukes at Russia, we don't hit them. So we want to have enough nukes to wipe out the entire planet, period.
It's
All right,
basically
again, that is literally insane, and you will lead to the destruction of our species.
No, I'm saying that's why it's like that.
Look, can I just say one
but
thing?
I'm telling you, you can say that that's why that's like that, but I'm telling you, you are literally insane, and that is what will cause the
I didn't say I
extinction of our
agree with it. I
species.
just said that's the way it is.
Yeah, no shit. We know that's the way they is. We know they stack nukes to the fucking limit and whatever, and they don't care. I'm telling you that logic will cause our species to be extinct.
All right.
No, basically what it is they're saying that if Russia nukes us, we're going to make sure that they get nuked in the process.
Right. So
I'm not
let's
saying it's right.
let's build
It's just how
10,000.
it
Let's
is.
build 20,000. Let's build a nuke for every fucking square mile in the U.S. Let's build a fucking nuke for every square mile on the Earth. I mean, like, where does it end?
Well, obviously, it already ended a lot before that. I think you have a problem with scale.
What do you mean? They did a lot before that? What?
No, I'm saying it already stopped a long time before it got to that point. You're just being silly.
All right, look, there are enough nukes in the world to destroy the human civilization.
Once again, we all know that.
Is there actually?
Do you think 1,000,
I
like,
just felt the
do
cockroach
you
vibe.
think
We're
20,000 nuclear
cockroaches,
weapons
man.
at the
We ain't
same
going out
time
like that.
going off on the Earth's surface is going to be not an issue
Well, like
at
we
all?
just said, we don't have 20,000.
Bro, I would just go into my basement
though, like
and put a mattress over me. I'd be fine.
All right, look, there may not be 20,000, but you do understand
I mean,
that
sure, the
if,
peak level was an extinction level amount.
and you don't see a problem with that. You're just like, hey, fuck it, hey, whatever, extinction.
We don't have it
whatever, I don't
anymore,
care,
so
right?
it's not a problem anymore. It was a problem, and that
So you
amount
think human
mostly went
civilization
away.
could survive if all the nuclear weapons went off?
Oh my god.
I don't know what their total yield is, so I don't know.
So you don't even know, but you're still supporting nuclear weapons, and you don't even
I
know
didn't
if it
say
could
that.
cause the extinction of your entire species.
He never said that.
You need to listen better. All I said was I don't know that the amount we have could actually do that.
So it's
The
fine
peak
if it
level,
causes
sure.
the extinction of, maybe 90% of humans on Earth. But hey, it's
Oh my
anything
God.
less than that.
You need to listen better. You are the worst person at quoting and listening that I have ever heard.
It is pretty.
Like I said a minute ago, I'm half convinced you're listening to an alternate reality where people are saying completely different things.
It's like
that's
we've been
what I
trying to
think
tell you this
too.
whole
Because
time.
people are
We've
all
been telling
right
you the
with
whole time.
literally our species going extinct, and they're like, oh yeah, fuck it, whatever. I mean, enough.
That's not what
but then
they're
why are
saying.
you? But then why are you talking about? Then why are you talking about fictional characters all the time? Why do you keep bringing up all these fictional characters?
What
You keep saying, because you keep saying, yeah, you keep saying Rambo, like Rambo's not going to save us, and why are you talking about all this fiction as if they're real people?
What? Wait. I think you.
Oh, see that feeling you have right now? That feeling you have right now? That's how you make us feel all the time. That feeling you're having right now.
Yeah,
that's
that
what
is
it sounds like
100%.
listening to you.
Rambo? Did I mention Rambo? I think you're.
No,
Scott,
you hear what I just said? You're still doing it right now,
else.
Jimmy. You're still doing it right now. You're literally doing it right now. That feeling that you have right then is what you do to us.
Look, Scott, I know that because it's not talked about or whatever. I think it's common sense.
Yeah.
We have all these fucking nuclear
Oh
weapons.
God, you're just gonna
that
start
could
repeating
literally
yourself again.
destroy our
Oh my
entire species.
God, it's crazy.
And you don't
Baked
really
beans.
seem to
Hey,
see
baked beans.
the urgency
This is
of
a
this.
case
Baked
study in
beans.
how to make a straw
baked
man.
beans? Baked beans. Why did I bring up Rambo? Do you remember when I brought up Rambo a minute ago? Why did I
You
do
said
that?
I mentioned them. I don't.
Yeah,
mention
but
them?
what did I say? What did I say after that? What did I say after that? What did I say after that, baked beans?
You said that I brought.
Why can you not hear? What's the deal where you can't listen? And I said the feeling that you have when you were trying to sort out what the fuck I was talking about, right? That feeling that you're having. Hold on, I don't think he was Whammer. Just shut the fuck up. That feeling that you had when you're trying to figure out what. All right, that feeling that you had.
He's the moderator.
I'm just talking. The guy talking that you're interrupting. That's who, Whammer. That's who, Whammer. So the guy, the feeling that you had when you were trying to sort out what it is that I was on about. I was trying to make the point that that's how we feel when you say back to us what we've been saying, and we think, what the fuck, we didn't say anything like that, and we're trying to sort it out. Like, what is he talking about? That's why I brought up Rambo.
Scott,
We
this
obviously
is
didn't
something that
mention
is
Rambo.
actively going on right now. This is a different thing. This is not, I know you're saying, well, we don't support that. We don't support that. You should listen to the people that are here right now, and honestly, it sounds like they do support it.
No.
No, that's why we're saying you should listen better. We are not saying what you think we are saying.
No one here has agreed that nuclear weapons are a good thing to have. Said, we'll have attributed to us. No one.
You're like roboting.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he
you
cut out a
are
little bit.
roboting, but I heard
Wasn't
I
that
think a little
bad,
bit of
though.
what I heard most of what you said. But honestly, it's like you're like, oh well, we're reducing them from a level that's like fucking 10
Yes, you told us
bajillion
that.
nukes.
We
We're
heard you.
reducing them.
Yes,
Oh, so
we
we're going
heard
in the right
you.
direction.
We heard you. You
Repeat
said
yourself
that.
again.
God, seriously.
I don't. It's not moddable. I tried. It's not modding.
Redirect.
Scott,
You can do it too. You have that power.
They're talking about
You are
reducing
okay. I'll tell you.
nuclear
I'll tell you. Just don't say anything because when you talk, you can't hear. I promise. You're unreasonable in that you keep repeating, and no one's disagreeing. We've all agreed with you. We're all saying the same thing, and you keep acting as if we're disagreeing. We keep scratching our head. That's what's unreasonable. And don't repeat yourself again, please, because we all agree. I think we're done with the topic. I think everyone's ready to move on to a new topic.
Okay, Scott, do you agree that 10 is different from
3000?
Unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. Alright, let's do a quick poll real quick. Who here thinks having enough nuclear warheads to destroy the entire planet is a good thing? Say aye. Nobody is arguing with you. Why do you
Okay,
keep going
literally,
on?
but that is what the
I don't mind the
situation
argument.
is today. And you guys are like,
Oh,
oh, well,
God.
I mean, whatever. I mean, they're working on it. I don't know. They're
They
like
are
working
working on
on
it.
it.
Just
It's
okay.
like,
Anyway, we're
fuck
moving on. New
you.
topic. Come on. I mean, look, we have it all cleared out. You don't think they're going fast enough. We're saying they're going as fast as they're going. Okay.
But Scott, I'd like to just finish with one thing. Beans, do you really think being here screaming at us is the best way to deal with this issue?
We have enough
No,
handguns
there is
to
no
destroy
democratic
everybody,
means
right?
in America. There is no way for me personally to express my opinion and affect it through the.
Well, if you just want to talk yourself into
Political
total
system.
failure, if you just want to talk yourself down to be a total failure, you go ahead. But we don't want to hear it.
No, it's not. It's just the way it is. Are you familiar with like how it works? And I mean, I don't know how it works and where you're
Are
from,
you?
Australia.
You
And
you know
your
you think
country is
you
the
are.
greatest country on earth or some bullshit.
You
but-
think you are aware of how it works, so you're not going to do anything else. Or could it be you're just a lazy fuck, and this is the easiest
I'm
thing
gonna
for you
vote
to do?
between. Oh yeah, I'm really gonna get a good choice between Biden and Trump, and then they're gonna eat.
Hell
but
yeah,
meanwhile, they
Trump,
both
Trump,
want to
Trump.
What
expand
have
the
you done
nuclear
about
arsenal.
it? What have you done about it?
At least vote for a third party if you're not voting for one of those two.
So what have I done about it? So okay, you told me to vote, and then I'm like, all right, well, both Biden and Trump want to expand the number of nuclear weapons that we have, and then you're just like,
Is that right?
Oh, well,
Is that right?
it
like it does.
Wow, really? You had to stop and think about that. This is such a preciously
They may
held
come up with
opinion of
some
yours.
bullshit.
You
Oh,
had
we're
to
gonna-
think whether they actually did say they were going to increase the nuclear arsenal.
All right, so
Did you just
between
put
Trump
that
and
out
Biden, maybe we're
without
gonna have like
any
100
not
less
actual
nukes or
prior
some
knowledge?
shit. I mean, give
Did
me a
you
fucking
just
break.
want
It
to
doesn't
confirm
fucking
your
matter.
bias another step without any consideration?
Bullshit. Trump and fucking Biden, between them, they're
Blah,
not.
blah,
Their
blah,
nuclear
blah, blah.
thing is not
Okay,
going to
okay,
matter
okay, let's not
whatsoever.
get
They're
too
going to
carried
have
away.
Well,
one
this is where
shred between their
where
policy
it's
towards
at.
nuclear. In nuclear policy
Guys,
between
he's practicing for clown school. This is his assignment. I mean,
okay.
fucking lunatic.
It's getting too much. It's actually reaching the point where I feel okay, Mark. Baked beans. Let's just take a break from the topic. Can we just do that for a little bit? I muted you for a second.
Bro, this guy's hilarious.
Being a little bit wall sound on us. We have to come up with another topic quick, otherwise it's going to default back to Baked Beans telling us again that they have too many nukes, and what are we doing about it?
We have too many nukes.
Safe travel.
Who's playing
All right,
World of
so I
Warcraft
guess
2?
he's not gonna answer.
I mean, I'm sorry, playing Warcraft 2. Who's playing Warcraft 2?
Oh, I'm playing WoW.
All right, cool.
Are you playing WoW or Warcraft 2?
World of Warcraft.
Okay.
Wow, you're so naughty.
Wait, so you're playing World of Warcraft? Like
Wait,
you're
so
playing
we can't
Warcraft 2?
talk about nuclear weapons and nuclear policy anymore, Scott?
You can as long as you listen to what's being said and then respond to it directly. That would be, oh my god, so ideal.
All right, fine.
What we don't want you to do is just say the same thing over and over.
Although I don't understand why you don't think, like, why do you think we need so many nukes? Beans? Like, why don't you? I think we have too many already. You want to? How many
I
do you
had
want us to
said
have?
that maybe we should just have 10. I don't see 10 would be fucking.
Why do you want
magnitude
only
less than we
10?
have.
Why do you want only 10? Where did you get that number from?
That's the number of fingers he's got. He ran out of
10 would
fingers
be
to think of a
orders
bigger number.
magnitude less than we have. How is that?
That's not even
reasonable?
enough to completely take out China and Russia.
There's enough guns in the world to take out everybody. There's enough fucking viruses in the fucking chemical labs to take out everybody. I mean,
So anyway,
Of
what I
course.
was asking was before this guy that was saying, I was asking him what is the difference between Trump and Biden's policy towards nuclear weapons, and of course he ran and won't answer. I guess because I've asked. This is the last time I'm going to ask.
Can
I
I
guess he's
ask,
not
are you
gonna
worried
answer.
about?
Because they are the fucking same, and there's no difference.
You're gonna keep asking. Are you worried about like a chain
Really?
of unstableness or something? Like I don't. Why is it
matter if it's nuclear weapons? What does it matter? Why aren't you worried about other things? Is it a?
You guys know about that?
tied-
You guys know about that whole glitch story of the guy, the Soviet guy who got a new defense system installed and saw like 10 warheads being launched from the U.S. flying towards the Soviet Union and had like 30 seconds to make it.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
It's a great story. So like in 1980s, he's a missile man, or whatever the equivalent of missile man is in Russia, and he's got alarms start going off at his terminal, and he looks and he sees the radar telling him there's nuclear warheads in the air on their way to the Soviet Union from the United States of America, and he didn't have enough time. The way that kicked in, like he had very little time to make a decision. He either had to hit the thing that would make a counterstrike happen, or not. And he sat there for like 45 seconds or a minute and a half, or whatever it was, agonizing over what to do. And evidently, I guess the terminal was brand new installed. It was installed like 2 weeks earlier. And so he basically just said, it's so new. It could be a bug. It could be a mistake. And he did hit the button. And of course, it was a bug. It was a mistake. And then he was given an award by the Soviet Union, medal. And then about 2 months later, they stopped and they said, wait a minute. His job is to hit the button. If he sees, and he didn't hit the. So then they took the medal away, and then they spent like the rest of his life was kind of like every year it would be like they flipped him up over whether he was a hero or a traitor.
It gets better. What happened was I say it's better in 2 ways. One was he asked where Khrushchev was, and someone said he just went to New York. And he went, well, why would they launch all their nukes at us when Khrushchev is in New York? It doesn't make any sense. And so that influenced his decision. But additionally, what actually happened was the moon was coming up and the system was calibrated incorrectly. And so it radar pinged off the moon. And the response was so big, they went, oh my God, the United States has launched every missile that we think they have. All at the exact same time. So it's a total annihilation
right?
strike.
Yeah. And he was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they do every missile? Yeah.
It turned out it was because the moon was coming up and the system.
And this is why we say nuclear weapons should be banned, or maybe
Beans,
10 per country or some shit.
Have a
So
conversation.
let's talk about it. What are the attributes? Is it the unstableness, the efficiency, the quickness? Because like China has an army, and that can wipe us all out, but we're not talking about should that be allowed.
No, quick
Yeah,
question.
so again,
How
we
are we
said
know
10
that China
nukes.
only has
Nuke Beijing, nuke whatever the other 10 major cities are, and fucking do conventional warfare for the rest. But you don't risk the entire future of humanity for some bullshit war.
Why do you think China would tell us the truth on whether or not they only have 10?
I don't, but let me ask you this. If I say, I'm going to go to war with you, and we both got a gun pointed to our head, and you say, well, I don't care what's going to happen because I'm a psycho, and I'm just going to pull the trigger no matter what. And I say, all right, well, fuck it, I'm just out. I mean, do you think that, like,
no,
do
we
you
don't
see how
know.
nuclear
You tell
weapons
us.
can be
We
a
don't know.
problem?
You tell us. You finish a sentence and tell us something.
All right, so we both got a gun pointed at each other's head, and he goes, well, I'm just going to pull the trigger anyway.
Yeah, because he's a psycho. Yeah. Because he's a psycho. Yeah, we got that.
And not only that, I'm going to pull the trigger, but not only that, when you die, 300 million people are going to die also. And the entire world, if you go to war with me, the entire world, the entire species is going to die. What the fuck is the point? After that,
you've just our opponents don't want to be destroyed, so they don't destroy us.
I'm glad you asked that because we hadn't been talking about that. That's a really
yeah, because that wasn't the 101th time you'd said the same thing and we'd answered.
Wait, what? What is you guys' reasoning? What?
Mutual assured destruction. Do you not know what that is?
Yeah, sure, Matt. Oh yeah, it's mutual assured destruction, and we'll just keep piling up nukes to the fucking end of the universe.
You've just rewound him half an hour.
Baked beans. Okay, listen. I can't tell. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if you're just trolling. So
I think he is.
Stop repeating yourself. let's just move on from the topic. If you can't help yourself, I'm just going to keep you muted. So every time I hear you start going into the same speech again, I'm just going to mute you. I don't want to do it. I hate you. Help me out.
Whatever, Scott. You're on the wrong.
Well, I agree with you. Everyone agrees with you. We're all on the right side of history. Genius. Jesus.
He's a fucking idiot or a troll. It's one of the two.
That's one of the two.
Yeah, it's so much of an idiot to not want the extinction of our species.
Big
Oh my
thing.
God,
Oh,
whatever.
You're an idiot because you don't listen to what we say when we say we agree with you. We've been agreeing with you for like an hour, and every time
You're literally sitting here.
Scott, do you? I'm
I don't wanna hear
honestly
it.
wondering. Do you understand how many nuclear weapons the U.S. has?
Oh my God!
At this point,
You are
how
literally
does
a
this
broken
guy
brain.
even
Dude. You're either a troll or this is clinical, dude. I'm telling you, because how many times do we have to tell you? We all agree with you.
Is he a flat earther?
All right, whatever. That's fine.
I mean, you're an idiot because you can't construct a sentence. You have to have 5 goes at everything you want to say. That's why. That's another reason. That's another reason you're an idiot. Another reason you're an idiot is because you can't shut up when other people are talking.
He's literally named Baked Brains. Maybe his brain is totally baked.
I think I've constructed many sentences, but if you don't think so, I mean, I guess that's.
I think it's the problem that you reconstruct them and then reconstruct them and then reconstruct, and then oh my God, 100 times later.
Bro, it's like me going to like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and be like, Willy Wonka has the best chocolate on the planet. And then everyone's just like, yes. And it's like, no, you don't understand. You guys are all fucking idiots on the wrong side of history. I said they have the best chocolate on the planet.
No, baked beans. It's like if I went to Willy Wonka's factory. If I went to Willy's Wonka factory and I said they have the best chocolate on the planet, and you said, then I agree, and I said, no, they really do. That's what it's like. It's like if I would, but that's what it's like.
Peppers is better.
Somebody else.
Scott, I don't understand. If I was to sit here and be like, global warming is a threat to
Are
our
you saying
species,
Willy
I feel
Wonka
like
doesn't
everyone
have the
would be
best
like,
chocolate?
yeah, that's true. Wow, yeah.
Are
it's
you
really
saying Willy
fucked up,
Wonka
yeah.
does not have the best chocolate? It has the best chocolate. The best chocolate. Stop. I can't even believe that. Have you had it?
Bro, they don't even make, like, everyone makes chocolate just trying to be like Willy Wonka's chocolate. Like, how do you not think it's the best chocolate on the planet?
But as soon as I say that it's from like nuclear weapons, you guys are like, "Oh my God, stop talking about it." I don't care.
They have Wonka bars and Wonka
you write
kisses.
it off because you, yeah, Wonka.
Well, they're wrapped in gold foil, so you think you have the gold ticket.
You can get a golden ticket. Can you get a golden ticket in like?
No.
They should put a golden ticket in
bars?
one.
I would love
like have it win
though.
money. Oh my God, that'd be awesome.
I want to meet at Oompa Loompa.
Bro, you're so fucking stupid. Willy Wonka's chocolate bar is the fucking best. You're on the wrong side of history.
That'd be very easy to arrange.
Yeah,
I'm afraid I'd be
what I
like
said was
the goose girl. I don't want to be her.
Did you not hear one of the nuclear
bad egg.
missiles? One of the nuclear missiles has a golden ticket inside it.
Yeah,
we have
literally
to
what
explode
I
them
said
all.
was
We have to-
No wonder we don't get rid of them all. We're trying to find the one with the golden ticket.
Absolutely true.
Oh my God, why do you hate Willy Wonka so much, Brains? Why don't you
Yeah, I don't
just
get that. What do you have against
Scott,
Willy
you know too. I can tell. You know what I'm saying is absolutely 100% true and reasonable.
Do you think
that's
it's maybe the number of times that I've said that we agree with you? Is that what gave it away? Is that
You're not saying that though, dude. You're not. You're like, oh well. I mean, it's alright.
Bro, we all like Willy Wonka's chocolate. You don't need to keep arguing about how we don't like it. We're telling you we like his chocolate.
This is yeah, okay. Literally, so many people are telling me, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh my God, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't
You're
matter.
just
We
an
all like
idiot.
his chocolate.
Wow, yeah, the extinction of the human species. Oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Man,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
back on it again.
It's so crazy, bro. You know what? Next time I'm going to say the opposite of what I think, and then see if you get it right because you hear the opposite of what I said.
You guys are literally just whatever the government does. You guys are like, oh, okay, well, the government does it. I mean, Scott, you're a little bit different. I mean, you at least have a little bit of critical thinking, but like everybody else here is like, oh, well, the government has to.
Nobody else here was
they must
able to
be right.
talk.
Okay, yeah.
We've been talking for like 3 hours straight.
Baked bean, baked brain. You are literally
everyone has
making
critical
me
thought,
want them to launch the nukes right now. You're making me want to change my opinion.
Suddenly, I'm like, do they have enough? Can they? Because what if we survived and had to hear more baked beans?
Yeah,
I don't know.
no,
If this
hey,
is enough.
let's thousands more. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, we already
Yeah.
got
Anybody know
thousands. Hey,
anybody
fuck
high
it,
enough
1,000
up in
more. What does it
Africa want to
matter?
move?
Go ahead.
Because we need to
Dude,
make
the
sure
first
that
day you-
Beans doesn't survive.
Yes.
The first day you came into this Discord, you did the exact same thing with Fermi's paradox. Where I mean, I cannot tell you the number of times everybody says we agree with that part, and you'd say, I mean, what are the chances that aliens could possibly not exist? And we'd be like, yes, we.
Yeah, well, true with that part, because I told you that I have not studied statistics and I don't know. You gave me a statistical argument, and I told you it ended with you gave me a statistical argument, and I told you that I don't know enough about statistics to argue with you anymore, and that's where it ended. But this is common sense. This is a common
Oh my
sense
gosh,
thing.
we all agree. Willy
And
Wonka's
also-
chocolate is the fucking best.
It is the best. It is the best. But also, I don't know if you remember. You probably don't remember this part, obviously. But it also ended with me saying I personally agree with you about the aliens. I think there probably are out there. I don't have. I mean, that's my guess, opinion, but I guess.
Yeah, I actually said that too. I think they're probably out there.
They probably came on this channel and heard Beans and thought, "Fuck this, we're off."
Yeah.
You
But
know
the
what? I was
difference
trying to
is
explain this
one
to
is a
Flat Earthers
common
the other
sense
day.
thing, and one is you need probably some kind of study in statistics. I mean, I still think both arguments are correct, but I will admit
So
that
do we.
I have not
Yeah, so
studied
do we.
statistics, so I don't know. But one of the,
I was
the
thinking-
nuclear weapon thing does not depend on any kind of abstract argument about statistics.
Yeah, but we all
or
agree
anything.
with you. Everybody agrees with you.
We
Everyone's
all
agreeing
think
with
Willy
you.
Wonka's chocolate's the best. What do you not understand?
That's
I was
getting
thinking the other
annoying.
day about.
Yeah,
I was
whatever.
thinking
I'll
about-
stop
I was
bringing
thinking
it up.
the other
I don't
day
understand
about-
how he's not getting it. I seriously don't understand. I thought the Willy Wonka thing would be enough like absurdity to like make him understand.
I
Yeah,
was,
well,
I
the
was,
thing about
I was talking to Flat Earthers the other day, and I was trying to explain to them that I feel like they have a PR problem. But the thing that I was pitching to them that I hadn't really thought about too much before was I was trying to make this. I was saying like, okay, like on Nathan's show, imagine that you guys get enough like momentum going, you get enough good arguments out there that finally someone of importance in the scientific community takes note. Like I don't know who, anybody, Leonard Susskind. Now try to imagine them saying, you know what? I'm an open-minded scientist. I'm not going to close off this thought. I'm going to actually listen to what they have to say. Swings by Nathan Oakley's hangout one day to hear, you know what? Let me give these flat earthers a chance. Turns on their Discord. How long does it take him before he is like fleeing as fast as he can from anything to do with this topic?
Minutes. Within minutes.
Yeah, I don't think anybody will ever anybody high up or ever take the flat earthers seriously. Just their reputation. And the
Not
way
unless they make some big sea changes with the way they treat each other, the way they act. I mean, they got to do some serious professionalism upgrade. I just would love it if if like literally like Susskind or I don't know any of them, Neil deGrasse Tyson stumbled in just as Nathan was doing his like, how do my balls taste in your mouth?
Oh my
All
god.
that stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna rape you with R.
Yeah, right. The flat Earth ends before it ever got a chance to start.
You know they probably have listened into a few shows.
I know.
I think a lot of the flat Earth. I think flat Earth kind of started as like a joke, and then just spiraled into people taking their jokes seriously.
Yeah, it's gone from like 4chan joke to YouTube like putting it out on their press releases like we're gonna censor flat earth and whatever other conspiracies and all this kind of shit. It started out as a complete joke, and now like even YouTube is like, hey, yeah, we're gonna start censoring it and all this shit.
Yeah, you realize why they censored it. They didn't want like normal people coming onto the website and being like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah,
They didn't
yeah.
want to
I
see
mean, that's
Mark Sharp
fine,
getting
but
cuffed by like some red-haired chick screaming about how the Earth is flat and then proving himself wrong in his own fucking like experiment.
why not just let that like whatever people see that, and why do they have to censor it? I don't get it.
Advertising, money.
Yeah, they want to be
Advertising. Why don't the advertising companies let people whatever put ads on flat Earth shit? Why
I don't
not?
think
Who
Nestle
cares?
wants to be seen on a flat Earth video.
Oh yeah, So they want to be seen on fucking like Logan Paul's garbage bullshit or whatever
Because
the fuck,
of the
or
number
whoever.
of
I don't
views
even know
they
who
do.
like gets views on YouTube anymore. Like
Actually, yes,
PewDiePie
advertising
or
on
whatever the
Logan
fuck
Paul
his
is a
name
smart
is.
idea because it's a bunch of fucking idiots, and advertising idiots tends to kind of work well. Which I don't know. Maybe it is a good idea to advertise the flat Earth.
I'm sure there's some companies that like it's perfect demographic, like gaming companies.
Wait, what?
All right, let's look at it this way. The most
Preppers.
recent video from Logan Paul, which was only put out a day ago, has 3.6 million views.
I'm sure it was very good quality
advertisers are gonna
content, and yeah.
Yeah,
advertisers
it's like
are
on
gonna
par with
love that
PewDiePie.
kind of viewership.
It's on par with the views PewDiePie gets.
I'm sure
every day,
Logan
bro. That's every
Paul
day.
is like putting out really good content, like advertiser stamp of approval.
It's about the
content
numbers.
and-
Do you
Yeah, it's
understand what
about
he's
the numbers.
saying? Did you listen to what he said? It's about the numbers of people who are watching. It's not about the content.
It's also about the demographic. It's mostly a lot of younger kids.
No, I mean that is actually patently false because I know like a lot of small YouTube channels that are like YouTube. The ad revenue wouldn't even matter to them, and they are shutting them down and stuff. So it definitely is about controlling,
Definitely.
quote censorship. I mean, it's not really censorship, obviously, because it's not like state censorship, which is
Yeah,
fine.
not
Whatever,
really
YouTube's a
censorship,
private
but you're just
company, but
calling
it
it
is
censorship.
about like
Over and
censoring
over
stuff.
again.
So
Yeah,
you
but over and
think
over again,
What
it's
are you
not
trying to
censorship,
get to? Are
but
you
they're
trying to
censoring them
say that
because they're
they're
censoring
censoring
them
flat Earth
and
because flat Earth is real? Is that
censoring
what
them.
you're trying to say?
I just don't know why.
So you
Why
think
do you
it's
want more than
so
one?
you think it's a fair comparison to grab a random video that may have, let's call it 10,000 views in its first 2-3 days of life versus a video that gets millions of views in a day?
Why? Yeah, I
don't
mean,
see how there's a
from like
disparity
fucking
there?
Logan Paul or whatever, he's probably like, oh yeah, look, watch. I'm gonna post a cat video. Oh my god, wow, it's so cool. It gets like 90 bajillion
and
views. Oh my
And it's
god.
getting millions
He
of
doesn't understand.
advertisers love eyes on their commercials. That's what
Do
they
you
are paying
understand?
you
Why
to
would they? If you're gonna make that argument, why wouldn't they want to advertise on Alex Jones shit? And I'm not a fan of him at all. I think he's fucking a complete idiot. But why wouldn't they want to
Because
advertise
Alex
on
Jones
his shit?
is super
He gets plenty of
controversial.
viewers.
No, hang on. Alex Jones was not getting the viewership, and because of what he was saying,
Bullshit.
there were advertisers specifically saying, "I do not want on that shithead's channel."
Oh, but they'll be on like fucking like this garbage, whatever YouTube garbage it is, like Logan Paul or fucking PewDiePie. I've never even watched either of their channels. Like I don't even know
PewDiePie's pretty lit. I
what
like
exactly they
PewDiePie.
even do, but it's like
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
bullshit
He
vlogs or
They
something.
will go with the milk toast versus the
Logan
animal.
Paul like went to
Fake
some
beans, fake
suicide
beans, fake beans.
person's
Yeah,
like
I don't
literally
support Logan
filmed
Paul. No
somebody's
one really
suicide.
does.
And they lost
advertisers are like,
advertisers
oh, well,
doing
that's
that.
okay.
Yeah, and he got pretty much banned from advertising.
Yeah,
for like
they've
5
lost
months.
advertisers.
So they don't
PewDiePie. He lost advertisers when he did the whole Nazi thing.
fucking suicide or some shit like
Yeah, he
that.
literally couldn't advertise on his channel for 5 months because
You're
of that.
right.
You know that, right?
Yeah. No, this guy doesn't know anything, but he knows it all.
Yeah, because that's what I said. Yeah,
Well, that's what I heard.
yeah, that's 100%
That's what I heard.
true. Yeah.
Yeah. If we said it one more time, it's definitely true.
Yeah, that is an accurate retelling.
Yeah, true. So anyway, but like, oh yeah, well, our Silicon Valley overlords they definitely like have our best interests in mind, and they can censor.
I don't think that. I think Jack Dorsey. Have you
because
seen
that's
Jack
exactly what
Dorsey's
no one
latest
said.
video? He has like gauges in his ear, and he looks like a total fucking moron.
Why do you
It
love
is
Silicon Valley
frustrating,
people
right,
so
Jack?
much?
Sorry, what was
Baby,
that?
why do you love? Why do you think we should put all our faith in Silicon Valley? Why are you propping them up like gods?
So,
Why
but the average.
Why do you think that they're such gods?
All right, Scott. So here, can I give? Are you done, or can I give my?
I want to smack
Oh,
Scott.
was I
real
interrupt?
quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get in the
I
way
want
of
to
your
smack
speech? I'm
Scott
sorry.
real quick for asking.
So
him
the
a
average
question.
sort of liberal is like, oh well, good. They censored Alex Jones. Good, which I agree. Fine.
Oh, so
I
of course you're an
absolutely
Alex Jones
100%
fan. I should have guessed you'd be an Alex Jones
Oh
fan. Of course you
yeah,
are.
conspiracy.
Scott, can I please finish one sentence? Because I know you say that I cut you off,
He's
and I
probably
do apologize
pushing
for
that
that. I don't mean
Pizzagate
to do
shit
that, but
too.
can you please let me finish? Alex Jones
Okay,
is a fucking
I'll make you a
idiot,
deal.
and
Can I
don't
make
give
you a
fuck
deal?
about him.
Can I make you a deal? If you can
Sure.
tell me what it is I asked you about Silicon Valley. What was the question I asked you?
You said something like, like like I don't know, something like we don't care about what Silicon Valley does or something. I don't know I don't know what question you asked or anything. But can you, Scott?
I asked
Can you
why.
please just
I
let me
asked
say
you.
one thing and then
I asked you why you prop. I
address
asked you why you prop Silicon. I asked you why you prop Silicon Valley leaders up like God. Why do you think they're such gods? That was my question.
Scott, it's not propping them up. They are oligarchs and they have billions of dollars and they control the conversation that's going on. And
They're controlling this
so,
conversation?
Scott, can I please respond to? I am not saying that. I agree. A private company, absolutely. I do not want to get the government involved in free speech. Absolutely, I 100% agree with YouTube's right to ban Alex Jones, do all this kind of shit. Absolutely, 100% has to be the case. I agree that private companies should be able to do that. But we have to understand the nature of Google and Twitter and all these companies that have got to where they have gotten because they have political connections, they have financial connections, and they are very connected into what the media and the government wants to have, sort of projected into the media sphere. Is that, Scott, is that unreasonable?
Thank you so much for the clarification.
What?
Yeah, not unreasonable. Thank you for so that's fine.
All right. So anyway, bottom line, again, they are private companies, and we cannot get the government involved in what YouTube and Facebook and all them can censor, and Twitter and all that. Absolutely, it would be a disaster worse than it is today. We cannot ever get them involved. I'm just saying it is very telling what they censor and what they don't censor. That's all I'm saying.
Forever.
And I know that a lot of the media companies that I look at have been censored on Google, Facebook, and they're not fucking anything to do with Alex Jones or whatever bullshit he's promoting or any of that kind of shit. So what do you have to say about that, Scott? I mean, do you think
finally, someone said it. And we're all thinking it. Someone finally said it.
Did anybody watch the Alex Jones interview with Joe Rogan he just did?
No.
That's hilarious.
I don't like Alex
They
Jones.
usually fight.
Yeah.
I didn't say I support him. I said he was
hold on,
hilarious.
but Scott,
on the podcast.
do you think that Google should delist independent media when they, I mean, I agree that they're a
Can
private
somebody
company.
else talk besides you?
No, please. I'm asking him a question. Can you please
Listen,
not
you just
interrupt
keep,
me?
but
Thank
it's
you.
always you talking. Other people
Alright,
want
guys,
to talk.
I want to know
Can you
his
please not
opinion
interrupt?
on nuclear warheads.
Oh, you should be removed.
Yeah, you just got yourself banned.
Whatever. All right. She keeps interrupting me, so that's fine. Whatever.
Well, I'm
Never
just
mind.
going to keep interrupting you. So they can choose whether they're going to kick me out for interrupting you or just,
I'll tell you what,
let
baby.
you be
If
interrupted.
you wanna ask a question like that, we can pop in another room, or we can move on to a couple of.
But wait, well, I don't. I mean, anyway, I don't really. I'm not trying to cause a problem. I just was asking a question, so I don't really care.
Okay.
But.
Okay, so let's let Oh, somebody was saying something about Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. What happened?
So, Beans, if you think you're so interested, why don't you go down to one of the unoccupied channels and see how many people follow you?
Why would I? What do you mean
Because
unoccupied channels? Why would I do that? Why would I care? Why would I?
you would get a clue the fact that nobody wants to hear your fucking shit.
Why don't you go down to the fucking unoccupied channels? How about that?
Okay, bye.
So I didn't
Alright,
watch that
goodbye. I mean,
interview, but
never
I
told
did
him to
hear.
do it, but all right.
I
like-
did hear about the
Baked beans,
interview.
baked beans.
I did hear about the interview because there was controversy with. I guess it was Twitter took down the podcast link that was tweeted out, and then they said no, it was just an accident, it was just a glitch, and then returned it. But people had raised a stink, I guess, when it disappeared. So
Why would
it
they
made-
do
Oh,
that?
you're
Like,
talking
what-
about
is
the
there
New
something-
York Post. No, that was crazy.
No, it's something on the interview.
Yeah, the interview link. It was tweeted out, and I guess Twitter removed it. Or it
Do you know why they
somehow
might
got
have done
removed.
that? Is there something controversial in it?
I think because it was Alex Jones, maybe because he's on the permanent don't tweet, not allowed to have access list. But Joe Rogan's camp came back and said no, it was just a glitch apparently, and they reposted it hours later or the next day or something like that. But that's the story that made the news, which made me aware of the interview itself. I don't listen to Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Jones is like just a clown. Have a great day now.
What is it you don't like about Alex Jones?
He's a Trump tard. I could go on. You want me to go on?
Yeah. I don't watch a lot of his shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's an idiot. He is. I mean, as far as quote conspiracies or whatever, like a lot of people like to say, "Oh yeah, Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist" or whatever the fuck. I mean, he is when he says stuff like Anyway, I mean, he is right about some stuff, but in general, he's a fucking idiot. Like
okay.
Trump supporter.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed is a lot of people hate on him, but then like the people that like legitimately just hate on him nonstop tend to know absolutely nothing about him. Like they just hate on him because
Yeah, I know a lot about Alex Jones. I used to be in high school. I was like a big fan of him. So you're not. That's not me because I used to be.
Well, he asked you, and then you didn't really have anything except
Yeah.
for saying it was an idiot.
What is wrong with Alex Jones? All right, well, first of all, he supports Trump, so that in my book is a big fucking problem.
Do you think he should have supported Hillary?
No, do you understand that when you're against something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're for some random other thing? Like, if I say I'm against fucking
you're right. You're
hitting
right.
your dog, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm for some random other thing.
You're
It just
right.
means
So
that no,
before-
I don't
before-
agree with hitting your
Well,
dog.
here's the thing
but
about Alex
before
Jones.
Trump,
He
though,
picks
what
the
was-
side
what
of
was
lesser
it?
evil, in his opinion.
Why are you doing this to him?
Like a total god.
Is this really happening? Is this seriously happening? It's like two really. I don't even want to say it. Just
All
what
right,
about
good. So why
before
don't you go to
Trump? What
another
about
fucking?
before
All you do is you're so negative. All you do is like,
You're
oh
just
yeah,
a
you're
horrible,
so like.
horrible
All you do
person.
is
You have
like
been
you just
talking
name call
nonstop
and
for
stuff.
3
Like, why don't you go to
hours.
another
Shut the
channel or
fuck
something?
up.
I don't know. Leave. Like, what do you?
This is not your room just to have dominance over. You have been talking nonstop.
How did I just? He just asked me a question and I answered him. How's that me trying to like have dominance or something over the?
Is there something wrong with you?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Is there like
No, I'm
something
asking
wrong
you.
with
I asked
you,
you a
or
question.
like
Is
what?
there
Like,
something
do you not?
wrong with
Are you like socially awkward or retarded or
No,
something?
I'm
Like, do you not
asking
understand
you.
what's going on?
What?
I'm asking you. Is there something wrong with you? Do you have some kind
Yes,
of
and I'm
issue?
asking you. You understand what that means? If you are socially awkward or retarded, like because what you're saying does not make any sense. Okay.
By asking you if you have a problem?
He asked me a question and I answered it. Do you not understand what a question and an answer is, or like what the fuck, like? Are
you going to answer my question now?
What was your question? Again, he asked me a question and I answered him. Like, what is your question?
Is there something wrong with you?
She wants to know if
there's
you're like
something wrong with
socially
me right
awkward
now
or
because you
retarded
won't
or
fucking
something.
leave. Why don't you go to another fucking
No.
whatever
No.
you're doing or like leave? Like, can you do
No.
that, please?
Why
or
don't
no?
you leave?
If you don't want to, fine. But like,
Why don't you
why the
leave?
fuck are you talking to me right now? Can you just like?
Why don't you? Because
know-
you're the only one that's allowed to talk.
Oh, so yeah, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Let me apologize to you when I was asked a question.
Apologize
I
to the whole
answered it.
room.
Let me apologize to you for
Apologize
that.
to the
Yeah,
whole room.
thank you.
3 hours nonstop.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. When I was asked a question, I answered it. I'm really sorry. Can you please like accept my apology?
Is your answer over?
Can you please just like
No.
accept my
Is your answer
apology
done?
for like what I answered a question? Oh, I'm
Is
so
your
sorry.
answer done? I just asked you another question. Is your answer over?
Okay, I answered a question. Wow, I'm so sorry that I
Is it
answered
over?
the question.
Is it
Is
over?
that
Are you
okay
done?
with you, or do I need to
Is
ask
it
you
over?
permission to answer a question, or is that okay?
Is it over? Are you done answering?
All right, seriously, I'm not gonna. You're just fucking. All right, that's fine. Just stop annoying me. Like seriously, like I'm sorry that I answered a question. Like, are you okay with that or what?
Is the answer over? Are you done?
All right. I'm not gonna answer you anymore. But please stop. Just please, fucking. It's just really annoying at this point. So yeah.
What's happening?
I don't know. I was being accused of.
You're guilty.
Yeah, he's being a dick, is what's going on.
I'm not being a dick at all.
Yeah,
but
you are.
it's fine.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Bunch of new crazy people moved into town next to our public library where they Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Oh, it says I'm in the AFK room. I see
What
what's
makes
going
them
on.
crazy?
Because they're homeless and they talk to people that aren't there and they yell at people who walk by them and demand things from them.
Bro, go beat them up. They're homeless. You can get away with it.
No, I couldn't do that
Stop
because
poaching.
I see them when I'm working, so I cannot do that. And even if I wasn't working,
Bro, that's even more of an alibi. Just be like, I have a normal job. Why would I go?
you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, it's fun.
How old are you?
I'm in my 20s.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron.
You're a fucking moron, bro. Go beat up a homeless person and make you feel better.
Wow.
Yeah, because fighting people always
So
answers the
yeah.
question,
So
solves
I'm
a
just
problem.
wondering. What about
It does. You want to fight over
the
it?
whole Big Bang type thing? Is that
So, Lewis, like, are they
solid
part of
in
that
you
whole
guys' mind,
Antifa group that was in there earlier? Are
No,
they?
no,
No.
no. These are just crazy people who hear how nice Lawrence is to homeless people, and they think, "Oh, well, I'll go to Lawrence."
Oh.
That's all it is. They come in off the train or off the bus.
Wait, what
and,
is like the nicest city to homeless people? Is it California? Like, what is it?
California is not a city.
No, I mean,
Portland.
nicest
Oregon,
state.
probably.
That's what I meant.
Portland, Oregon.
Well, I would think that they'd go wherever the homeless people would go, wherever it's warmer, the climate's
where the-
better, maybe.
Yeah, probably where the wind keeps whistling down the lane.